What do you got for me, Ember Staff? Oh, let's go! We've got our banker's note. What? What is the point of this relic? It doesn't work!
Did you bargain?
No! Weeble! What? Oh my god! I did 150k!
You're short, you're bad at the game, and you can't even kill Harak.
You! In 3, in 2, in 1! Come on, come on, come on! Let's go! Boom! It's done! No way! No way! There's no way! That's small. Boom! Oh my god! What? That's what? Bang! 224! Holy 224! Bang! Let's go! Oh! What the? What? No way! There is no way! I've never had a double drop in my life with this boss! Charge! Boom! I teleported! What? If it is Nexus 4, I'm going on my trip. I'm just leaving. I'm getting on my plane and I'm leaving. Brother, what the f? Are you kidding me? In 3, in 2, in 1. Oh my god! Oh my god. Oh my god! Oh my god, double rim! Well, first, there's no way. There's actually no way. That is so insane. I'm kidding. That's it. Done. Let's go! Yes! Are you ready? 3, 2, done. Yes! Boom! So I'm kind of hoping that I don't get a drop on a reroll. Oh my god! Just kidding! I'm absolutely kidding! I take it back! 3, 2, 1! Yes, let's go! Let's freaking go, dude! Yes, yes, yes! Okay, back to the G! Quick! Did I win? No shot! What? Wait, what? A double drop? It's done! Let's go! Bang! Put the teleport. Holy shit. Done. Let's go! Golden defeater completed. Oh, we cooked that P11. Nice and easy. Nice and smooth with it.
All right, and I just went like that.
Ow. Good early after evening, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully everyone is doing well. Nathan, thank you for your 3 years of service as a Twitch mod. Josh, thank you very much for the 27 months. Appreciate it. 40 off my favorite number, 42 off the nice one. Thank you, Josh, for doing math. Coach said, you owe me $65,000. No, I don't. Shidi Talmi, thank you so much for the 58 months. Appreciate it. And the Colt 45. Thank you for the 45. Wait, it perfectly lined up. How's everyone doing today? Pudge, what's good? Pink Star, what's up? Empress Clara B, what is up? Squid, Hot Tub Tuna, Whiff, Spattering, Ironstone, welcome in. Seb, what's good? ZPK, what's good? Kim Jong Foot, what's good? How are we doing today? Bombalba, what's good? Oh dear, welcome in. Drox, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it. Brick, what's good? Chi, how are you doing? Welcome in. When is the player avatar officially coming? Isn't it like very soon? Isn't there an in-game calendar? I think there's a calendar, no? I don't know where it is, but isn't it in community, maybe? No, maybe not. Wait. RuneScape polls returning soon? Chat, when was the last poll? like a decade ago? Bro, that's worse than when I say I'm gonna be live soon. Oh man. That's crazy, bro. Yeah, I think the avatar refresh is... I think it's like next week, is it not? Maybe? I don't know. Maybe not? What is going on? There's a Rex Matrix. Why is this stuff on the in-game calendar? I'm so confused. All right, anyway, yeah, apparently it's next week, even though it's not on the calendar. So that'll be fun. But yeah, how's everyone doing today? Sorry for the late start. Here is the deal. In the last stream, PUP, Mod Ryan, and I started blasting through skills. And the way that it worked is PUP and I would list 2 changes, like 1 change per skill we wanted to make. And then chat would get to vote on if the change passed. So as an example, I proposed scaling evasion for agility. And everybody said, hell no. So it got noped. But yeah, we made it through a good chunk of the skills, but we have many more to do. Mod Ryan, I don't think will be joining us today. I think it's just the 2 of us, but open invitation. If any JMods randomly open the stream and want to get out of the call, I'm fine with that. We can just do that again. Are you going to add more content to your Instagram page? Yes, I haven't made any short form content in a while. I have a bunch of shorts to blast that I'm going to be doing this evening, in fact. Here, you can even see the scripts to all of them. But look at us go. So yeah, Instagram is only short form content for now. So yeah, I'll get to them. But yeah, how are you guys doing? Hopefully everyone is good and well. Time to re-poll all the failed votes. Wait, true. Now that is a good idea. Why don't we? Also, good news as well. I think our new series is going to be launching fairly soon. I'm excited for that. But yeah, welcome everyone. Also, I had a quick question for my hardcore. I realized last stream we spent the entire stream with my hardcore just kind of aura farming. But I'm literally not even max total. So I was thinking like maybe we should actually like, you know, play the game. Maybe that would be a good idea. So my question is, what is the easiest, most AFK 110 skill that we could trade while we do this? Is it woodcutting on the arc? Is it mining? Obviously the combat stats I need to do at some point too. Sarin stones, okay. What is my melee plan? Grind EDG for graders, get through beast havoc, keep draws head slot, then I don't know. Yeah, seems good. Woodcutting at Eternal Magics. I'm only 99, so I can't even do Eternal Magics. Thieving. My thieving level is maxed out. That one's already done. But yeah, anyway, hello everyone. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully everyone's doing well. So everyone not streaming yesterday. I know we've basically just been streaming every second day while I'm kind of getting situated. That is going to stop once the new series launches. But for the next little bit, that's sort of my rough plan just so that I don't completely lose my mind. Hunter at the Croesus front. Oh yeah, because Hunter goes to 110 now? True. Okay. Let me see if I have a skilling preset. Like a single skilling preset. But you know, I realize like, dude, the fact that I have not maxed out my total level, it's like, dude, we shouldn't be AFKing aura farming while we do this. We should actually be training something, surely. I mean, okay, this is an obvious one. I've also not completed archaeology. I'm level 118. That feels like not a bad one either. But for right now, I'm going to take this here Hunter preset. Oh my god, I also never did the oyster. Okay, but here's the thing though, chat. We also... Okay, I don't have any D&D tokens. That's fine. We need to move quickly, chat. We need haste. We've got PUP laying in wait. Did I ever play Elder Scrolls? No, I have never played an Elder Scrolls game. Do you think any of these changes will ever see the light of day? This is what the Wizard's Tower looks like with roofs? Oh my god, it looks terrible. Holy crap. Huh? Wow, that's horrible. Sorry. Yeah, the Wizard's Tower walls are a little bit cursed. But yeah, we're going to give PUP a call in a minute. And I think what I'll do for today is if I have porter charges, which I do, I feel like maybe mining would be nice in AFK. Or I could do woodcutting on the arc with porters as well. Were we reimagining skills? Yeah, we were adding one thing to each skill and then polling chat. And you guys have the same job this time around, which is after every change, you guys need to vote on if it gets added to the game or not. That is sort of the rough plan. What is this? You're just getting 2k XP per... Yeah, it's really sick. This is the monthly D&D called the Giant Oyster, and it's great. All right, I'm gonna give Pup a call.
Hello.
Good after morning.
Good after morning. Thank you for reminding me to do my oyster.
You're so welcome. Also, theory-wise said, can I add on to the invention combo and say that you should be able to get decent perks before level 80? They actually added that very recently, theory-wise. Like super recently. Because they made Equilibrium 2 really easy to get, and it's like disgustingly good. So they've kind of started doing that already, which is I think why we didn't propose it. But I do agree in general. But yeah, I'm doing the oyster really quick. No, I realized that the entire last stream I was just kind of aura farming at Wars, but like my character's not even max total level, and I feel like that's a little cringe to be standing there aura farming when you've got skills to train. So I was trying to decide between woodcutting, mining, or archaeology for a skill to train today.
What are your levels in them?
I'm 106 mining. I am 118 archaeology, and I am 99 woodcutting.
Do you have the arc?
Yeah.
I would just do mining or woodcutting then.
Wait, I don't think mining on the arc is very good, but woodcutting on the arc is great.
Mining on the arc is good. It's not as big of an increase compared to like woodcutting on the arc.
Well, the thing is, I'd want to mine somewhere where I get smithing XP. So I don't think I'd want to mine on the arc. Yeah.
Ah.
I guess I could woodcut on the arc. I guess I bring porters for that, don't I? Yeah.
Yeah, just porters and golden bamboo it.
All right, that's the plan. I actually love the arc, because once I'm 100, I could do Eternal Wizards, too, and those are pretty good. Honed, Naturalist, and Scraps. People in chat were saying I need the Furnace perk, but is that a lie? I feel like maybe they were lying to me.
I think it's pretty good.
Does it work at Golden Bamboo?
I believe so, yes.
Wiki Furnace. What do I put it on?
Your tool.
Like I can put it on my hatchet.
Yep.
Oh wow, wait, that's kind of nuts. Damn, okay. So you're telling me that I should do honed 6, and then instead of naturalist 5, I should have furnace. Yeah, okay. I'm also not going to do this if we think this is going to take more than like a minute, but...
I think it's... I think normally, if you just want XP, it's honed and then furnace with naturalist. Like, you get a combo. I don't know what's better if you don't get the combo. I imagine just furnace 4 is the strat.
I'm happy to just send furnace 4.
And I think you just replace your naturalist with furnace.
That makes perfect sense. Okay, we'll do that. And then I'll start chopping.
He's a big chopper.
Yeah, no, I realized aura farming when you're not even max total is like genuinely pathetic, and I felt like a failed man, you know?
You should do.
I do. I extremely do. Is it good?
I'm proud of you. Yeah.
Okay, so hone 6, get rid of naturalist, add scraps, put on furnace 4. Hope we never have to do big game hunter ever again. Saved. I mean, I don't think I will, to be honest. Okay.
I highly doubt it.
I need a perfect plus potion. I've got my woodcutting outfit. I've got my torch because we got several of them. Okay. And then it would be woodcutting urns that I definitely don't have. But I'm going to bring the urn enhancer with me so that I remember in the future to do that. Okay. Amazing. I think I'm a skiller now. I'd imagine there isn't anything else I need for this.
It's for like 100 different things, but...
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
that's
No,
fine.
you know what I mean. There are probably 300 different buffs, but none that I actually care about. And then, is there anything I need to get to the Ark? No.
Just the Arc Journal thing.
Wait, there's an Ark journal?
Yeah, teleports you to the guy in Port Sarim.
You mean the ports journal?
Yeah, same shit.
Got it. The captain's log.
Yeah.
All right, the captain's log is going with us.
No, not the log.
Oh,
There's a. I don't know what it's called. You know what? I'll tell you.
maybe I
is
don't have
called-
it.
It is called the Arc Journal. Yeah, that's what it's called.
Oh, I do have that. I didn't know that was a thing. Sorry, chat.
Yeah.
I'm a new player. Teleport. Port Sarum. Oh, and it takes you to the Ark part spot.
Yeah.
I feel it. Okay, and then here I go Uncharted
So, like, whenever
Isles, and I go to my
whenever
claimed
you find
island.
a new island, you can just like go back to here and it'll be faster
So-
than just like leaving the island.
I have a triple golden bamboo claimed island. Would I just
Okay.
keep this island, or do I just island hop forever?
You'd stay here, like you do this once a day, and then once this depletes, you just island hop until you get more.
You just
bamboo.
start hopping.
Yeah.
Got it. And you do this with porters on, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Superheat form when active logs are burned for experience? Wait, what? Is that good for woodcutting?
I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't be.
Wait, I've never used this for woodcutting. I would imagine
I've
it
also never
doesn't
used it for
work.
woodcutting.
I'd imagine it doesn't work for bamboo, but
I mean, I'd assume so because you can't.
it
burn bamboo.
automatically burns logs for fire making XP while woodcutting. Huh?
Oh yeah, it says it also does not burn golden bamboo. Yeah.
That's, I mean, I just didn't even know this was a thing, but okay.
I didn't either. Was it changed or was it always like that?
I don't know. Keep the bamboo for chimes? I think it's fine. I don't want to have to like bank the. Oh, you mean like, yeah. Well, it's going to the bank, so it's fine.
Yeah, it's in the bank.
We're all good. We're all a good team. I just didn't want to be a fraud. But yeah, no, I know that golden bamboo's insane XP per hour. I think it's the best in the game, right? It's like a mil an hour.
Yeah. It's better than Eternal Magics for some reason.
Love that. Well, because the outputs, right? Eternal Magics are good for getting fletching up. So once I'm level 100, I am going to go to Eternal Magics.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are we ready to get back into it? By the way, I told chat this. My master plan is we're going to come through with some crazy enough takes that some JMods in chat are going to be like, okay, just add me to the call. Damn, you guys are idiots.
They're gonna be so annoyed with what
And
we're doing.
then so the last one was with Mod Ryan. And I don't want to say who it is, but I have my sight set. We're gonna rage bait a JMod into joining the call. That is my master plan.
Was there anything I should specifically do to rage bait this JMod?
No, I think you're all good. But yeah, we're gonna continue. We kind of didn't pull anything from Slayer
Correct, yes.
because you didn't add anything for Slayer. So I was just gonna very quickly pull my Slayer suggestion, which Ryan had a lot of suggestions, but
He does.
But my suggestion for Slayer was to reclass endgame Slayer mobs from the 2010s to be appropriately leveled, like the Magister and the Legios, so that there's actually like viable progression. Because one of the issues with Slayer is like, by the time you're 85 Slayer for an Abyssal Whip, an Abbey Whip is tier 70, you're already on tier 90s by then, and your combat stats are maxed. So it's not actually useful. Whereas if a lot of these mobs came at the right level, they would actually give you something that had a use.
Mm-hmm.
So with that said, I'm going to pull it, and while I pull it, you should come up with your suggestion.
Yes. I'm trying to find a way to word my suggestion that isn't the same as yours.
It's allowed to be the same as mine.
Because mine is, I think they should be more,
All right, Jack, yeah, your vote's in.
more relevant rewards from killing the monsters. But then
See,
what that actually is just the same as what it was 15 years ago, but reclass the current rewards.
okay, so yours is the same as mine. That's fine.
I think
That's
mine's
fine.
the same as yours.
Also, doing this at the start of stream is really funny because the chatters aren't here yet. Gold cloaks.
Yo,
All right,
we're
it is a
winning.
pass, though. It is a 94.7% pass, which is not surprising at all, to be honest with you. Cool. I just wanted to get that done for closure. So the question now, chat, is what skill would you like to visit next?
Good question.
Lots of
I don't know.
options.
I don't really have much on my mind.
You got nothing on your mind, really?
As in, I'm open to do whichever skill.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just moving some of the Mod Ryan notes to other spots off the board.
Mhm.
Invention we've already talked about.
Yep.
Okay, I've got one. Let's go to runecrafting.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why. You can lead off on the next skill. Runecrafting in RS3 pisses me off. And it's not the runecrafting part that pisses me off. Like, I actually like the flow of, like, runecrafting. I think it's great that pouches autofill. I'm all good with that. But my biggest gripe with runecrafting is at necromancy, as soon as you hit 60 necromancy, you get an infinite holding necromancy rune pouch for free. And it takes 30 seconds. And then for runecrafting, I'm going to use Tall and Manly as an example. I quite literally got my second rune pouch on this account at level 105 runecrafting, 26 million XP. And I think that is genuinely inexcusable. I think that is absolutely insane and absurd. And my biggest change is add more better sources of magical thread. I think it's insane that to get a rune crafting, to get a single rune pouch, you have to use like 80,000 assets. It's absurd. Other thing I'm going to say to that too is sometimes when I bring this up, people go, why don't you use a memory dowser? And I'm just going to say a runic attuner. A singles ultra rare drop should not be the only viable way to get a rune pouch. I think that's a stupid band-aid. They should just be better. So that is my pick for rune crafting.
I think that's a very, very valid one. I would definitely agree with that one. I've always felt a little bit odd with rune crafting because I feel like with most skills, the higher tier you get, the better and more useful the runes become. Although, you know, the items become. But rune crafting doesn't really, I'd say, have that. Because kind of now in the current state of the game, you're kind of using not that many runes. And the ones you're probably actually using like a lot tend to not be like, you know, big boy like astral runes and things.
Well, I think you can buy
Nature
infinite
runes.
of every rune from a shop too. I think
Yeah, and
that's the
so
biggest part of it, other than time
feel
runes.
like
There's only
the-
one rune you need.
The whole concept of leveling up and being like, you know, you can do better spells just doesn't really work. Just because like shops are a big part of that, but also like I could just use, you know, I mean, blood runes if you're on ancients are pretty good, but if you're normals, you could just use air spells, and you can do the best damage with an air spell. And air spells are like, what, like, I don't know what level 1 or something. I don't know.
They are.
Yeah, like, so
You can
if
use
it
a
was
level
me,
1 spell at level 99, whereas you're
Yeah.
comparing it to old school, where the highest tier spells on the normal spellbook also require wrath runes.
yeah, I would actually reclass the spells in the spellbook so that they are more appropriately tiered to the runes you need. It's a magic suggestion. Would you call that a magic suggestion? Because you could think of it as a magic suggestion. My thinking of it is
No,
that
it's adding value to rune crafting. It's making the skill
runes
matter
that
again.
you get don't matter at all. Like, there's not really any benefit much. Because if you're an Iron Man, right, you can get your water runes. You're like, cool. I've got 1 billion water runes at level 30. And all the spells or all the runes that you get for the next forever don't really matter until you maybe hit like blood runes.
I feel like
So-
you're gonna get blasted here for this take, but I also like, I think part of the reason why runecrafting is not held in very high regard is because it doesn't feel terribly useful. Like, there is literally only one rune that you runecraft for, and that's time runes, and you can also get them from a bunch of other sources as well, like heists.
You can, yeah.
So,
yeah. And
I don't
think,
fully
I think-
disagree with you.
I don't think that the shop situation with runes is great because it devalues the relevance of making the runes more. But that was what I would do is, yeah, I think that runes need to have much more of a value in the level that they are.
That's fair. I mean, I don't think I'd be mad if my tier whatever spell required chaos runes again. like my blast spells.
Mhm.
The gauntlets are literally called chaos gauntlets that buff your blast spells because they used to require chaos runes and they just don't anymore. So, you know, I don't hate your idea, but I do think even if they did this, I don't know that runes would go up in value because you could still just buy them from the shop.
Yeah, I think it's a twofold problem, I guess.
But yeah, fair enough. Okay. Well, I'm going to pull yours. I feel like there's a chance you get blasted here, but I
Yes.
do think magic makes more sense with the thing that you have suggested. But with that said, chat, get your votes in. Are we reclassing spells in the spellbook to be appropriately tiered to the runes you need? Example, higher tiered spells require more than just air runes. Are we doing it? And you know what, Pup? I'm actually going to give you a yes vote because I think it makes the game make more sense from a progression standpoint. I think you're going to get no voted because it makes it harder, but I don't hate the suggestion. I don't hate the suggestion whatsoever. I think it's one of those ones where people aren't going to vote to make the game actively harder for themselves, but maybe they will
it's
because we've
close.
actually got a 78% pass rate. Chat, if you feel passionate about this one, get your votes in now. I'm calling it in 5 seconds. I'm actually shocked by this. Go team. All right, fair enough. All right, maybe the RS Guy community and friends are kind of based.
Really are.
I'm impressed. Good work, team. So that is a yes pass. Now we're gonna pull mine, which is add more better sources of magical thread. This one, if you're a main account, you maybe haven't felt this one. If you're an Iron Man, you're gonna, dude, it's just so bad, bro. It's inexcusable in my opinion. But let's get the vote going. Let's see how we feel about rune crafting. Also, someone in chat lost a 350 watch streak because the new phone didn't send a push notification. We trump it up,
no.
sorry.
Oh no.
Unlucky. And this is passing with a 96.4. One single person
Huge.
voted no. And you know what? Whoever voted no, we're banning them. It was Kilsa. Of course it was Kilsa. Of course it was Kilsa. Kilsa voted no because Kilsa wants one rune pouch to hold all of the runes. So you came up in your head with a different solution to the same problem. So you downvoted a solution that also solves the problem because it's not the one that you came up with in your head. Fair enough. That classic.
We take those.
We don't take those. You're dropping frames? Ha! I am dropping frames. Wait. Isn't there a button I can press on my phone that boosts my Wi-Fi? I think there is. Hold. But knowing how Comcast works, it probably makes it worse. I'm still going to hit it, though. I'm still going to hit it, though.
It glows, and that's probably it.
And just makes my phone like a 10% chance of exploding. Wi-Fi? Connected to your Wi-Fi. 92 devices.
What the? What,
I'm kidding,
Ryan?
I'm kidding. I'm
what?
kidding. That's a joke. That's
That
a joke.
I was about
Holy
to
shit!
go off on
You got rage baited. Holy crap!
I got so rage baited.
Sorry, Pippin is absolutely marauding behind me. He's going crazy over here. Yeah, I don't want to share my Wi-Fi. I want.
Are you on Wi-Fi or Ethernet? I'd assume Ryan's
No,
on
I'm on
Ethernet,
Ethernet. Yeah, I'm on Ethernet.
Yeah.
I thought there was a thing where I can use mobile data to like boost my Ethernet. I thought that was a thing. I don't know why it's a thing, but I remember it being a thing. So I'm gonna quickly look.
Well, I'll pretend it's a thing, yeah, and then we can get back to the skills.
Yep. No, I don't want to restart my gateway. I do have a new router arriving soon, which is good. I think that will help.
Mm-hmm.
Did you like how I said router? I was trying to make you feel like
I felt at home.
At home, yeah. All right, I'm gonna say it. I got absolutely nothing. I have zero thoughts.
I would assume it's not your internet though.
You think it's Twitch? I think it's my internet for sure.
No, I don't know what it is.
Should I run
Well,
a
I mean,
speed
what's
test?
your upload? Surely your upload.
It's supposed to be 400, but
Oh, you
it's
should be
definitely
fine then.
not. But no, it is definitely not though.
Okay, do a speed test. Let it rip.
Isn't that gonna make me drop even more frames? Okay, my download is 670.
Mm,
Now it's 770. Now it's
Mhm.
870. Now it's my upload is 200. That's no, it isn't. You're lying to me.
you're balling.
Yeah, but okay, then why did I drop 5,900 frames? Yeah, I think we're being deceived. Hello, how are you?
I'm good.
You're leaving. All right. have a
Hi,
good evening.
Anna.
Ugh,
Bye, Anna.
Pup says hi, Anna, and bye, Anna.
I heard that through your headphones.
Do you want to say hi to chat? Okay, here. We'll say hello briefly.
Okay. Oh, I have to squat.
Oh my God, there's a girl.
Too tall. Hi, chat.
Wait, and the
Ah.
cat too.
The cat. I'm not moving that. Okay.
All right, have fun. What lots?
Wait, where's Anna doing?
She's we're going to a wedding this weekend, and she doesn't have shoes she likes, so she's going to get shoes.
Oh, okay, got you.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you for letting me know that we dropped frames. If it happens again, we're gonna continue streaming. Okay. Any other thoughts on runecrafting?
No, although I do like the memory dowser equivalent that I forgot the name of.
The Runic tuner, yeah, they made it really
Yeah.
good. I would agree. My main thing with runecrafting is like, I actually think you're right that the biggest issue with runecrafting is that runes don't have any value. Like they're just not useful. And yeah, that is kind of a problem. I don't know what the solution is to it, but I don't disagree. Imbuing staves and wands shouldn't be as bad as it is. See, that's an interesting one because it's a really good training method. And that's what I did to get 105 on my hardcore. And it was like sick. It was like that perfect middle ground of AFK where it's like you AFK for 2 minutes and then you're active for 30 seconds. So it's like, it's not like a full AFK slop. It's like partial AFK slop, but then a setup. Yeah, I actually really liked it. And the XP per hour was pretty good too. It was like 400k an hour AFK. But anyway, fair enough. RS Guy, you were so pro. When I grow up, I want to be just like you. I'll take it. Thank you. Do you think the imbuing stuff should be brought to lower level brackets? Pup is furiously Googling what the imbuing stuff is, by the way.
Wait, do you think the imbuing stuff should be brought to lower brackets? What?
No, I actually do. The reason I think it does a little bit is because it's like a system that a lot of people don't even know about. Like when I tell Iron Man friends that you can AFK, semi-AFK runecrafting for 400k XP per hour, and it doesn't take very much pure essence, people think I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Just because it's a system that is introduced not at all once you hit level 100. So
What's
yeah,
the
I wouldn't be
imbuing?
against. So the way that it works is you take the like eternal magic wandy things, and then you like saturate them on a runecrafting altar with essence.
The comp rec I had to do, yes.
Yeah,
I
and
remember the
then
comp
you
rec.
keep doing that, and then on the last step you go to the ZMI altar and you get a bunch of XP from it.
Got you, understood.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be against if there were like an unlock. You know what it reminds me of? It kind of reminds me of Hall of Memories. To me, at level 70, unlocking something like that would be completely fine. That lets you do that at a lower tier. But yeah, either way, that's my main thing with runecrafting. I think my thing is more of a personal gripe. Your thing is like actually trying to fix the main issue with the skill. But yeah, I'm happy to move to the next skill if you're happy to.
Yep.
Also, really quick, someone's asking how my 4K Telos AFK bar worked out. It actually worked out. We full AFK'd 90% of a 4K Telos kill. Video coming soon. But yeah, we basically made 5 different Revo bars for one for each phase. But yeah, okay. Other thing I'll say about runecrafting is I think it's really bad for irons that the best way to get pure essence is mining it until you're 85 or 95 Slayer. I think that's bad too. There needs to be a better way to get pure essence, but that's sort of like a side point.
I agree. But it's not a personal problem for me.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay. On to the next skill. Is there anything tickling your fancy, Big Pup?
Anything tickling my fancy?
Oh yeah, thieving is good for assets now too. That's true. They did actually help. Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm. No.
You don't have a
Let me have a
single
look.
skill tickling your fancy, because I'm happy to pick the next one if you want. There's
Do you
a
wanna do
skill that's yeah, we can do dungeoneering, and then I want to go to Hunter because there's something about Hunter that has been pissing me off for a long time.
Is it the skill?
No,
Oh,
I'm just
okay.
writing it down on. I wrote it down yours. Oops, just so that this is just gonna jog my memory so I don't forget. But there's something. My entire inspiration for this entire idea of making one change to every skill was Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, dungeoneering. Talk to me, Big Pop.
Yeah, so obviously it's been reworked or remastered or whatever you want to call it. And obviously quite a few things changed, and I feel like quite a few things didn't change. And I feel like a lot of players have been getting into dungeoneering and actually kind of realizing that it's surprisingly similar to what it was before. Which in some ways is good, and some ways is not good. So obviously you have the two parts of dungeoneering, which for some reason there are still two parts of dungeoneering, which is before you enter the floor, getting all the stuff you need, which is still kind of crazy.
Do you want to give an
being in
example
the
of one
floor.
of the things you need? Just so for
Yes,
people
you
in chat?
need the whole elite task set.
Yeah.
You need the whole outfit. You need a really high herbal level to get the perfect juju potion. You need to get an invention level up so you can make log melters. Ideally, you have overloads. You get the idea. There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Some of which is useful and some of which is necessary. So my actual change, which I'm sure is probably quite similar to yours, is definitely just going to be allow the second gatestone to be a level unlock.
Ooh, okay.
I think that is just 100% necessary. I think anyone that's done dungeoning without the second gatestone has probably hated it, and it's because you're running rooms constantly.
How do you feel about 60 or 70 as a level for
I think
it?
I was actually going to say 70. I think 70 would be
70.
great.
Done.
Also, just kind of while we're chatting, but obviously I've had my pick, is that in dungeoneering, I feel like they did a pretty good job with improving some of the puzzles. Because some of them definitely were outdated and a bit sluggish. And then I think they randomly picked maybe 10 puzzles they didn't want to improve that are still painfully slow. And that bothers me because some of the puzzles are actually pretty nice now, and some are as awful as they were before, which is very, very frustrating.
Yeah,
but
it's kind
overall,
of
I think
jarring
the
too.
rework was pretty good. Yeah, yeah. I think the two slowest rooms pretty much were basically untouched. Nothing has changed for them, which is kind of fun.
A little questionable. So I agree
Yeah.
with everything you said about dungeoneering. I used dungeoneering when it came out. I kind of fell out of love with the skill. I stopped training it. I didn't do the task set. My biggest thing is also the second gatestone because I thought I was bad at dungeoneering. Offline, I went and I unlocked the second gatestone by doing the elite tasks. And then all of a sudden, this was a stream we did last week, in like 3 hours of practice, I became a top 10% dungeoneerer in terms of timers on the leaderboard. So it wasn't that I was bad at dungeoneering or I wasn't understanding it. It was basically that I just needed a couple tips and the second gatestone. So fully agree, that should not be locked behind a bunch of 90 stats and doing every single saga, which are, by the way, super outdated and terrible. Yeah. I'm fully with you on that. Other thing I was going to say too is if it hadn't come out this week, my dungeoneering thing would have been to buff solo rates. Because I've always felt that group should be better, but it doesn't make any sense that soloing a large floor gives the same amount of XP as doing a large floor with 4 of your friends. Like, to me, it's like, okay, come on, guys. I understand you don't want solo to be the meta, but it's obviously going to take longer to do every room yourself.
Yeah, yeah. The rates of group, I think, should always be the best, but soloing was too bad.
Yeah, I'm glad they improved that. But yeah, go ahead.
I definitely agree with that one. I was gonna say I do find it a bit odd that almost none of dungeoneering is explained in the game. There doesn't seem to be like an actual like tutorial that well. Like crit path, bonus paths are like such a core part of dungeoneering, which is just not explained anywhere at all. And it's a
I have a
surprisingly
dungeoneering
simple
take.
concept. Mm-hmm.
And it's related to this. Maybe instead of copying yours, because really, like that would have been mine if I could have.
Yep.
What if dungeoneering gets guide mode again, and you don't lose XP for having it on? So you could just turn it on, and it will show you or help you find the crit path, so you can learn that while you're dungeoneering. Would that make sense?
I was with you till you said you didn't get an XP penalty.
Oh, so you want there to be a little XP penalty?
I think it's one of those things where guide mode is very, very useful, but obviously, like a lot of content that requires a bit of skill, people then get happy when they can do that skill properly.
I've got it.
So I definitely disagree with guide mode being removed, but I think then learning and utilizing the knowledge you've acquired to do dungeoneering is satisfaction. It gives you a lot of satisfaction, you know.
So what if every frozen floor has guide mode by default? Would that make it so people will just spam frozen floors?
What
So I
if
was thinking
every
it's the first
abandoned
floors you
floor?
get. Wait, why are those just slower?
So,
for like
so
meta reasons?
The concept of what you're saying makes perfect sense, except that everyone who does speed times just does frozen floors.
Oh, already? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But apart from that, it makes like realistically, there should just be a training mode, guide mode version where you can just turn guide. Honestly, I don't know why they removed guide mode. I thought it was perfect. You just turned it on, you had an XP penalty, so you wouldn't use it all the time, but you would use it maybe when you're learning to get a really good idea of how crit path works, where you should be going, that kind of thing.
All right, done. Reinstate guide mode to teach dungeoneering pathing. That'll be mine. But yeah, no, I always did think it was weird that like it was one of the few things in RuneScape that actually had an okay tutorial, and then they nuked it. I was like, wait, people were using this. But yeah, okay, fair enough. I'll pull yours first. PUP saying, oh yeah, the other thing too is like there are some rewards related dungeoneering things that like I like and that I don't like. I love all of the scrolls. I like the amulets, even though I wish they were a little better. I think the ruinous weapons are fine as they are. I also wouldn't have been mad if they worked in regular elite dungeons, because like that would have been fine to me, just like as a fun. Because regular elite dungeons, like not including Zamorak, obviously, those are mid-level content now. They're like they're mid to like, you know, they're in that mushy middle ground. They're not end game anymore. So to me, making ruinous weapons give you tier 100 in there would have been just a cool boost to them. But I think they're fine. I loved the chaotic grimoire. I was cool with that. Yeah, but I think if I'm trying to make a change to dungeoneering, I'm not going to be like, oh, let's tweak this reward and make it slightly better. Like that feels less related to dungeoneering than actually something that improves dungeoneering. So with that said, chat, do we want a second gatestone as a level unlock instead of behind the elite achievement diary, which requires, I think, level 95 or 98 dungeoneering? And a bunch of other stats.
Yes.
Get your votes in. I know how I feel about this one. This is like this one is very dead obvious to me. As someone that went and grinded out the achievement diary, it felt like I was unlocking a new skill again. And you should not have to play the skill to finish it and get level 99 before you unlock a thing that actually makes the skill palatable, in my opinion.
I think that's honestly a huge one. I was very glad to hear that the outfit is now easier to
Made
get.
way easier, yeah, and that helps a lot too. That's really good, because I think if I were like starting a new account, not that I'm doing that anytime soon, obviously, Pup.
No.
And you're not either.
Wait, am I?
But I would probably spend my tokens on getting the outfit. But yeah, cool. That is a pass. So we'll get that in the game next Monday. Big. And then, okay. And we're going to pull mine as well, which I feel less strongly about, but I also kind of feel like it's a win-win. And for context, guide mode was just a mode where on your map, it showed you the critical path. It just showed it to you while you were pathing. It told you which way to go to help you learn.
Yeah.
So I'm going to pull that one too. Let me know what you guys think. To me, it's just weird that they got rid of it. Wow, people really don't want you to learn dungeoneering.
People don't want it. No.
Holy, people are like, hell no. We don't want to make it easier to learn. What is this?
Jer with
yeah.
a no.
Jer with a
Jonna
no.
with a no.
Jonna with a no.
It's okay.
No, fair enough. You
Sleep
guys get to
sleep
vote. I'm
outside.
not gonna judge you guys. You guys can know the stuff you want to know. We'll leave it going for a couple more seconds. It's very close to a pass. If this was old school, they would just continue to change the wording on it and re-poll it until it passed.
Until it passes, yeah.
Yep. But we'll take an even split 66.7% yes, which is unfortunately a fail. So to the people
That's
who
a
wanted to
fail.
learn Dungeoneering, chat doesn't want you to. Chat's saying, screw you. If you're bad at Dungeoneering, stay bad forever. And you know what? I respect chat for that.
How is speedrunning flaws learning DG? I don't understand. You don't crit path and bonus path aren't like relevant for speedrunning. Like,
They're just relevant for learning how to path through a floor and know which way to turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a core aspect of how the DG floor is generated. It's not necessarily related to getting through it quickly.
Yeah, it's not really a speedrunning technique so much as a, like, if you look at the Dungeoneering high scores, I'm not going to pull them up right now. There is a wide discrepancy between the people that understand crit path and don't in terms of like the time it takes to complete a full floor, where some people are doing large floors in 6 minutes. Some people are doing them like me. I'm doing mine in 10 minutes. And then there are people doing them in 30 minutes. And the idea is that if those people understood in rooms which way would be better to go, they would probably save a lot of time. I think that's the idea.
Yeah. Overall, though, I think the remaster was pretty good. I think
I would agree with that.
It's always a little bit scary when they're going to change content that you quite like, because what if it goes worse, you know? And I think there's a couple of things that I think could be slightly better, but overall, I think it was very true to the like original DG, but cleaned up quite a few things. And I think the map is significantly better for a lot of players now.
People in chat are going, wait, there's a pattern? It's not random? Yeah, no, it's not. See, this is why it would be good to have guide
This
modes.
is why it would be useful.
This is exactly, but chat already voted no, so it's not coming out on Monday, unfortunately. You've been absolutely blasted. Wait, I've been absolutely blasted. Okay. Anything else to say about Dungeoneering? Are we on to the next one? Also, really quick, Seb said that I think the arc should be relevant again. It has so many skilling options, but there isn't much reason to do it. I have a hot take, which is that the only reason people don't do the arc is because they don't know the arc is good. It is legitimately insane for a lot of the skilling nodes. Some of them are bad, but like this is literally the best woodcutting XP per hour in the game, and it's full AFK. As an example.
The best fishing in the game.
It's the best fishing too.
It's the best mining. Although it maybe depends on what your goals are with that.
I think the hunter is good too with the ornate turtles. I'm not sure about that though, because I haven't done them personally.
I've never done that because
the arc is legitimately very good. It's why am I using a hunter cape? Wait, what does the woodcutting cape do? Ah, whatever, it's fine. Who cares?
I have no idea.
But arc is really, really good. Man, if only RuneScape's Catalyst League.
It's not. What? No. Wait, Vestnet, have you used guide mode? Maybe people don't know what guide mode is. Maybe this is where we fell over.
Ah. Maybe that's why we lost. Guide mode is a toggleable feature that highlights the critical path, which is the shortest route to reach the boss. But turning it on reduces your XP by 5%.
So the concept of saying it doesn't teach you how to tell a non-crit door from a crit door. Like, I get what you're saying, but it shows you the crit doors, and then, you know, you can kind of go from there.
Are they actually making the changes we vote on? No. I'm hoping they do, but no. No, these are not coming out on Monday.
What skill would you like to dive into?
Some of them might. Here's the thing. I think people don't necessarily fully understand this, but genuinely talking about RuneScape and having even this small kind of RuneScape sub-community have an open discussion about what they like and what they don't legitimately does give valuable intel. Like if I was a JMod watching this in the weeds or watching the podcast version or whatever, and they see that 100% of the people in chat, which is obviously like a tiny microcosm of the game, all wanted something. Why wouldn't you when you're looking for things that players want? Is that not just like a very obvious thing that players want? So anyway, but no, these things aren't coming out on Monday. It's just kind of part of the fun of the exercise is I want to see if my takes are dog shit or not. And the best way to do that is to have you guys vote and either pass or fail old school style on the things we're suggesting. But yeah, no, we're just having a fun exercise. Unless my favorite comment in the last stream was someone asked, so like some of these suggestions are really cool. How do we actually get them into the game? And then Montezana was in chat and went like, weirdly, the first step would be bringing it to Mod Ryan, who was on the call with us. So I thought that was kind of funny. Crazy how that happened. But yeah. With that said, chat, is there a skill you want us to go to, or can I take us to Hunter? I am passionate about Hunter. Why does Divination have so many? Because we got sidetracked, and these stickies were all from Mod Ryan, who had a bunch of intel. Like how Divination was designed as a paired skill with Invention, and then chat voted for Elf City instead of Invention in Rune Labs, and because of that, Divination felt really bad on launch because it was literally missing its second half. Kind of cool.
Yeah.
Ryan,
do you remember yesterday?
Yep.
When Mod Ryan flamed me for training construction slowly.
Yeah.
After stream, he messaged me and said, "Would you like me to teach you how to train construction?"
Did you
so
say
I said yes. And then he never told me how to train construction.
Got his ass.
So now I'm still doing the same thing.
Holy, what a Giga Chad. Oh, it's perfect. What a beautiful day.
So Hunter, what's your beef with Hunter?
Okay.
Let it rip.
Can you believe? So I started my old school leagues by doing the like 80 Hunter pathway just because I had Woodsman and I was like, whatever, let's do it. Okay. In old school RuneScape, when you click on a filled trap, okay, do you want to guess what happens?
I don't, because I also trained Hunter.
Okay.
But it is not the same as RuneScape 3.
As an RS3 player, my expectation is that when I clicked on the trap, I would collect the contents of the trap, and then I would get to like place another trap, right? No, in old school, when you click on a trap to collect it, your character bends over, collects the trap, collects the loot, and then auto deploys the next trap. Like, what? What? I thought our game was supposed to be the good one, the futuristic one. Maybe once RuneScape turns 30, it will have features such as deploying your next trap. But anyway, that was what inspired this entire idea, was that I couldn't believe that old school had been eating that good for that long. Like, it's such an obvious QOL. And then the thing I love about it too is it is faster to tick manip your traps in old school and automatically click to place it yourself. So it's a time save to be more click intensive. But if you don't want to be more click intensive, you don't have to, and your character will auto place it. To me, that's a perfect middle ground. I absolutely love that. So my suggestion is going to be auto deploy next trap when you collect it. When you collect a full one. Full one, like OSRS. I don't know. It made Hunter so chill. Trap is full, click on it. I could either go Glizzy Overdrive in my invent, or I can just wait, and my guy will just do it. Are we deleting trap telekinesis? I'm not going to lie, Kilsa. I do not care whatsoever about what happens with trap telekinesis. I do not care. You can send it. You could literally send it to the moon. You could delete it tomorrow. I don't care. I'm not, like, I don't know. An end game spell to do a thing that should have just been a QOL is like the most RuneScape 3 thing ever. Where it's like, this didn't need to be a reward space. This could have just been a quality of life to make the skill better for everybody. That's my take. Hi, Ralph. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. I hope you had a good stream. But yeah, what do you think about Hunter? Sorry, I know I'm very passionate about that, but it pissed me off.
Honestly, I absolutely hate training Hunter in RST. I think is the one skill that I intentionally put all my proteins into because I just hated how frustrating the method of it was, if I'm honest. So I'm very much in the same boat. I think it's just I hate when people say the word clunky. So I'm not gonna say it feels clunky.
Janky.
But it feels very tedious, I guess, where you're it's one of the... okay, so the annoying part about it for me isn't necessarily the trap redoing, it's that it is not AFK, but then you are forced to AFK for a random amount of time while your trap like gets the boy, you know, traps him. But then like because obviously it's random how often it traps the boy, you're kind of like, you know, do I sit here for 5 seconds? Do I sit here for 30 seconds? Like it's a really awkward skill to train. I found where you never really get into a rhythm with it, which I didn't really like.
Something that I think will help with that is when we get API, something that I noticed is when I trained Hunter in old school with RuneLight, one of the RuneLight things that I really liked was it would actually tell you the progress on your trap. So how long you had to click on it before it expired,
Yes,
how long
I
it had
like
been
that.
up. I think all of that data helps you get into a rhythm because it tells you where to click next, which I quite liked.
That's I like that as well.
Just for context, by the way, really quick, I looked up trap telekinesis. Yeah, it is a spell that requires 97 magic, and you physically cast it remotely on your box trap, and it will collect it remotely with this big purple goo, and then replace it. And to me, this is not the same as just clicking on it, checking the trap, and placing the next one. Like, not only does this feel worse and less huntery and more stupid, but it also requires 97 magic. Hell no. But yeah, continue.
And it's on the lunar spellbook, and it
Yep.
costs astral runes, apparently. So yeah.
Love that. Love that.
I agree with that. Big Game Hunter. I think some of the best content the game has.
I agree.
So I think Hunter's in a weird spot for me where the actual core training is pretty crap, in my opinion. But then it has a really, really good Band-Aid minigame to make it really fun when you hit that.
Okay.
But I don't know what the fix is.
Yeah, I mean, you got to come up with something.
The thing with Hunter is obviously quite early. Well, you could do it actually all the time. You got the whirligigs, which aren't everyone's favorite thing, but I like them more than kind of traditional Hunter, just because you kind of, you know, you have that more of a rhythm. You just kind of click, 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 click. You know, you kind of just bash it out, but then it gets very, very monotonous. So I would love to see maybe think of like a smaller version of like a Big Game Hunter.
Every PUP suggestion is basically Sepulcher.
So you know,
mid-level Hunter Sepulcher.
You know when you're doing I think it's the teasing stick.
Yeah.
Where you're like, there's those like Jaguar boys. You have to like, you know, that you jump over the little hole that you've made, and then they fall into the hole in the ground, and you collect them. And then you also have, is it kebits or rabbits around Eagle's Peak area, where they kind of go through the little tunnels and appear out of the other ones. I really like the kind of like, not like mini gamey type things, but the really small, interesting kind of like niche ways that you catch a hunter guy that isn't just chuck a trap down and then it runs into it. I think like having a little bit more thought on how to catch the hunter thing is quite fun.
You want more of a chase. Have you done the falconry though? Do you know about the falconry?
I have not done falconry.
Oh. Do you want me to take you there now? On an adventure?
Not particularly.
Okay, basically you purchase a bird on a loan, and then you click on the kebbit and your bird flies out of your hand and blasts the kebbit, and then you run up to the bird to collect both the dead kebbit and your bird, and then you go again.
I mean, that sounds like okay, I guess, but it's more that like the action you're doing then is kind of just, I imagine it's just kind of click on
It's
the
click
boy.
twice. Yeah, click one,
And
click
then
two.
yeah,
click
yeah.
one,
Whereas
click
like
two.
I wish there's a bit more like kind of luring it into a trap type of thing. And I'm not thinking anything like remotely as big as like a big game hunter or even close to that. But just kind of monsters that were maybe larger and required a little bit more thought. Like imagine like, let's say you're killing the mammoths in the mammoth area, right? Imagine you were hunting those. Maybe there's like a big trap in the middle and you kind of have to lure him in or poke him in or something like that. I think a bit more variety in the way that you catch hunter creatures that isn't just
I feel like you're describing pitfalls, but if the pit was bigger.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I like the pitfall things. They're a little bit annoying because you just get hit tons of damage and then you get poisoned, but ignore that part.
I think in old school as well, their pitfalls actually have good rewards. So they're like actually kind of cool and good. Like the Varlamore pitfalls give you like a meat that is like really, really good. Whereas in RS3, our pitfalls are just an absolute afterthought. So luring smaller mobs into a trap like pitfalls with a bigger pit. That sound about right?
Yeah, I'd say that. The issue for me is that every single thing of Hunter is the same. It's just very monotonous, and I think having a little bit more brain power.
It is a very similar process. Like different kinds of traps feel closer to each other than they should, potentially. Like, I don't know. I always like trapping salamanders. I always thought that was really fun and really cool. But you're right that how different from that is box trapping. It's not
just the same as box traps.
Different. It's just that they're in set locations. But then if they're in set locations, how different is that from pitfall? So yeah, no, that's totally fair. It's kind of funny that the skill with the most different ways to train, the suggestion is like a different way to train it. But yeah, I don't disagree. Do something a little bit different. All right, team. I think it's time to vote. Unless anyone in chat has any big thoughts on Hunter, it's time to poll. Auto deploy next trap when you collect a full one, like an old school RuneScape. What do we think? Do we like it or do we hate it? Get your votes in. This is your last chance. This is coming out on Monday. There's a lot of pressure on this one. 100%. Somebody said no. There is no way.
Ban him.
Ban him. If we find out that you proteined your hunter, you're getting banned. No, I'm kidding. A second no has hit the... Yeah, no, fair enough. Invention does this, by the way. Yeah, but maybe Hunter should just do this. You know?
Yeah, I don't think that... Yeah.
That is one of my gripes about RuneScape is... and I've said this before, a lot of things that should just be a quality of life to make the game better are basically made as end-game reward spaces for some reason. And they're usually put so late in the curve that by the time you would want to do them, you're already past the level. I mean, trap telekinesis is a really good example. You usually do box trapping between level 40 and level 80 in RS3, or 40 and 70, okay? So trap telekinesis, the thing that you would use for that grind, unlocks at 97 magic. So you unlock it after the point that you would ever need it because they didn't want to just make it a QOL. That's like a perfect example of it. But anyway, that passed with a 95.6%. I'll take it. But the real question, chat, is how do we feel about small game hunter?
I like the name. I'll tell you that.
I mean, it is actually a very RuneScapey name.
It is, yes.
Can we get medium game hunter instead? Get out of here, Kilsa. Every suggestion from you is just, I can't believe this. Medium game hunter. Pathetic. Is that a mode designed for small people? Chat. I'm sorry for bullying you, Kilsa. Oh my god, it's not passing. Small game hunter is not passing right now.
There's a lot. Maybe I'll have to vote myself.
Get your votes in. Few seconds left. Get your votes in. This one's it's a close one. How do we feel about small game hunter? Chat, this is why your vote is important. Not everything's an automatic pass. And you know what? Small game hunter is going to fail. So, okay, what I was thinking is imagine you dig a big hole in the middle of the mammoth spot, okay? All right? And then you build a trap, but the trap is just a shovel, like a Zamboni, like a hockey Zamboni, all right? And you wind it up, and it just goes bang, and it just punts the mammoth, and they fall in the hole. Yeah, and then they die in the hole, and then the next day you collect them. That's what I was like Looney Tunes style. Like you're arming like a massive boot, and it just yaunches them into a hole that they can't climb out of. But yeah, fair enough. All right, the community does not like small game hunter. It was close though. It was close. In old school, this would get repulled until it passed. So take solace in that.
Dub.
But yeah, fair enough. All right, no small game hunter. Do you have a skill that's tickling your fancy, Big Pup?
So I have one, but we might have to frame it a little differently.
All right, off to a good start.
The one I'd like to do is construction.
Okay, let's go.
But I think there's a large part of it that should be talking about what we are wanting from the construction rework. Because we're obviously, like, if you said to me, hi, what do you want from construction? I feel like the kind of generic answer is a POH rework, which we know we're getting.
Yeah.
But up till now, we don't know anything about what we're getting with it.
Yep. We both don't know anything about what we're getting from it.
I don't know what we're getting. Someone might know what we're getting. But it might be interesting to talk about what we would like to get from it.
Yeah.
Because for me, the reason currently I'm constructing an old school, trying to make my house there, you know, because I can get all the teleports and all the useful things. And on RS3, the POH is just pointless. Like no one knows anything about the POH. And it's kind of an issue with PVM Hub and all the many choices of teleport jewelry we have. And I'm actually struggling to see how jerks are going to make it useful and relevant and cool. Because everything already exists as an item or in the PVM Hub.
Also, sorry, I'm smiling, and I think you are too, because Squid in chat said, I want my POH to be able to connect people on my friends list and be able to walk there. So I replied, imagine setting up an alt at every single clue dig spot. So that you can but yeah, no, I fully agree with what you've said. It's hard to add value to construction if you're basing it off of old school, because in old school the main value of the POH is all things at War's Retreat. It's the Adren Crystal, that's a POH thing. It's teleports to unique places. Yeah, fully agree.
Yep. There's a fey ring, there's a spirit tree. We already have portable fey rings, portable spirit trees. We have Passage of the Abyss with the jewelry box that they have. It's a tough one. So what I'm hoping is that a large amount of teleports are restricted to within the POH. And I'm hoping that War's Retreat does not exist. That is what I would like to see.
I am gonna pull this one, but you're gonna get absolutely blasted.
I'm gonna get absolutely blasted.
But you're allowed to. No, you're allowed to. You know, you don't need to. You don't need to pander. You don't gotta pander. To the chat. You can talk your shit.
I'm fine being wrong, but I think construction needs some value, and currently it has 0 value. That's the whole problem. No one cares about the skill. You just AFK the fort because someone told you to get the higher number.
People always make like proxy arguments here. It's like, well, isn't the world gonna feel more empty? And it's like, I mean, I don't know. You gotta kind of pick a battle. I don't know. To me, I agree with the sentiment that one of the things I used to love about my POH was having teleports with no runes. That always was really cool to me. So I would take, like, because you used to not be able to swap spellbooks very easily either, right? So back in my day, when I wanted to swap spellbooks or teleport to like Canifis, instead of using the lodestone or spellbook swapping with the magic cape, what I would do is I had a Carol teleport portal in my POH. And that was my infinite teleport to Canifis. So I would house tele from the normal spellbook, and then I would redirect to Carol. The thing is, if you pitch that to RS3 players now, they say, absolutely not. That's a lot of work. Why would I want that when I could just click? So I think I don't disagree with you that like building Wars teleports into a reward space, I think could be really cool and would add a lot of value to this skill. But I don't think you'll get community backing on this.
So I agree. I'll still stand by what I said, but here's the flip side. Not like for chat, just kind of as a discussion. Let's say most of chat don't want that, which is perfectly valid. What are Jaggers going to do then? Like, what is the
to make
POH
construction
going to
valuable.
be?
Oh, I have an
Yeah.
answer for you, like a possibility. I mean, I do think there's a lot of other stuff they can do that's not teleport related, but you could also do what's the word I'm looking for? You know when Wars Retreat Batch 2 was leaked and then it never came out?
Yep.
But it was going to be like a big area to showcase your like achievements.
Yes.
So there's a world where you give people good customization options and you give people good flex pieces and vanities, and they want to make and have and chill in their house because it's cool, as opposed to being a usefulness thing.
That would be really cool. I think lots of POH customization would be cool. Kind of like how Dragon Wilds has a ton of building options. I think that'd be cool. It's like Minecraft. Oh, actually, I was playing Minecraft yesterday. Someone sent me a new mod pack, actually. Do you want it?
Oh, yeah. Wait, please.
Yeah.
Can I?
I got you. Yes,
Chat, anybody in chat
I'll
want
send
it?
over.
Oh, yes, please. I've been looking for a new mod pack.
But yes, my view of the POH is it's kind of a teleportation area, but obviously, I think an area to flex off your achievements and just make a nice place to be would be cool. Because that's what it used to be like back in the day. It was you make a really cool POH just to design something that looks nice, and then you're happy with it. So something like that would be cool.
There is a cat
Do you
trying
want
to
to talk me
kill
through your
me.
idea?
Yeah, so mine is similar to yours, but I think it's gonna still fail, but piss off fewer people. So I've thought about this a lot, and I know Cluers aren't gonna like this, whatever. I have always had a bit of beef with the Lodestone Network. And the beef that I've had with the Lodestone Network is this. It's kind of twofold. One, ow, oh, Pippin. Oh, he
Is
just
that the
bit me
first
in
part
the
of it?
knee. No, he just bit me in the knee really bad. And I'm wearing like running shorts, so my knees were exposed. Pippin, you're a
Chump.
menace. Hold, I'm deporting him. I'm deporting him.
Deport him. So you give it a few months, you'll get deported too. I miss
God,
Pippin.
he drew blood.
What the?
Yeah. I'm
Did he-
bleeding
did he-
out.
Did he like paw scratch you or did he munch you?
He munched. He bit my knee. Yeah, he
Is
jumped up and he
is
bit
he
my
a
knee.
biter?
He's usually more of a nibbler.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, okay, sorry. So where I was going with the Lodestone Network, one, I think Magic's value in RuneScape was partially due to teleports. Like getting 25 Magic so that you can get to Varrock was like a valuable thing and a useful thing, and I liked that. So that's like kind of one thing is like, I feel like Lodestones devalue Magic a lot. But two, and this one is a lot more important. Thematically and by definition, a lodestone is an interconnected teleportation situation where it's a network, the lodestone network, okay?
Yes.
So you should not be able to access the lodestone network from your interface. You should be able to access the lodestone network from a different lodestone. Like the way they are in Dragon Wilds, that is how lodestones are supposed to work and work in other games. It doesn't make any sense unless you're saying that my head is a 5G connector.
Your head is pretty
So-
big, to be fair.
What? Wait, what do you mean?
Oh, sorry, I was getting distracted.
So my take and my suggestion for POH is I would actually really like it if you had to go to a lodestone in order to access the lodestone network. And that could be Lumbridge. You could teleport to Lumbridge and then go to the Lumbridge lodestone, and that could be your pathway to get to anywhere. Like it wouldn't add that much time getting around, but it would make a lot more sense. And then what you could do is you could actually put a lodestone that was interconnected to the network in your POH. And that would do two things. One, adds a useful teleport to your POH. Two, it means that you can access your POH from every major city and location in RuneScape. via the lodestone network. So that would be my suggestion. I know some people are gonna be like, oh, but my teleports, I need to get everywhere in 1 second. But I kind of don't disagree with you where it's like, I think we probably have too many really easily accessible teleports, and I would like this for a couple reasons. 1, makes magic a little more useful. 2, makes a lot more thematic sense. 3, I think it would be really sick to make a portal room in my POH, to be honest with you. Put it at like a reasonably low level. Don't make it a level 90 unlock. Make it a level 40 unlock. You can connect your house to the lodestone network. And I think that's kind of cool too, because you can then get a custom lodestone for your POH depending on where your house is. So if your house is in Priv, your POH lodestone would show up in Priv. And I think that would actually be really, really cool. So you could actually pick a number of different locations for your POH lodestone. So yeah, that's my suggestion. That's what I would like. And I know both of these are probably going to get downvoted to oblivion, but I stand by it being a good idea.
I agree. I mean, the whole concept of spirit trees makes perfect sense until they added portable spirit trees. And then it just went down the drain.
It's kind of the same thing where shouldn't you have to go to the tree to access the network of trees?
Yeah.
That's sort of where I'm at with it anyway, but maybe I'm a boomer. Anyway, I'm going to pull mine first. Get your votes in. Rework lodestones to require going to a lodestone to access the network and put one in POH. Start the poll. I'm curious what you guys think about this one because I know it's a little bit more of a contentious one, but
I think you'll win.
it's actually doing better than I thought. Oh, never mind.
Oh, no. It started off really well.
Now we're doing okay.
It's,
We're doing okay. No, get your votes in though. I'm super, super curious about this. We got a lot of 2s early. Some people actually typed multiple 2s. That's how much they hated it. We'll keep it going for a little longer. Yeah, this is the kind of poll where in old school, they would just continue to reword it until people didn't even know what they were voting for. But yeah, 55% yes, 45% no. That is not a pass. But yeah, no, fair enough. Like my expectation was not that this one was going to pass, but I feel strongly that it would actually make the game make a lot more sense. But speaking of shit that's not going to pass.
Yep. Ship it.
Take a large amount of teleports and restrict them to the POH, and then also delete War's Retreat.
Yes.
For what it's worth, I don't know that I would even vote yes for this. I agree that Wars is a problem, but I don't know if the solution is yeet everything in Wars to the POH. Start your engines, get your votes in. Oh, Pup, they're cooking you. Pup, they're blasting you. They're blowing you to smithereens, Pup.
We're not winning, are we?
Pup, abort. HP's getting real low,
It's
buddy.
okay. I'm barricaded.
You're cated. Okay, big.
Yeah.
Yeah, about a 70-30. Yeah, fair enough. Makes sense. Here's the thing. The people just don't understand, you know, but they will. One day they will.
I mean, I could just be wrong.
You could be wrong.
I could be wrong. I feel like teleports are a very tricky thing in this game.
I've never seen so many 2s in my life, by the way.
I know. As a cluer, I love the amount of teleports we have. But as someone that like values the game feeling, you know, kind of fun.
A good game.
They're a mess.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm like not a cluer at all. So I'm much more likely to be like, screw the teleports. The other thing too, while we're talking about Wars, and we can just touch on this, but I do miss, or did miss, when bossing was about going for a trip and chaining kills together. That was something I really enjoyed about old school leagues, is as I got better at a boss, I went from doing 2-kill trips to 8-kill trips, and that actually felt very good. But I don't think the solution to that necessarily has to be delete Wars. Because if you think about it this way, all right, stay with me on this one, chat. I need everybody locked in and fully focused. I don't know if we need to play Subway Surfers or something. Actually, hold up.
Locked in. Oh,
no,
God.
this is like an actually important one. Okay, I've got Subway Surfers coming. Don't worry. No, I don't want the trailer for the... Okay, perfect. Okay. So... Okay, so here's the thing about Wars. The reason why you go to Wars between every kill isn't like because of War's Retreat. It's because you want to reset your boosts in your adrenaline, right? So my take is possibly, instead of deleting wars, what if, either tied to combat score or just as a QOL at some bosses, what if when you killed the boss, okay? What if you kill the boss, after killing the boss, your adrenaline went up by 50%, and your prayer went to full, and your cooldowns went to 0? In time for the next boss kill to spawn.
Ship it.
And then that way
So-
you're not doing the wars loop, but you're getting the same amount of boost.
The other issue as well is that for some bosses, like, they don't respawn in the instance. So you kind of feel like you have to leave the instance. And then for some bosses, like Ghost Dungeon 2, it's faster to leave and rejoin the instance than just stay in the instance, which to me just doesn't really make any sense. I feel like I'm basically incentivized to leave the instance if I want my kills to be faster.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing. So someone asked, why is that better? So my thinking is, and maybe this is a terrible idea, it probably is, we're not even going to pull it, but the idea of 1 minute boss kill, bank at wars, back through portal, 1 minute boss kill over and over and over again is a very jarring loop compared to going to a boss and killing the boss and staying there and killing the boss. But it's just better to go to wars between every single boss kill, teleport out, teleport back. So my thinking is like, there is value in getting to a place and staying there for a period of time. I don't know how to make that worth doing again. That's all my thinking is.
It's a skill to learn. Are we talking
What,
about
how to
it's a
teleport?
skill to teleport?
What?
Have I misread the comment? I hope
I would challenge. I don't know that is a skill to learn. I would challenge that. But, you know.
The art of fast banking is real.
It's a skill to learn to
No.
prolong trips. Yes, I agree.
Yes.
But there's no
yes.
benefit to prolonging trips. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
the
what my
issue.
issue is I wish it was actually like beneficial to get, you know, I miss packing for a long journey instead of bringing half of an overload dose that I overloaded a bank and knowing I'll be back at a bank in 1 minute. And maybe I'm just a boomer. Like, it's very possible that I'm like just stuck in the times. And, you know, I also don't think like Wars Retreat, it's going to be really hard for them to delete it, to be honest with you. So
I don't
see it ever getting deleted. Exactly. No. But I kind of feel like that's sort of why my thinking is like, if you can't delete it, maybe your only bet is there a way to make it not as essentially important? Is there a way to actually incentivize staying in for longer?
So someone
Maybe
said
they
prolong trips by making common loot a bit better as you stay in the instance. And all that does is just buff AFKers and not change anyone that's active. The whole issue I find with the whole leaving and then rejoining is that it's just faster kills per hour, which means you're always going to get more drops.
That's the thing that I don't like.
That's
exactly, is that it is higher KPH to leave between every single kill. That's what feels kind of weird to me, where I kind of feel like it should be faster kills per hour to not leave because you're not leaving.
Because you're not leaving, yeah. And I think, honestly, I think a lot of that is based upon your adren and your cooldowns and that, but also just the way bosses respawn. Like, once you kill, like, I feel like it's a little bit different with a really long boss fight, like a Mascot, right? But even something that's kind of shorter, like Vindictor. Once you kill Vindictor, it's faster to just leave and go back than to wait for the bosses to respawn. So I feel like maybe you have a button that can just instant respawn the boss, which then incentivizes you to
staying because it's faster.
Stay in the instance.
You know, that would actually do it. That might be the easiest way to do it.
Because then, if you're AFK, you wouldn't be clicking that fast button. You know what I mean? I actually kind of like that, because then you'd be incentivized to end your kill on full adren and then hit the button to instant spawn the boss, and then all of a sudden the wars loop is less good than gearing for a long trip, which is arguably better from a gameplay loop standpoint. I actually like that, Pup. You've done well. Oh, hi, Mod Ryan. How are you? Yeah, I'm very on board with that. It kind of goes back to, I think everyone was, including me, so I'm not going to say everyone, but we know everyone, was pretty disappointed when Sanctum of Rebirth came out, and it wasn't ever worth to go down between the 3 bosses. I think it was so sick that you can, but no one ever does, because it's not good. And I think that's a downside.
I would actually fully agree with that. I'm on board. I also was very disappointed that I didn't even think like it made sense that you could bank between runs. It's basically like Theater of Blood if you could bank between every boss. But also, yeah, I wish there had been a benefit to not banking. Like even if it's a drop rate thing, or you just make it so that between every boss fight when you go through the portal resets your adrenaline and HP and whatever, your cooldowns. But yeah, no, I fully agree. The kills per hour should be higher, not banking. And it's the opposite of that.
Yeah.
Fully agree. Yeah, I also don't think it's bad that you can bank. I just don't think it should be better to bank. That's sort of my take.
Like sometimes you just need food. Like that's fine. And it shouldn't ruin everything you're doing if you have to bank. But the fact that the meta for most things is banking, I don't think it's the case now. Like, but I'm pretty sure that for a long period of time, the fastest Elite Dungeon full runs were just banking between all 3 bosses, because you gained that much benefit. So no,
yeah, I mean,
Sanctum Rebirth runs, I mean.
To be fair, Pup, offering faster spawns if you stay in the instance, I actually do think fixes that at a lot of places, straight up. It may not fix it at places like Sanctum, but I actually do think it fixes it at a lot of spots, which is kind of cool to think about. Like, yeah, it would definitely do something.
Think like Rax, for example, where it's like Rax or Raksha, where it's a short-ish fight, but you could definitely just, once the kill's ended, there's just a thing that puts you back at the start and you just go again.
And then you could loop them. Yeah. And that would be, I also think it would be cool seeing KPH records that aren't just how fast can you bank at wars.
Yes.
Do we really want fast KPH? For people who are actively playing that incentivizes long trips, I think you're fine with that. Yeah. I have no issue with like the idea that someone will get 5% more kills per hour by actually staying for a full hour instead of banking. It's more of a psychological thing.
It's not about the actual faster KPH in the game.
It's more that it feels weird that the best way to get KPH is to bank every 2 minutes.
Yes.
And I would rather you could get the same KPH not banking every 2 minutes, if that makes sense.
Yeah, from like a balancing standpoint, I don't care if the KPH is faster. It's more that I think that you should be able to stay in the instance and benefit from that.
How about we marry War and then we move his retreat into our POH?
Oh.
I mean, you could do worse. Theory-wise said doing a full Elite Dungeon run without banking should award you with a rate increase. So Elite Dungeons are a good example of this being done in kind of a weird way. Elite Dungeons, they added an unlock where you can unlock banks in the Elite Dungeon. So there are banks every, I don't know, 1.5 minutes of every Elite Dungeon. So you can right-click load last preset from within the dungeon. So they kind of solved the wars loop in the opposite way, which is you get to stay in the dungeon for the whole run because there are a bunch of banks in the dungeon. So it's kind of the opposite. But yeah, no, I definitely feel like in general, I mean, we talked about this yesterday briefly and not to like get sidetracked on combat, but yesterday we discussed rewarding players for, scaling options for Elite Dungeons. And one of the things that I was thinking is like, if I could fight Nakatra, but Nakatra had twice the life points and twice the mechanics and twice the drop rates and the kill times are twice as long, I would probably prefer that because I don't like that every boss in this game is seemingly, other than 3 bosses, every boss fight in this game is sub 3 minutes. There are 3 bosses that are longer than 3 minutes in this game. And I kind of wish that there were bosses that were more of a slow burn. And I
Mhm.
don't know how to make that for myself other than making a new account that is
You just need to be
intentionally
worse.
super underleveled.
Yep.
But
Yep.
yeah, I wish I could upscale bosses, even if it wasn't more efficient, just because I think it's more fun to spend more time in a place.
Rago, Amaska, Rago, Amaska, and Samarak, I think are the three.
Yeah.
Croesus. Yeah, Croesus. Yeah, now we're cooking.
Yeah. But anyway,
Oh, I guess
that's more of
Zuck.
like a me thing. Ryan said, I will join the call in 30 minutes if you want. Yeah, come on down. You're more than welcome to. Anytime. Okay, before Mod Ryan joins, though, maybe we should keep slamming some more skills. Heavens Vibe, thank you for the 90 months. Appreciate it. It's very kind of you.
Yeah. I feel like there are a lot of skills that are quite similar in the sense of, not that that's a bad thing, but you know, like a cooking, a fishing, a farm making, a crafting, like they're all kind of those artisan type skills. I know fishing's not artisan, but you know, they're quite similar in the way they're done.
Isn't Solak a 5-minute boss? Nope. It is a 2-minute boss.
Each is 3+ minutes. No, it's
No, it
it's,
isn't.
no,
Well, it
no,
is
it's
if you're
not.
not good at it, but if you are
It
good
is
at
if
it,
you're
then it's
bad.
not. No, Pup, you say if you're learning.
Oh,
If you're
sorry. If you're
learning.
learning, if you're an improving PVM, that's what I
There
call
you
people,
go.
an improving
We're
PVM.
so back. Okay, what's the next skill? Where are we dropping?
I don't know. I think it's your turn to pick.
Ooh, okay. See, my big thieving pitch that I'm trying to get some internal JMod buy-in on, I'm going to save it for when Ryan's here because I
Okay.
think they could do so much more with committing crimes. I was thinking you do 120 thieving and 120 fire making at the same time. And then what you do is you build the POH in the POH rework, okay? You spend 1 billion coins on POH insurance at the estate agent. You use 120 fire making to commit arson and burn down your own house. And then if your thieving level is high enough, you pass the thieving check, and the crime you commit is getting away with the arson, and you get the insurance payout. So you've made a perfect loop connecting thieving, fire making, and construction. That's sort of my big pitch, but I think I should save it for when Ryan's here because I actually
if
really
your
would
thieving
like to
level
hear it.
isn't high enough and you fail the thieving check, what happens? Do you just
Oh, they
become
put
a
you in
homeless?
West Arty and you can't leave.
Got you. Okay, so it's a big risk.
Yeah.
I'm liking this. I'm a fan.
Yeah, that was my thing.
Okay, we'll save that for when Ryan's here.
Cool. All right. Why don't we go to see Ryan isn't gonna want to talk combat because we talk combat every time. So why don't
you.
What the hell?
I think we could talk combat skills, but keep it very, very skill focused.
Yeah, like you could change an ability or a progression thing or a curve thing or a yeah, okay. I mean, I think a fun combat skill to talk about could be
You know what? I think the fun one and more interesting one to talk about is Constitution.
I agree. Take me there.
Partly because it's called the wrong thing.
Talk to me, Big Pub.
It should be called HP. I don't know why it's not called HP.
That would get 100% pass, by the way.
It should, yeah. That's not my thing because it's just the default standard one, but it's HP.
Wait, why would you rename it to House of Parliament?
It just, spices it up.
Oh, okay.
I think it's an interesting one because it kind of does. It's a weird one where all it does is give you health, which is very, very important, but then it does nothing else. And I'm not saying that's bad. It's just very cut and dry,
Pup, what if the food you ate scaled with your HP level? So you needed to high HP level to benefit from high HP food.
It's because a lot of food used to do that.
I'm joking. They just removed that. They literally just removed that, and it was actually terrible. So I was kind of kidding about that.
I was about to say I don't really like it because you're just kind of, fucked over.
Yeah, it made it bad for your build. Like if you started Iron Man and you go crazy on fishing and cooking, and then you can't even eat your fish
You
or
can't
cook
use what you're using. Yeah.
You know.
Why can't HP just give you more health? Isn't it good enough? I'm not saying that it needs more things. It's just very interesting how it is purely just that. You know, we have all these really complex things like necromancy, invention, archaeology, and health is just health. You know, just health, innit?
Yeah, I'm looking at the skill guide, and it's basically some HP abilities that I thought they deleted, honestly.
I realized that Tuska's Wrath still existed. I thought they deleted that until I looked the
No.
other day.
Void Armor, Shards Shatter for some reason, Access to Zami God Warriors, Next Gear, but not Masterwork Gear that takes Next Gear, by the way. And then all of the portents. Yeah, so what would you change about HP if you could change anything? Or do you want me to talk about HP a little more?
I don't have a change in mind yet, so you're welcome to talk.
I have a change in mind. So I'm not going to lie. I think HP is fine as the skill that you train while you train other skills. I think it's okay that the main thing you get from it is just life points. But I think it is very weird that you need to either put on Fortitude or you need a 99 HP cape in your max cape in order to heal at a bank in combat. That thing annoys me. That's the one thing that annoys me, and that would be my change to HP. Let you heal at banks without having to 99 HP cape or Fortitude Prayer. That's the one change I can think of for HP where it's just like, yeah, that's very obvious. It would just make sense. That's the only thing I can think of. But if you don't have anything, you could also do the name change if you want.
I mean, trying to think of something that's a little bit more interesting. But then maybe if it's just perfect as it is, you know, it's just there's nothing wrong with HP. It's just HP. Change the name.
All right, Pup, I'm gonna pull you.
I hope I pass. I've not been on a good streak recently.
Change the name back to hit points. Are we doing it, or are we keeping it as Constitution?
Constitution. There's a 2 in there. When did he start playing? I'm actually quite surprised it's not 100%.
Also, I was looking at this because I was looking for fun America facts now that I'm in America. I bought beer for the first time yesterday. Wait, I can drink beer now.
Wait, is American beer the same as Canadian beer? Because American beer is trash.
I don't know. I'm gonna find out. We'll find out in a minute. I'll grab a beer now.
I guess we'll find out.
But did you know that the Constitution wasn't even signed on July 4th?
No.
It was signed on September 17th.
Why is July 4th America Day then?
It was only adopted on July 4th. But the actual signing didn't take place until August. And it didn't come into effect until September the following year. So y'all celebrate your Independence Day for the day that the legislature was drafted and not the day that it came into effect.
That's really interesting.
Right? Kind of weird. Anyway, we've changed the name back to Hit Points. Let's go.
Big dub. Huge.
Sorry,
dub.
I wanted to have an America moment. I'm trying to learn, all right? I'm trying to learn.
That's okay. I mean, I didn't know that. That's kind of interesting.
Right?
Although I do like to make fun of Americans, so there is that.
Okay. My thing is just letting you heal at banks without having to 99 HP keep or Fortitude Prayer in combat.
You're gonna hate me.
Combat.
But I would vote no.
Well, you probably don't think banks should heal you at all.
No, I'm fine with that. I'm a Berserk Relic user.
Ah, fair enough. Ooh, do y'all want an absolute cheat, by the way? Also, chat, I'm telling you right now, this is some clever use of game mechanics, and you may get banned if you do this, but maybe you won't because I'm admitting right now to doing it. So maybe it's fine.
Reading it, he says you have. Well, he didn't write it down, but you have to be not in combats to heal at banks.
Yeah, so you just have to wait like 10 seconds in order to heal at a bank.
If you're in combat, you won't heal.
Yeah, it just saves you from having to wait for 10 seconds. If you're in combat, you won't heal.
Correct.
So, you know the healing in banks thing? On my hardcore, I trained thieving up. With the oblivious perks to make it Giga AFK.
Yep.
I lured a bunch of guards into the Artie bank so that I could pickpocket from them while also healing from the bank.
Whilst healing
And I locked them in
permanently. Oh, wow.
place. So every time I pickpocketed one and it hit me, I healed up to full again.
That's pretty funny.
How we feeling, chat? How was that for some damn tech? Not bad. Not bad. I basically just brought the bank with me. Anyway, let's pull this one. Let me know what you guys think. I think it's kind of an obvious one. It just means that if you don't need 99 HP to bank quickly.
Yeah, it seems like an easy dub.
Ban incoming. Yeah, I feel like this
It
one
is,
probably passes, but I'm curious to see.
It's definitely annoying that you have to wait until you're out of combat, or you have to.
100% yeses, by the way.
100%. Let's go.
I mean, come on, come on. This guy knows. Give him his job back. No, I'm kidding. It's a joke. Joke.
Should the sign of life be HP cape instead of defense cape?
It shouldn't exist. That's okay.
That's the actual answer. Maybe we get to that when we get to defense.
We're talking about defense. Yeah, maybe that shouldn't. Yeah. Okay, Pup, where are you taking us?
Are we sticking with combat skills?
We don't have to, but we can. Yeah, we could do another combat skill if you'd like.
Should we do ranged?
I would love to do range. All right, so why don't you introduce the idea of range to us while I go get an American beer?
Okay. The idea of ranged. So basically, lads, you're going to hit the boss, but stand really far away. And then it'll take damage. And you won't take damage because you're far from his big arms. So, yeah. Bang. Okay, now, here's the thing, right? Ranged. It's complicated and it's costly. That's the problem. It's tough to use. Make crossbows great again. So yeah, I do want to clarify with Ryan slightly when he gets back what the aim is, because there are various so there are various issues with ranged, and I don't know what encompassed within the ranged skill.
So
because the upgrade path is awful, but that's also not really something you can just fix.
I have a bunch of bolt related fixes, and I think that's more under range than fletching, because you make the bolts via fletching, but they impact range. So for what it's worth.
Why don't you go over your bolt fixes, and then I'll kind of have more of an idea of what you're wanting.
Cool. Yeah, so my thinking for range was as follows. Everybody knows that it's bowscape and bolts are bad. And I'm okay with the idea that bows are better than bolts. I don't mind. They have higher X. But the thing that annoys me a lot about bolts is all of the bolted ammunition has a level bracket requirement. So as an example, you might be fighting a boss where it's like opal bolts would be sick to use because the effect is good, but opal bolts are level 40, no matter what. So even if you like the effect of them, you can't actually use them because they're terrible in terms of all of the damage they do. So there are kind of two things with bolts that I would want to do. My first change is I would want to make enchanted bolts scale to 80. So ruby bolts right now are level, I think, 50 or 60. You can't use them anywhere. Even if you would want to use them, you wouldn't be able to because they don't scale up or down. So thing one is I would want the enchanted bolts to scale to 80 because there are some really, really cool bolt effects.
Yes.
I'm going to pull up some of them. Just in case you guys don't know, I would love to use these bolts. The only reason I can't use them is opal bolts are only level 20. They give you lightning for 10% damage. Kind of cool. Pearl bolt, sea curse, 15% more damage to enemies that are weak to water. That is absolutely sick. That is a very strong bolt if it wasn't locked to being level 30 only. Like, this would be really fun. Wouldn't it make bolts really cool? Jade bolts give you a stun. That would be useful if they weren't tier 35 forced. Topaz bolts lower your target's magic level, so they'd be good at a spot like Carapac, but you can't use them. Sapphire bolts, let you steal prayer. I don't know how that works, but maybe you can make next run out of prayer points. Emerald
be
bolts of
fun.
poison, rubies, you guys know how those work. Diamond bolts are armor piercing, dragon bolts, whatever. These bolts are good, but because they don't scale up, they're actually not useful anywhere. So that would be my first change, is just if they scaled up immediately, there would be bolts that you would want to use in certain spots. And I think that's really, really cool. Even onyx bolts for the healing, you know? Cool. Down. I'm not mad about that. My second change to bolts that I think is also quite important. I want old ruby bolts back. I understand why they nerfed them at the time, because when they did, wow, PUP with a yes.
Yes.
But criminal bolts exist. Yeah, they're level 99 squid. You can't use them until you're at the end of your... Great for maxed accounts, terrible for everybody else. So the thing about rubies is they nerfed them when they did the combat changes because they were scared about a ruby bolt proc hitting a 30k. But now we've had so much power creep that a ruby bolt proc hitting a 30k would be literally completely fine and also very fun. So I would actually want the old ruby bolt effect back.
I 100% agree.
Back
I think they're really
for
cool.
a 30k proc. And they're also fun because they introduce bolt swapping, which is great. I have no issue with that. First half of the boss fight, you use the rubies, and then the back half, you switch to diamond or onyx or dragon. I really like that. I think it's really, really cool, and I am a fan. The grind from 69.9 only takes 2 weeks. What? Wait.
So?
Okay, but...
It could take a minute. It doesn't matter. There should still be a
still
reward space in that
It
range.
still doesn't make sense that the entire mid-game, while you're training, you can't... Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, those would be my 2 changes to range that I'd want to make. And it's not because I don't like RuneScape. I'm actually very fine with RuneScape. It's more that I think bolts are actually really well designed and cool, but they can't be used just because of the way that they're designed. So if you made a couple little changes to them, all of a sudden, bolts would be very interesting and compelling. But yeah.
Yep. I agree with that one.
Also, chat, if nobody minds, I'm going to have a Lonely Blonde American Blonde Ale by Fulton. I don't know. I've never had this beer before. I decided now that I've moved to the States, I want to try one of every beer.
Does it bang?
This is, I don't know. I don't know if it's good or not. We'll find out, I guess.
Let us know.
Oh, that's actually great. Man, 3 of these a day for the next 2 years, and we're going to be in a good spot.
You're going to be winning.
What? All right, continue. But yeah, what would you change about range?
So for me, the big thing with the range is the top-end approachability. It's a tough one. I think Bulg is very complicated to use. I think the Iron Man upkeep is awful.
They fixed the Iron Man upkeep, by the way. I know you're not a recent Iron Man, but yeah, I legitimately did like... I did an hour of fletching, and then I did like 100 ED2 runs on an hour of fletching worth of bolts or arrows. They legitimately fixed it.
Then.
Yeah, no. The arrow upkeep is like genuinely good now.
That's good to hear. Yeah, I just think the top end is not that approachable. My change, which is going to probably anger some people, would be to make the Bow of Last Guardian easier to use.
Whoa, what? Pup, you're becoming a man of the people. Okay, so talk to me. How are we making it easier to use?
So the big issue with it is the difference between making your bulk stacks go off on high damage abilities and low damage abilities is so big that the DPS gap is honestly quite huge. So I don't know exactly what I would rework, but I would probably do something along the lines of making it that your bulk stacks would potentially proc on a large hit, but not on a low hit. So like, let's say you had I don't know, 1 bulk stack, right? And you were gonna dark bow. You could kind of list like, how would I explain it? Basically, imagine if your bulk just did an extra hit on anything that hit over a 10k.
So it
So
just
there's-
only it would only count your stacks on a hit over 10k, or if you're on 3 stacks until it gets a 10k, it doesn't cross to 4.
Potentially, yes, or some basically some reason that would actually allow players who don't want to count their stacks to still benefit a lot from the damage it provides.
Fair enough.
I don't know what that would technically be because there'd have to be some tweaking, but yeah, I think that the main issue for me, from what I see with people that try to range, is that Bolg just isn't easy to use. Like if you compare it to EZK and if you compare it to the FSOA, it's not really.
My
Similar.
Bolg related take is a big part of the Bolg issue is just the buff bar. That's the only
That's
reason I don't count my
also
Bolg
true,
stacks,
yeah.
and I feel like
Mhm.
API is going to fix that. Because surely the second API comes out, someone's just going to make gauges so that you can
Mhm.
have a sound play when you're on 3 or have a visual thing when you're on 3 or whatever. And then all of a sudden it's
What
completely
you mean
fine.
is when the API comes out, we're going to have a highlighter that looks at our bulk stacks and tells us what ability to press in our action bar.
I don't think it'd be allowed to tell you what ability to press. I think that probably will be against the rules.
I'm
but
actually very
yes.
scared about the plugins.
I actually think there are going to be a lot of guardrails and rules from everything I've seen so far, which is admittedly not a ton. I don't think you're going to be able to make plugins that are like highlight the ability to press and you just click on the thing that glows and then you get the world record or whatever. I don't think that's going to be allowed. But something to
That's
tell
good.
you
That'd
when
be
you're on
cool.
3 will probably be allowed.
Mhm.
That'd be my guess.
Mhm.
But yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
that's what I would do. I'd make bulk easy to use.
Fair enough. I want old Ruby bolts so bad. Let's pull it.
Old Ruby bolts do need to come back. Also, as a complete side note, not related to this, they really do need to fix the bulk bug. I think it's.
I agree.
honestly
I've been
awful.
banging that drum for so long. It's crazy that every good ranger needs to be banned. All right, get your votes in. Here we go. Oh my god, 100%. Dude, people really want new rubies back. You know what? I agree. I just think crossbows, I mean, also, I didn't include this in fixed bolts, but the passive effect on Seretic is so shit. It's unbelievable. Do you even know what
Yeah,
it
it's
does?
awful.
The Seretic
I
passive?
do. It gives you
A
when it
random bolt that
procs,
you didn't
It gives
want.
you a random bulk that you don't. Yeah.
Here, I'm actually gonna read it just so that you guys understand how crazy bad it is. So Elite Sirenic set bonus. It's called Elite Chromatic Choir. While wielding a crossbow, attacks have a 12% chance to trigger the effect of either Dragonstone, Onyx, or Hydrix bolts, but you don't get to pick which, and it's not based on the bolts you have equipped. Okay. just a random bolt effect that you didn't want. just for fun. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, surely it should have just made it so that you have a higher chance to proc the bolts that you have on. Surely that would make a lot more sense. So that like it was like
What if?
the thing is it's just random. Why is it random?
What if every time your bolt procs, you could, like, let's say you could pre-pick a bolt that you wanted to proc, and then when your bolts proc, it would also proc that
proc the
secondary
other
effect.
one too?
Yeah.
Ooh. All right,
I
chat.
feel like there's
How
a
do
lot
we
they
feel?
could do.
Yeah. How do we feel about making the Bolg easier to use? It is being pulled. What do we think? You know, I'm actually a little torn on this. And the reason I'm torn on this, not to impact your voting, obviously, I actually don't think this is necessary as long as they fix the bug, because they kind of fixed this already with the combat changes by making Deadshot hit 8 times. And by making, like, there are so many high hit splats that give you multiple Bolg procs whenever you use them, that I feel like it's actually not as bad as people make it out to be.
I'd argue
But-
they didn't fix it with the combat changes at all, really.
Fair enough. Well, the chat is in
you could just
agreement with
ask your
you.
Chat.
We have passed. Congratulations.
Okay. Ask
We've,
your chat if bulk is easier to use now.
Well, okay, without the bug, it surely is. What?
If you ignore the bug, Because none of chat even knows what the bug is. There's like 3 people.
Someone in chat said I'm poor, so they don't have a bulg. Oh. All right, one's in chat if you'd like a free bulg so that you can have an informed opinion. Pup's gonna buy everybody a bulg after this stream.
Yeah, I got you boys.
Wait, really? Can I get one too?
No.
Wait.
Range has too many switches. You can kind of just not switch at all with range and do good damage.
I used to feel like range had too many switches. I kind of don't anymore because you don't need ammo switching as much anymore. And then in terms of the triple EOF switching, them turning snapshot into a no cooldown, basically baby dark bow, actually made a huge difference for the amount of switches. Because now, if you don't want to switch to a dark bow or a gloob, like you legitimately don't have to. I saw somebody soloing hard mode Rago Pup, and you know what they did? It was Brick. He snapshotted 10 times in a row, and every snapshot pushed the boss 1 tile. So he snapshotted, push, snapshot, push, snapshot, push. Wow. It was the perfect damage to push it every time. And I was like, holy shit, range is not as hard as it used to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of sick. But yeah, no, I actually think they did make range less switch heavy. Hi of Middle Earth, thank you for the 5 months, appreciate you. But yeah, fair enough. All right, where are we going next? It doesn't need to be combat, by the way. It can be, though.
We'll do a multifaceted one. Attack and strength.
Okay. Talk to me.
I don't get the point of strength. As in, let me clarify before we get angry at me. I think them removing the strength requirements from abilities and then leaving strength was completely useless. I think you either just remove the skill, which I personally wouldn't do, or you actually just give strength normal requirements like it used to. I think it's weird that strength is in the game and as in the game as it always has been, but has basically nothing tied to it except like the easy K requirement, and that's pretty much it.
That is fair. I think for me on attack and strength, my biggest issue, and I guess we get 2 here because they're 2 that we're looking at. My biggest issue with attack is they reworked the damage curve so that you don't need 120 strength to hit hard, and then they didn't rework the accuracy curve. So you need 120 attack to be able to hit endgame bosses. And I will say this as an account that just did combat mastery on an account with 101 attack. It was horrible. My hit chance at some endgame bosses was like 60% because I'm only 16 million attack XP instead of 104 million attack XP. So my big take on attack is they needed to rework the attack curve to make it less punishing.
For attack, I have to fully agree with you. I think anyone that has 120 attack when the change came out noticed absolutely no difference. And anyone that didn't got absolutely
blasted.
Yeah.
I hated this change when it came out. I still hate it now. Having played through it, it is exactly so bad, in my opinion.
Yes.
Yeah, you can copy mine if you want for attack.
So my strength change is...
give it to me.
I feel like it needs a bit more than what it is. So my change is, I think all abilities should require an attack level, which they all do.
Okay.
And all weapons should require a strength level. So that you still need both of them, and they do different things. That's my change.
Ooh, so your idea is that attack is kind of double dipping, you know? You need 75 to put on your AGS, but you also need 75 to use your AGS abilities. Whereas you think it should be a requirement to actually wield it with strength.
Yep.
Ooh. See, I feel like this would never pass because it's too big of a change from like how people view attack. Like it doesn't feel super RuneScape-y. But it does do a better job.
Yeah.
In terms of like making each useful for something.
Yeah, I do find it weird that melee is not a skill, it's attack and strength, which obviously we all know as attack and strength. We've all played RuneScape for ages, right? But the fact that attack is now pretty much the only useful thing, and strength does kind of nothing in terms of level unlocks. It's just you get a bit more damage when you get a bigger level.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair. I think it's a fair point. I mean, to be fair, I don't know what I would change about strength, but I remember the old Mod Pi quote from like a decade ago, and the old Mod Pi quote from like over a decade ago was, and this is a direct quote. Quote: "Strength is useless as a skill." And it's been like that the whole time. That was the direct quote, word for word from Mod Pi. And I mean, if you think about it, like, yeah, that's kind of weird. That it is like, if you could go back and you were remaking RuneScape, right? You definitely wouldn't have attack and strength as separate skills, or and this is a hot take. Ready? So I've asked you this before, Pup, but I'm gonna ask it to you again for chat.
Yep.
If you were yanking on it on a bow, okay, you're yanking that bowstring back, you're pulling it as hard as you can. What physical attribute do you think you're using to yank that bowstring?
I would probably need some strength.
Interesting. Huh. How strange. So part of me thinks, like, very pie in the sky, if you're going back, strength should be a skill that impacts ranged and attack. It should impact your range damage as well as your melee damage. Like, if you're looking at it from a, like, this makes sense kind of way. And also mining as well, it impacts a tiny bit, but it should probably impact it more. Like, to me, strength should be not a combat style skill, but it should be like a support skill almost, where it supports the other skills that you're doing. Because if I'm thinking about strength, right? To me, strength should probably impact, I would say, defense probably, attack probably, ranged probably, construction absolutely, barbarian fishing, I mean, already does. But all that to say, like, to me, strength is just in a weird spot. I'm not saying change that about it though, because it's too late, but it feels a little weird. How about magic? I don't think magic is related to strength.
No.
Yeah. He doesn't say mining when it literally impacts mining. If you go back, I did actually say mining.
You did. Although, funny enough, it
barely
only impacts
matters.
mining so small. People think it actually does a lot to mining. It does kind of nothing.
But yeah. But yeah. Anyway, that's a hot take for strength. I think my thinking
also,
for strength...
arguably, my suggestion should probably be flipped, where attack is what you need for the weapon, and strength is what you need for the ability.
That to me feels more RuneScape-y.
The concept is of what I'm kind of envisioning is the same.
Yeah, so abilities require strength, weapons require attack. Yeah.
Also, I think Mod Ryan is ready.
I don't hate that. Oh, good morning. Well, we should vote on this one, and then we can add you to the call. Okay. Okay, I've got a strength one. Why does the Strength Master Cape randomly make Dismember, Slaughter, and Massacre heal 3% more HP, when these are abilities that are mostly like a heal for the mid game? But in order to get the most heal, you need 120 strength.
You need 120.
That's my strength changes. What the hell is this, bro?
So what would you change about it? Would you change the perk, or would you change...
I'd fire it off to the moon. 120 strength. It also doesn't feel strengthy at all. Like, to me, bleeds are attack. You know, it's finesse. It's knowing where to stab and slice, you know? Whereas, yeah, 120 strength cape perk makes no sense.
What does the attack do? Is it just more accuracy or something?
It's more accuracy. See, that makes sense.
That makes sense, yeah.
120 cape perk, which is make bleed heal more, makes absolutely no sense. Hot take, I don't like combat skill keys having perks. Ryan, I've been saying this for 4 years. I don't think combat capes should have perks. And I think they've always been stupid. I'm not a fan of any of them. Like, literally not a single one. That is my take, because to me, you should, like, to me, the reward you get for being 120 strength should be that your abilities hit the most. I just don't know that you need another reward. When you max out a skill, your reward is that you've mastered the skill. You don't need an extra reward on top of the reward. Yeah, that's my take. But yeah, no, I don't disagree with you at all. I don't know what to do with the 120 strength perk, but it makes no sense. I'm just a hater.
What if it reduced the overpower cooldown to 6 seconds? So you could overpower more in your Zerk. Because you don't do it enough currently.
I've got it. This is very vague. I'm going to say my suggestion for strength is rework it to something else. And chat, y'all can vote on if you'd want it reworked to something else. I don't know what, but...
Specific.
Yep. But yeah, to me, a lot of the skill cape rewards could be baked into the skills. Like, if it's something that you actually want to be able to do, like, okay, the range one makes your bolts proc more. What if your bolts proc more as you leveled range higher?
I think
like, to me, it's like, what do you mean? That should just be what range does.
There's a big lack of level unlocks for things that are just tied as rewards that I think should just be level unlocks. I
fully agree. I mean, that was my take when auras were removed. Almost every one of the like, oh, you can buy 5% more this from this NPC for getting this many points. All of them, I was just like, bro, just make it a level unlock so that as you level the skill, you get better at the skill. I don't understand why everything needs to be a reward space. So anyway, I fully agree with that.
Wait, Ryan has comments on this.
Yes, I have comments on this. All right, Ryan, we'll give you a call. We'll give you a call.
Let's do our... comments. Let's go. Ryan.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hello.
How are you?
Talk to us.
I'm good, thanks. How you doing?
Great.
I'm good.
You want my comments? I was going to say that the interesting thing about a lot of rewards that have been released over the last X years is they tend to exist. This is my view. It's not always true, and it's complicated, and there are good reasons why it's worth doing. But we ultimately make content, right, and add a reward to it that makes sense because it's something people want right now. If in the community, we really wish we could surge more, right? That's what people probably said at some point. And then what would end up happening is, okay, that sounds great. Players want to surge more. Let's add it as a reward from whatever content we are currently making, which sounds great in practice. It's what people want on release. But then when you look back at the game and you look at the journey, this is actually I can't remember if we discussed this last time, but I was literally talking about this with people earlier in the week when talking about mid-game rebalancing, which is dive. Like, dive is unlocked via a quest called Succession, which is, in theory, a very random quest that ultimately doesn't make much sense. And we said, well, it should probably just be an agility level, and that is probably where it should just sit. And it's just an example like that. We end up tying rewards like that to content because it makes sense at the time, because it's asked for. But then in hindsight, you look at the journey of the game, it's a bit random where you get a lot of stuff. I know with the combat modernization update earlier in the year, there was, of course, talks around things like Sunshine and Death Swiftness, but why do they not match Living Death and Zerk? That's a bit different, I think. Like, you could argue for and against that in the sense that not all 4 styles need to have the same unlocks at the same levels across the same path. But sorry, that was my comments. That was the short.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like sometimes an unlock for something or a reward for something, it's just kind of chucked into a random reward, which obviously is not like always the case, and sometimes it is just get a reward out there. But I think skills specifically, I'd say, as you level up, generally the only kind of benefit is you just unlock a new training method. You don't really often get better at the skill you're doing from an unlock. It's always you get points
from like a level unlock
from doing the skill, and then you go buy it with the points. Yeah. Think like the hunter mark shop, for example. Like, what if you just got them at a level?
Yeah, what if you got better at hunting as you got a higher hunter level, as opposed to needing to interact with a secondary kind of system?
Yeah, I don't know the answer off the top of my head, but it's just a food for thought. Like, how many reward shops are there in game?
Like 100?
So it's an interesting one because that is I I don't know the actual year span, but let's just say a lot of those the majority of those were probably made in the last 10 years of the 25-year-old game, right? It's more of a, I don't want to say a recent thing, because recent is obviously, no, we're talking many years, but reward shops are good. But I think something that RuneScape, which naturally, this is normal, of course, in a long game, like the fact that we've been going for so long is absolutely amazing, right? But at the same time, you end up doing a lot of the things that people enjoy, and then over time you look back and it's like, okay, we like this, as an example, reward shop concept was awesome, but now we have 100 of them, not
Yeah.
5. Yeah, it's all part of the fun.
Yeah, it's all part of the complexity of it. And I also think like it's an unrealistic standard to be like, oh, all of this needs to be fixed immediately. But I do still feel like sometimes current design still leans further into that. And it's the kind of thing where I see it as like a ticking time bomb, where at a certain point it's going to become a big problem that players hate. And then there's going to have to be even more time devoted to fixing it and changing it, like, 5 years down the line, where part of me wishes that this was, thought about a little more, like, because in some of the recent updates from the Road to Restoration, have leaned even more into this, like especially like the aura removal that put a bunch of the aura effects into random reward shops around the game. So to me, it kind of just exacerbates the issue. But secondarily to that, I wanted to mention, related to what you said, Hunter, we talked about a little earlier today. This was like kind of a perfect example of exactly what you mentioned about a reward space not really making a lot of sense for like when you look back at it, but people wanted it. In old school, when you click on a full trap, your character auto deploys the next one. Whereas in RS3, it's a level 97 magic spell. So you unlock that spell after the point that you're done box trapping. So it's a useless spell that is probably never used because it comes into the game so late that if you're a new player playing through, you get it after the point that you're done box trapping. Whereas in old school, it's just given to the players as QOL for free right off rip. It's not part of a system. So I wanted to highlight that as like kind of a good example of it.
Yeah. I think that, like, obviously recently as well, they had the Walls Retreat shop where a lot of things were removed, which was obviously probably good for the game, but then you have a weird thing where the Walls Retreat shop just has one thing you can buy.
I mean, that's a good example where you probably saw some posts on socials when that happened saying, here's some suggestions for all these things you could add to the Marks of War shop. The thing is, I think
Yeah.
I've discussed this many times before. By the way, if I forget what we've discussed, it's because, sounds silly to say it, I talk about RuneScape all day, every day, so I forget who I'm talking to certain things about. But War's Retreat, Marks of War, I designed that project with a couple of other people, made that. We made Marks of War for the purpose of giving you some of the consumable items. However, we're in a position now where those consumable items are less useful or don't exist anymore. Therefore, the purpose of why those Marks of Wars existed in the first place is no longer, or is getting decreasingly useful or necessary. So instead of just adding stuff back, it's more a case of, well, marks don't need to exist. I think, correct if I'm wrong, but right, the last thing is Life Refresh, which ultimately, by the end of the year with the MTX item banishment, trying to clean up a lot of this fluff, let's say, with things like, I'm just using a random other example that I always use, like Slayer VIP coupons, the whole refreshing of your, I don't have an actual design solution right now, but realistically, why don't we just auto refresh it when you enter the bank? Just as an example, like, do we really need this refresh system concept? Because the people that use them, just as an example, have an infinite amount of them, really, to the point that you're just using it over and over again anyway. I'm not saying that's the best solution, by the way, absolutely not, but it's just the idea of like simplifying it. This just, everything in RuneScape has a lot of things you can apply or consume as extra stuff, but yeah.
Yeah, I feel
no,
like there's
that makes
always
sense.
a system exists, and then you need something to accompany that system.
We had a long discussion earlier about War's Retreat and banking loops and all that stuff earlier that kind of ties into the same thing as like players also get used to systems. And then if you get rid of the whole thing, that feels like taking something away, and that makes it kind of a hard sell. But in reality, if the reason for the system to exist isn't a thing anymore, the best play is totally just to get rid of the whole system. Like if Marks of War don't need to exist anymore, then that just made the game simpler and more easy. which seems good. Also, when you're talking about life refreshes, I don't know why, but I thought what you were gonna say is people who are using life refreshes all the time. I thought you were gonna just call them bad for some reason. I don't know why. I was just thinking about like
no.
I go through a lot of life refreshes on this account, but
You're
yeah,
used
no,
to
fair
being with
play.
me. Well, my view on, I mean, we obviously touched on it slightly earlier because we were going to talk about defense. My view is that life refreshes shouldn't exist for the reason that I don't think the sign of life should exist. I think that it is not necessary.
How about, hear me out. Well, again, don't quote me, but Sign of Life was only became a problem. I'm going to base your opinion here. I'm completely making the assumption.
I'm assuming
When
you're
it
talking about
became
defense cape.
Defense Cape. When
Yes.
Defense Cape became a thing, that's when it became a problem. Because
Yes.
prior to this, you had to bring it with you and wear it, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not there was a trade-off. Passive Defense Cape, passive Sign of Life is where now essentially everyone just has a free def. I say everyone, obviously I'm talking everyone with 99 defense. It's a forced perk, give or take, right, in high-end PVM, especially when def costs were high, etc., etc. But it's one of those ones where the initial update, we were talking about divination, right? It is a good reward. It is an item you could wear. It has a good trade-off. But then over time, it's become a passive that's gotten to a stage whereby it's now just a thing you have all the time. So everyone kind of has an extra life. I know it's not that straightforward.
Yeah, honestly, for me, the issue is the being able to use it without the downside. Like, obviously, let's say you remove the defense cape perk. Obviously, you have the portent of life as well, which I think you'd probably have to, But if the question was use a useful pocket slot or a sign of life, I think that's a much more realistic trade-off that people would make. Because it kind of goes back to like the Von Bomb thing, I guess, where there's just not a downside. I think the defense cape has kind of ruined our view on the sign of life because there is no downside really.
I would agree with that. I think part of the complexity in combat in RuneScape is that there are like 100 different things that you need to bring, and a lot of them have no downsides, which is why you bring all of them. Where in a way, it would actually be a lot more simple as a mid-game player to think, okay, so I can either bring a Sign of Life or I can bring my Chaotic Grimoire. And it's a very clear, this one is protection, this one is damage. Take your pick depending on which boss and which activity you're doing.
Yeah, I don't know if you're actually, I don't know what skill you're on, whether you're supposed to be talking about combat or if it's the Ryan PUP
We were,
special
so
where
we
combat.
We were
Okay.
doing.
we figured you might be coming soon. So what we did is we blasted a bunch of combat ones because we figured you may not want to talk about combat. So yeah, we were just finishing with attack and strike.
I see. The one thing I would say I was just going to add for you is you mentioned the combat, like loads of items, or sorry, loads of things. It's very interesting. What can some of the difficulties with good game design. Now there's no such thing as like perfect or right. There's many options and stuff, but in a game whereby it is a sandbox and there are 25 years of content and loads of content overlaps, etc., you have way more. Let's say more. You have what's the word? You have less restrictions and you have a lot more opportunities to make great or bad. I say bad or issues for the future. Take a completely different game. I don't know. Think of a normal shooter like a Call of Duty. Your restrictions for game design are quite strong. Like you have one weapon, one gun. It has ammo. There is a map. Like there is quite self-contained. RuneScape is so open. We don't have many restrictions when it comes to things like you're not locked to the gear you equip. Right? We allow you to change gear. Just that feature alone. Change gear in combat means you have an infinite amount of possibilities based on your inventory size for the most part. And if we added 28 useful items, I guarantee you high level players would carry 28 useful items. One of the big design hurdles, which is tricky, it is tough, is when a new item is designed and it has a niche, or it's designed for, let's just say, a mid-game, late-game player. Like it's designed as an option. It ends up in a lot of cases being used by high level players for that extra 1% or that extra 2%, right? Like pick any of a lot of special attacks kind of fall in that category, or even is it consecrated? The enhanced Keras.
Yep.
Like it has its niche, but people will carry it specifically for certain things at Mascot, right? I don't know if that's still a thing, but that was a thing.
It is, yeah.
And it's not a bad thing, but as a high-level endgame player, you're like, yeah, here's a guide of how to get a really fast GM time, and you carry 7 different items, all for this like plus 2%, this switch for plus 3%, and that's overwhelming for anyone else to understand. And obviously, that's also where I wouldn't call it skill ceiling, it just like power ceiling comes in, right? The difference between like why someone is so powerful versus someone else who isn't using these things, because it all adds up, um, especially EOF, obviously.
Yeah. We're not going to get into combat, but I have strong opinions
Okay,
on
cool.
EOF.
We can do that at any point, but
We
yeah,
should pick
no.
a skill.
We should pick a skill. No,
So we
just
can
while you
focus
mentioned
on the
that, I was
skills.
thinking about the AOD world record, which, looking at all of the like movement macros and stuff aside, which should be bannable probably, or like enforced in some capacity, every single one of these EOFs is used at this skill. So it's quite literally 12 different EOFs, which I think is kind of sick that someone cooked up a method that uses 12 different EOFs. But yeah, no, it's a good example of like you're giving people options, but people can also just bring all of the options, which is
Yeah, it
kind of
is.
fun.
Like, don't get me wrong, like I love this sort of stuff, like seeing it and seeing like how, we design a thing and the players are like amazing at like coming up with this sort of stuff. However, there is a ceiling, right? And it's that ideally the complexity, the audience goes down, percentile of players that are doing these things is massively like a lot smaller. But then, you release, I don't know, just release a boss and you got someone saying, yeah, I've just killed Raksha in 55 seconds. And there's other people like, well, it takes me 2.5 minutes. Like, where the hell is that 2 minute difference, that 1 minute 30 difference? I think undoing these things is a whole world more complicated. And I say undoing, I mean undoing for the greater good. Like theoretically, I know we say we're not going to talk about EOS. The quickest thing I would say is there is a
getting excited.
decision that could be made at some point. Like, I'm not saying this is a thing, but like if you wanted to change EOF, there is you could take it down an angle where you are limited by X amount that you could like, or you could put some degree of restriction on it. At that stage, you are just making a decision about what I don't know, hypothetically, what 3 special attacks do I want, and that's it. It means that you are making some decisions before you go to encounters, right? So it's like I'm doing a big boss, so I'm going to take SGB. I'm not doing a big boss, SGB is useless, so I don't use that and don't take it. Because ultimately, every time we add another special attack weapon, if it's likely going to be useful in some way, otherwise why make it? And because of that, it just becomes another thing to consider for a niche scenario. To Ryan's point, they found a use for 12 EOFs at AOD. If we add another item, I'm sure they'll find a use for 13,
It's definitely tricky, like to add, to have things that the vast majority of players can use without them being, I guess in a word, abused in some really niche scenario is probably quite tough to do. The balancing of things being useful for lots of players and good for lots of players, while also not being stupidly overpowered for a small amount of players that figure out something with it is hard.
Yeah, there is an argument though. I mean, I'm just making. Oh, Ryan, you are in game, and I've got your stream open. Do you mind hovering over the combat mastery, like Grandmaster count, Grandmaster, Master, etc. in game? Because it tells you right how many people have it.
Yeah, so it's 576 players with Master, and I can't see how many have Grandmaster. Do you want me to log into my main here?
Oh no, that's okay. How many people have Elite?
Oh, I think it's like 2,000.
Which
it
is
is
not a lot.
Oh, maybe I can't check.
I
No,
don't
I think
think
I
you
can
can
check. I
check.
can.
You
No, I
can.
think
If you
there's a
hover
way.
over achieved by, it will show you all of them.
Achieved
text
by. Oh,
underneath
there you
will
go. Yeah, nice. 1,231 players have killed Virago.
Because it's like, just as an example, yeah, Elite is 1,231. That is not a lot of players,
That is
and
not a lot.
Elite is essentially the highest combat score. Like, gut feel on that number, I think there are too many achievements in Elite that are hard or not viable. It's likely because Elite has everything in it. So essentially asking every player to go and kill every boss to some degree more than just kill it. So things like Virago, there's a bunch of Virago achievements in there, I think. But why did I ask you to do that? It was this perception of, to some degree, let's just say your top 100 players are really, really good and they kill a boss in 20 seconds, 30 seconds faster than everyone else. Is it really a problem for the game? No. Not really, because those players enjoy it and they might say, "Oh, this game's too easy now." I know I'm oversimplifying, but some of those things that they are utilizing have made the game more fun for everyone else, or more viable. So it's a tough balance because you're designing for fun, but there's always some people who can take it to the limit, and ultimately, if you, it sounds really simple, and I know it sounds obvious, but my fundamental one of my biggest directional calls for the team is let's ensure we're making the game fun. I know that sounds silly, but it's really about everyone should just have fun playing RuneScape. Like we all love the game. Logging in should be fun. The things you do should be fun. It's not the whole concept of balance, and there's a whole bunch of those sorts of things where nothing is truly balanced. And if everything was truly balanced, the irony is it's probably not fun either. But yeah, very simple comment. Sounds like I'm a bit, wow, who'd have thought you want to make a game fun? But it's sometimes you can get lost in the weeds in game design of thinking too much about what do you believe is right on paper, like in theory, but ultimately you just want people playing and enjoying it.
That's such a good message because so much of like RuneScape discourse, I'll say, whether it's here or it's on Reddit or on YouTube, is a lot of this is 4% less good than this, or this is this, or this is that. And it's a lot of like really, really into the weeds. But I think it's a really good, strong message and kind of objective is this fun? And I would fully agree. That is more, it's very subjective, but I think it's a lot more important than the specific number balancing of things. So that's very good.
For context, saying something is fun is like not useful feedback, if you know what I mean, like in design, because to your point, it's subjective. It's more about what do you feel? Like, why is it fun to you? Oh, I love the power fantasy of using Shadow Animal at Raksha. It just feels cool when I press that button. I'm really strong. Okay, now I know why you're having fun. So just to say something is fun is like it's not a banned word. That's not what I mean. But when you talk about game design and you talk about things, you want more than just understanding people having fun. You want to understand why or what it is that they're doing and they're feeling. Feeling is the interesting one. But sorry, before we go off combat, all I was going to say there is looking at the number of people that have elite. It's one of those examples where it was balanced so that the expectation is a majority of players have goals and aspirations to get elite because of the achievements, because of the 4 tiers. But ultimately, when you look at it, it isn't achieving that goal. So we could go and change it and lower it because ultimately those passive effects that are available at tier 4, if more of the game have access to them, maybe they'll enjoy killing more bosses or engaging in more things. So why not? You might get higher level players say you shouldn't cater that, you shouldn't nerf that. But ultimately, again, it's like, but it's fun for everyone. But yeah, I don't have elite for what it's worth. Just feel free to call me out.
I mean, you also do have a lot of Grandmaster timers and things too, but I think one of the thoughts about this numerically as well as like, oh, how few people have elite is the reminder that you can get tier 4, which is where all of the non-cosmetic unlocks are, without completing elite. So I think a lot of people do a couple masters, a couple grandmasters, and then they skip all of the group content in elite. So I would guess, and I don't know this obviously, but the amount of people that have tier 4 War's Blessing would be a lot higher than the amount of people who've done every achievement in elite. That would be my guess anyway.
I will find out what the number is. It won't be a lot higher, but it will be higher. Yeah.
Yeah.
I say it won't be a lot higher because I remember checking with Mod Rhubarbs like a while ago, and it wasn't that much higher.
Mm-hmm.
It was probably like at least double, but double 1,000 is not necessarily a lot, right?
That's 2,000.
That is.
Thank you, PUP.
Thank you, PUP. If you'd
You're
like to
welcome,
apply
boys.
at
I got you.
jagex.com/careers.
That is a big number. Yeah, no, that tracks. Yeah, do we have any mathematicians in chat that can check that? But it makes sense. It's important to remember, like, and this is what I tell people a lot too. People sometimes come in and they feel like they're really bad at the game because when you go on Twitch, you mostly see people nuking bosses. And it's like the reminder that like a lot of the content you see on RuneScape is from people that have dedicated a lot of time to RuneScape. And because of that, they're very, very experienced at RuneScape. But like, I mean, I've said this before, like, if you've killed a boss like hard mode Karapak, or you've killed normal mode Zuck, you're in the top chunk of players, without a doubt, even though there's a really, really wide kind of perceived skill ceiling, and there's a really, really wide band between, like, the top and then the top of the top. Yeah, I think people on average are way, way better than they think they are. And that, I mean, this is sort of a segue. This is why, and I don't need like an official comment on this or anything, but one of the features I love about Old School is they have boss high scores for kill count. I would love it if, now that we've got dungeoneering high scores for speeds, I would love to see boss high scores for speeds as well, because I actually think it would make people feel good about themselves, not the opposite. I think that a lot of people that feel like they're terrible PVMers, if they could look up their hard mode Karapak time, they would find that they're in the top 10% and feel really, really good about that, even though they were thinking themselves, oh, they're so much slower than the streamers and the video makers and the whatever else I see. So anyway, that was just one of my thoughts there is like, are there good ways to help people understand the level which they are and how kind of special that is? And this is a good example of that, is being able to see how many people have achieved Grandmaster. It's like, wow, I know I'm in the top 242 of players from that metric, which is nice when I feel like I'm terrible a lot of the time after watching PUP's VODs or whatever it may be.
Yeah, I think it's pretty kind of shown with the DG high scores how like the first like maybe page or 2 pages are very fast, are kind of quite a bit ahead from the majority of people, but then it kind of slows down quite a lot to the point where like you can have a pretty respectable time and not be a DGer and definitely be like top couple hundred kind of thing. Like I think people definitely think they are worse than they are because the only people that you ever watch do PVM are people like Goat and Rocket who are just streaming like the most insane Zami kills kind of thing.
And that PUP guy.
No,
Him too.
I just do dungeoneering now.
Fair enough.
Actually, my Zamrak stream was a ploy to make everyone feel better about themselves.
I actually did feel better about myself. I was like, we found something that you cannot do at all that I could do. It felt great.
I was
actually
helping out the boys.
No, that actually helped a lot. For context, PUP did a stream like a week and a half ago trying to do 4K Zami for, is it your last Grandmaster achievement?
Apart from Geoyaka, but that's really easy.
It's your second to last Grandmaster achievement. Yeah. And he was in the midst of a struggle, and it was like chat smelled blood, because for the first time, we're used to watching PUP where he's better at the thing than the people watching him. And I swear, every single person in chat turned into a Zamorak 60K-er with a PhD in Infernus. And he was dying over and over and over again and getting backseated to oblivion by every single person in chat. And like, I felt bad about the component of you like ending stream and not having fun. Like that wasn't good, but it was truly a shocking phenomenon. Like you could genuinely study it for generations. It was such a like an anomaly in the Matrix.
It was, I'd say, a little frustrating. Yes.
Yes. And I'm not laughing at your misfortune, but it was like, I was genuinely like, I could not take my eyes away from the screen. I was building some furniture and I had it on in the background and I was mostly just reading your chat and I was like, I just couldn't believe it. But
so
yeah,
maybe,
anyway.
maybe if you're worse at PVM, you get more viewers. Is that what you're saying?
But yeah, all that to say, there's a lot of perception with PVM that is hard to break, and it's very complicated. But ultimately, too, you could argue that none of it matters, and it doesn't matter what level people are or are perceived as long as they can have fun killing bosses. And I think that's like, you know, an important component of it too. I also like, this is an absolute segue, and we won't need to go into this because we should quickly vote about our attack and strength changes, and then we can pick another skill. And Ryan, you can pick a skill if you would like. But before we do that, what was I gonna say? Oh, I totally lost my train of thought. Chat, pick a skill. Go ahead, Teeb. Propose your favorite skills. And we can do them. But yeah, no, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, it's one of those like good arguments for things like revolution and for everything else. But the other thing is, I think part of the reason why there's so much push to like max efficiency is certain drop rates are so rare that if you're not min-maxing your kill per hour, you may not actually have fun subjectively. Because it's like, okay, if you're only getting 10 kills an hour at Karapak or whatever it is, like, great, you're having fun, you're killing the boss. your staff is going to take you a month. So I think that's part of the reason why people look at people with faster times and go, that's what I need to be able to do to actually progress at the pace that I want to.
Yeah, it seems challenging to balance things like drop rates around a lot of players when there's such a big gap between various skill levels, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan, if you want to have a quick chat about Revo, we can do that, and then we can segue into cooking, because I'm sure they'll be very, very closely intertwined. Feel free to take it away.
Cook on Revolution real quick, and then we will move to cook in.
Let's. Okay, can I? I think we should poll the attack and strength first. Get those done with.
Okay, we'll get attack and strength done.
Maybe Ryan can give his thoughts on our thoughts for attack and strength, and then we can do Revo.
And then Revo. Okay, I'm entirely fine with that. Okay, so my change for attack was the same as PUP's. It was rework the attack curve to make being 120 less necessary for PVM, because with the combat modernization update, the damage curve was updated, but the attack one wasn't. And I just recently did combat mastery with one-on-one attack. It was horrible. I'd pull up to an endgame boss that I had 100% hit chance on my main, and at level 101, my hit chance was like 68% or 72%. Like it felt like I couldn't play the game until I got 120 attack. And to me, that is a bit of a miss, where 104 mil XP to me should feel very optional. It is a huge, huge ask and a massive undertaking to get. And to me, in my ideal world, your hit chance is basically capped out at 110, and the rest of your attack trading to 120, that's your victory lap. You do that just by killing bosses, but you shouldn't feel like you need that to start killing bosses. So Pup and I both voted for that as the same one. Chat, get your votes in. Is this passing? How do we feel about reworking the attack curve? And also panic selling your Tumikin's lights? I mean, what?
I think, in theory, I'd much rather just change the defense of all the bosses versus changing the curve, because the curve's actually pretty decent. But yeah.
I mean, yeah, I guess functionally it does the same thing, right?
Yes. It's just the question of the outcome. Again, we talk about fun. Like I was just saying, realistically, why do we make bosses have higher defense or armor so that you do not have 100% hit rate, hit chance? That is a great question. Mod Sponge has very specific views on this. If we don't, what's the point in defense and armor? What's the point of actually, like, because ultimately, to your comment, I'm oversimplifying it, but many players don't like having less than 100% accuracy. That's where most of the complaints come from, or 100% hit chance. So sure, we could just give everyone 100% hit chance, but then it's like, what is the point? So it's an interesting one, because I wonder if it was a mistake to show hit chance on the head bar. Because prior to that existing, people it wouldn't have been so obvious. But yeah.
I think that introduces its own issue of people who are 100% using Blackstone arrows and Stadius Warhammers and Lord of Bones because they don't know if they're 100 or not. But it does, like, it is absolutely in part a psychological thing where if I'm 96%, that just feels worse, where I want to get it to 100. But at the same time, I think part of it too is I think you can do both. I think you can make it so your attack level matters without making it feel like you need to be 120 in order to hit accurately at bosses. And to your point, that would be by changing monsters' defense levels and not making everything into Solak, where you have 100% no matter what you bring. But there's probably a middle ground where it feels good to train your attack because you're getting a little bit more accuracy, but your accuracy at a baseline is higher than, I mean, I'm just describing affinity. Surely it might literally be what you said, which is just an affinity problem.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't help that there's no such thing as, well, I say there's no such thing, that's not true. It doesn't, the whole weaknesses don't mean much or anything. There's a whole range of things that happened with EOC and aren't as relevant anymore. But yeah, it is an interesting one, because I think ultimately when you look at endgame bosses, let's just assume for the majority of them, the people that are killing them, making guides or telling people his rotations, they're all doing it with 100% accuracy anyway. pretty much. Like there are obviously some exceptions, but I don't know. I think accuracy stims and buffs, like you said, Stat Warhammer, Blackstone arrows, etc. I think again to the point on Vuln bombs, I just think they're not really that. I don't like them personally. That's a personal view. Like just buffing your accuracy with random things like that, just because it's one of those things you feel like you need to do, but ultimately there's no skill expression. It's just a pre-prep of every encounter. Or sorry, the beginning of every encounter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think your comment on weakness makes a big, like, weakness literally fixes it, because if I am level 100 in my stats, but I go to a boss and I use the correct style, and that's a way to get to 100% accuracy, amazing. That literally fixes it for me. Like, that instantly makes me feel like I don't need 120 to be able to kill the boss. It just means I need to use the right thing.
The interesting thing there is, so we're literally going to talk about combat forever, by the way. I never get for your votes. But the interesting thing there is Rexha, as an example, came out on release with 3 different ratings for styles. So weakness did matter. And it was, I think it was Rexha's a mage boss. Range was the highest affinity rating. Then obviously mage was even and melee was lower. And everyone said, this sucks, we can't melee Rexha.
Mm-hmm.
And this comes back to that discussion before. So melee's affinity was brought up to match basically the normal, whatever the style is. So it was mage, which I think means range still has an advantage, like for accuracy at Rexha. I think that's true.
So, yes.
Wiki would tell you, but yeah, and it's that problem whereby we are now more used to the modern RuneScape over the last 10 years. You can use we had this conversation last time, right? You can use any style anywhere, which again, if you want to use range everywhere because you enjoy ranging and don't enjoy other styles, why should we stop you? However, there is good friction or good decisions as to encourage you to use other styles or make a boss weaker in one sense to one style than the other. It's a catch-22. I think we've had this. I think Omid has different views. I think he spoke to me about them at one point. Quite
Funny
opposite,
enough, I
think.
was on Voice with Omid yesterday talking about this exact thing.
Okay,
he has very different views. He definitely does not want weaknesses to return or combat triangle or anything. He just wants the view of you can use any style anywhere, kind of like how it is now, pretty much. That's his take here.
Interesting.
Which I kind of see both sides of it.
Yeah, pros and cons to both. I also think that it's reasonable to kind of switch things up every few years, and we've had this same system for a long time. So part of me is like a little bored of the existing system. But I'm sure if we had the other system, there'd be an equal amount of people that would want to go back to this one. So yeah, tough one.
Mm-hmm.
All right, team, before a discussion about Revolution, Pup and I both have suggestions for strength. Pup's suggestion for strength is all weapons should require an attack level, but all abilities should require a strength level. And this stems from the idea that strength doesn't really matter much right now. The only thing that strength does is it gives you the ability to equip the Tazar Ket Ohm and the Exekill. That is quite literally the only 2 unlockables. Every single ability was moved over to being attack and not strength. And then obviously you get a little bit more damage. So the question is basically, is strength useful enough as a skill if all it does is give you damage and there are no unlocks? Get your votes in. I'm actually very curious about this one. I could see this one going 2 ways.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely agree with weapons requiring attack level. That's just too RuneScape-y. But I don't know. I don't think I would be massively against abilities requiring strength. Like, to me, it makes the skill a little bit more balanced.
I feel like it needs a bit more, to it, really, where it's being utilized for more unlocks. Personally,
I mean, either you do that or you make strength impact other skills that aren't just swinging a sword, like pulling a bowstring.
Mm-hmm.
All right, chat, get your votes in. Couple more seconds. This one is very, very close to failing. So if you feel strongly about this one either way, your chance to impact the future of RuneScape is right now. All right, I'm ending it in 5 seconds.
I've got a 2 from Mod Riot.
Interesting. We also do have a pass here. Barely. Not by a lot, but it is a pass. Congratulations, Pup. So, Mod Ryan, would you like to explain your 2?
He's going to say no.
Not really.
Fair
I
enough.
can.
No,
I
you don't
think,
have to.
no, I don't
I guess
mind.
I'll ask the question to you of, obviously with the combat update, all abilities now require attack and only attack. And 99% of weapons are attack and only attack. So I feel like strength becomes a little bit lackluster with what it provides, basically.
I mean,
Do you agree?
there is a argument that when you look at RuneScape, there are some core decisions once upon a time that were made 25 years ago that you could question today, e.g., why is Melee 2 styles? Even the
Yeah.
same is true of even an old school, right?
Yes,
Um,
yes.
But focusing on building the game for the future and adding new content, etc., it's just one of those things where would we ever remove strength from the game? It feels odd too. Would we ever change strength completely so that it works to, I think Ryan mentioned it, like alongside other style? You could, but is it really hurting much staying as it is? I think you guys were talking Constitution earlier, and I didn't. I was
HP, you mean?
behind a list. Nope, Constitution, and I was kind of listening, and the whole like it doesn't do much. I don't think you could release a skill that doesn't do much today, but the fact that some of these original skills don't do much doesn't mean they are problems that need fixing or resolving. Like I say, I don't. There isn't really an elegant solution for the strength example because fundamentally at its core, why is melee broken into two? That is just a different question. You could find many solutions here, but they're more. I still feel like they're like band-aids overall.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the reason I was like, do I want to explain it? It's more, I think it's just its own entire topic. So
Yeah, fair enough. That
Fair
it's
enough.
okay that it's an older skill and it doesn't do as much. Okay, last one to pull before we'll talk about Revolution. This is kind of a cop out because I don't have a better solution to offer. But I said the 120 strength cape perk makes no sense, which just it makes bleeds heal more at a level where you're probably not using bleeds anyway. So this is absolutely cheating, and I will fully agree that I don't get a point if this passes. But I just said rework it to do something else, literally anything. Chat, what do we think? Do we hate the 120 strength cape perk?
I mean, I hate it, but
I don't like cape perks in general. But yeah, no, this is some Swiss cheese. It really is.
It's weird because I like some I like a lot of the cape perks that are active ones where you do something.
Yeah, like switching your spell book on a magic cape. Like I'm okay with
but
that.
I don't
hate that.
Passive ones that just kind of exist. Yeah, it's a tricky one.
Yeah, I think I'm a bit old school with the way that I think about skills, which is like some people are like, then what's the point of getting 120 in a skill? And I'm like, the point is that you're the highest level at the skill. So you're the best at the skill. You have all of the level unlocks in the skill. Like, I just don't see there being a need for an extra thing. Where I'd much rather, as an example, instead of this strength skill cape perk, I would much rather your bleeds heal more as you level up strength. So at level 60, it heals 1% more. At level 80, it heals 2% more. At level 100, it heals 3% more. However you want to do it, give the same benefit, but just bake it into the skill. Move it down the line a little bit so that you don't need to master the skill to have the benefit. But yeah,
I think
anyway,
there's
that's my take on that.
a weird concept of 120 being the highest official level of that skill, and then you gain a benefit when you get 120 as you have completed the skill. I think that is slightly strange.
I think range is a good example too, where it's like you get a higher bolt proc chance once you're 120 with the cape perk, but arguably being a higher level of ranging could just make you have a higher bolt proc chance as you level, and that would like kind of make sense.
This is one of those examples I was talking about earlier, which is like when skill cape perks as a concept was like, let's make skill cape perks. A lot of the thoughts will be, well, what are the problems with skills? Let's resolve them here. So it's like, oh, well, bolt proc rate isn't great. Let's buff it here. But to your point, why do we not just have proc chances increase to level 40, 80, and 120 or whatever, how break it down across the skill as much as you like. I said it earlier, right, and you quoted me, but I think skill cape perks are interesting anyway, especially combat ones. I don't think combat ones should exist at all if you kept them in skill cape perks the way they are. I think all skill cape perks should be activate, basically, like that was mentioned earlier. Anything that is actually on the cape is a thing you do with it. Otherwise, if they're passive, e.g. for wearing it, it's just a passive effect, I would just tie it to the 99 ultimately. But in most cases, any of those passives that aren't things like you can spellbook swap, and to your point are X% chance to do a thing, I think it's always better to break that down across the skill. I think there is quite often really powerful buffs or really interesting effects, but they come in at one point really later on, and we would benefit much more from 1% at this level, 2% at this level, 3% at this level, so that you don't get the whole, oh, my entire combat style or whatever the skill is changes when I get to level 90.
I have never agreed with a statement as wholeheartedly. I've been banging that drum for a long time. And yeah, literally I'm just going to upvote. I'm going to retweet you. That is exactly how I feel. I've been it's gotten to the point where every time I say leveling benefits, people in chat say, oh, drink, because I say it so much. But yeah, love that. Would love to see more of that in the future.
Yeah, the crit one's a good example of this, which obviously we're doing more of now, but it was the whole, where do you actually get crit from? Originally, it's like, well, everything is end game if you want crit. So adding more crit items earlier on is more beneficial.
Yeah, fair play. So you said you were open to a discussion about Revolution. Would you like to do that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, all I was going to say is there's multiple things. There's absolutely nothing wrong with using Revolution. I think anyone that's ever brings this up I don't want to use the term elitism. That's probably not the right term I would use. But this whole, you shouldn't be able to revo X, Y, and Z content. Revo is bad for the game, etc. It's one of these ones where if there are people who want to use Revolution because they do not want to do full manual and they enjoy the game, why should we stop it? I think ultimately, if you hypothetically, like just as an example, if we took away Revolution, it's basically back to where EOC was, like when it first came out. Like the whole reason things like Momentum, Revolution, etc. came out were essentially based on the feedback of, we are not fans of this ability-based system. We play RuneScape for other reasons, which is still true to this day. There are, I think, sorry, this is a bit long-winded. I'll give you the full context. I think RuneScape is a skills-based game first. It always was, right? It always has been. Definitely over the years, we've now become more boss-focused. Or sorry, we've made more bosses, but originally RuneScape had what? 2 bosses, KBD, KQ. And it's always been a skills-based game. A lot of people play RuneScape for the skills, and they will do combat as part of Slayer, but beyond that, they don't engage too much. Ultimately, there is nothing wrong with it. I think one of the interesting things that I have a view on with Revolution, though, is that the current Revolution implementation is basically the version that was made post-EOC based on immediate feedback. It's not the ideal Revolution. I think that, just to give full context of what I mean there, I'm oversimplifying this, but just for the explanation, I do not want to press abilities, either for whatever reason, I don't enjoy it, or it's just not for me. So I want to use this system that automatically uses abilities for me. That's great. That makes sense. However, Revolution, to use it, you need to know what abilities do and know what order to put them in and know how it actually works. So what's essentially happened with that is it's a system that's made to help, but ultimately you need knowledge anyway to use it. Now, people may say, well, you just go to Wiki and you copy the bars they tell you. But realistically, why do you need to go to Wiki to copy a bar for a mode that you don't understand what those abilities do, or you have no interest in understanding them, or you just want it to do the thing? I think there is a world where we need phrasing here, but we need automatic Revolution, which is essentially you just turn this on, and no matter what weapon you equip, it just essentially populates your bar the same way like an auto setup would, based on what unlocked, etc. you have. So when you change weapon, it changes, and there may be like one button on that bar that says single target or multi-target, and you just press it and it flicks between the two. And then at that stage, you are revolutioning without having to look at Wiki, because yeah, as someone mentioned in the chat, auto setup is good now. It also means exposure is you still see the abilities, so you are seeing what's being used. So if you ever do choose to move to like full manual, it's not like it was hidden behind the scenes. Oh, all these abilities are happening, I have no idea what they are. But yeah, it would mean as a new player as well, they come in and it tells them, hey, this is combat, abilities happen. For now, like, you're in automatic revolution, abilities are being used. As you level up, we will add more to your bar, and you swap weapon and it's automatically swaps. That's kind of a TLDR, but I think there is an extension to that, which is probably the hot take, which I think people will not be a fan of me saying, is you could add that as an extra option, or you could fully replace revolution with that, which would mean there is no more make your own bars. That doesn't exist anymore. So there is no more, hey, I've just cooked up this AFK Revo bar for AFK and Vindicta. It's like, no, you just get automatic single target combat or automatic AoE combat. That kind of is a middle ground whereby, do you actually need that system? Would it be better not to have it at all? And then you get an example whereby everyone who wants to use automatic combat, it exists, and you don't get this. I'm oversimplifying again. I apologize. I have to do this, but let's say high-level players will talk about how revolution is too good in certain scenarios because you have the ability to organize the bar in the way you want to do it, which is throwing like a divert in the middle. Sorry, not divert. Devotion, stuff like that, right? Like some of these more like defensive abilities. But yeah,
I have so many thoughts on this, by the way, but feel free to finish your thought if you're there.
I think that's it. I think the TLDR summary is, I think Revolution is currently still in its like infant form, what it was made when it post-release, and I think now the world we live in and looking at where we are today, we could replace it or add a second version of it, which is way more automatic. As a player, all you need to do is say, I want single target or multi-target, which, just to give an old school comparison, right? In old school, you choose to stab, slash, or defend, right? That that menu. This is basically saying I want to single target or AoE target. That's essentially a button you're pressing, and combat is automatic. But yeah, that's it.
So something I actually love about that, and I wrote this on the board while you were talking about Revo. I fully agree with the concept of like Revo existing. I think at the time that it came out, Revo++, I was not a fan of it. But the main reason I dislike Revo is I really don't like its use for endgame players to AFK mid-game bosses, because I think it's really, really bad for the progression, and it makes it hard for mid-game players to make money. Because instead of mid-game players going to Vindicta and feeding endgame players lances at a high value, they are instead competing with an endgame max player playing on 20 accounts at once who's getting an effective kills per hour at Vindy of 500 because of Revo++ and cooking up like a custom bar specifically for that. So I do think it would be an adjustment, but I actually think it'd be really good for the game if Revo was a button you click in the interface and it auto-populates. You can't cook up your own specific gigabar that does exactly what you need at your exact purpose, because I agree with you that that isn't the intended purpose of Revo, which is turn this on if you want to kill stuff without a lot of knowledge of abilities. And I think it would actually help people learn too, because you can't have a Revo bar cook up your defensive ability. You instead need to manually fire a defensive ability if it calls for that in the fight, and your bar is your damage rotation happening kind of automatically in the background. What I was going to say, because it came up in my chat as well, is a couple days ago, just for fun, I wanted to see if you could full Revo AFK 4K Telos. And what I did is I cooked up a setup with 5 different Revo bars where I switch bars between every phase transition for a perfect bar to AFK the next phase. And it actually worked perfectly, except for a little bit of phase 4 where I had a Revo bar that built all my stacks and I had to manually fire them between each one. But all that to say, like, to me, and I know this is a little hypocritical because I did this, this is the thing that I don't like about Revo. It's the max customizability of it, allowing you to AFK stuff you probably... I'm going to say this, and maybe this is a hot take, you probably shouldn't be able to AFK 4K Telos with a Revo bar. I'm going to say that bar just used barricade at the perfect time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, what you're essentially explaining is, again, I'm just theoretically, I am very efficient and understanding of, and I'm very experienced understanding the combat system, so I know how to craft a bar. Realistically, that is all the custom bars that get given out anyway, right? They are the people who cook rotations for guides, the people who make revolution bars for content. They are the people who fully understand and they design them for other people. It's kind of like I wouldn't call it a cheat code, but it's a multi-use of the system. Revolution did not exist so that so people could help others do optimal combat. Revolution existed so that you do not have to press buttons. Really, like fundamentally, it's called. That's what it was done for. You said something else that was really interesting. I wanted to cover.
It was about
which
AFK and content
was-
and mid game, and that being bad for the
Yeah.
mid
Oh
game.
yes. Because ultimately, as well, if just for the sake of argument, Revolution as we know it no longer exists. Revolution exists as how I described it, whereby it just fixes your bar for you. We ultimately just know how strong Revolution is now on paper. There's, by definition, we have the form, like you just know what DPS output is. Like the bar is not changing between content. We know what the damage output of automatic combat ultimately is without any interruptions, sort of thing like that. There's no like custom bars, and obviously we're not taking into account items, etc. But you know, what I mean, like at a base level, it's like we know roughly how strong every style is, which is just a good point to like. It's a better awareness as well, because it's not a case of. I know it's easy to say this. Just give an example. There are 5 people, all of different skill ratings. One of them is like, let's just use the example of they're a grandmaster. They tell their 4 friends, "Oh yeah, this content's easy. Just do this," right? Those 4 people, even if you told them to set up their bars, I guarantee you some of them have like wonky bars, or their bars have got bad stuff on it. So then they just aren't as strong as you think they are. At least in this version, everyone who is not aware of how combat works is as strong as we think they are, if that makes sense. You can't make a mistake. You can't put wrong things on your bar. You can't mess it up. Anyway, long story short, I think there improvements could be made to Revo for the greater good. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, no, that's definitely an interesting take. I mean, I think people, and you know this better than anybody, I'm sure, but people don't like the idea of stuff being taken away from them. But if you peel back what Revo's purpose is and what it's most best to serve, it's probably not designed to serve end game player AFKing mid-level content. And it's probably, if you can make it and change it so that it's better for the person it's actually for, which is, you know, someone that doesn't understand abilities and who still needs to understand abilities to make a good bar or copy one from the wiki. I think overall that would be a good change for the game. I would be like very on board with that, and I'd love to see a beta of that. And I guess the hard part there is making a system that actually works well to actually serve that purpose. But I'm on board. Pup, what do you think?
It was honestly quite interesting listening to you guys talk about that, because I've not really thought about it much until we kind of had a discussion of like the whole point of it was that you don't ever interact with the abilities, right? You just click and then damage happens. But then by pure concept, you have to interact with the abilities because you have to make the bar in the first place.
Exactly, yeah.
So all everyone does is just like find a bar that someone else has made, which like you obviously, if you're doing that, you have no idea what any of the abilities do. You're just following the thing. But then if you don't care about the abilities, which you'd imagine most people who full Revolution don't, then what's the point of the existing? So it honestly, I would definitely be interested to see some form of a beta or some concept of Revo that is just do damage.
I mean,
like
you
in
could
theory,
test
you
it
could
right
have
now.
you could. I mean, in theory, you could pretty much just click on an NPC with the auto attack mode on, and that would be I guess the kind of the basic idea. You would just need it to do more damage, right?
Pick a Revo bar, just pick an action bar, clear it via auto setup. Just auto set it up and click single target, and that's it. Just assume from it that's the only bar you have, and go do single target combat. And if suddenly you go to a different Slayer task and you want AoE, just right click the cog and say auto setup AoE. And that's in theory. Just imagine the game did all this for you when you press the different button. You know, it's not on a right click menu. And equally, of course, if you change weapon, we would change. You know, like it would be the range single target if you suddenly equipped a bow. That you could test it in theory right now. Obviously, you have to do the manual overhead, but I think someone mentioned it in the chat. The auto setup bars are pretty good now. Maybe there's small adjustments that could be made, but they're not in this version. They're not trying to be optimal. There's probably an argument where I think someone in the chat, I don't know what the reference was, but I think someone said single target, has AoE in it right now, which of course maybe you'd fix that up.
It's a tricky one with that because, like, does single target mean I'm hitting one monster, or single target mean I only want to hit one monster? Because like Dragon Breath is in theory AoE, but also is a very good single target ability. So there might be
Yeah.
some like
Sure, there's
Yeah.
likely some finesse, but yeah,
yeah.
conceptually, I think just as a note, by the way, something you said, which is, and everyone needs to touch their bar, yes. And you said, so what everyone will do, will just go and copy the wiki. Now, it's easy to assume that, but for everyone that you think does, I guarantee there's at least two people that don't.
Oh,
And
yes.
that's the other
Yeah.
example, right? Whereby if we made the floor to getting into combat impossible to not to be any like to be bad, if you know what I mean, like because you can't have a messed up bar, there is an argument or a world where people enjoy combat more because they're never in a situation where they've made mistakes for themselves anymore. The game's kind of set it all up, which again, if you use old school as just a mention, right, the or just old RuneScape, the point you just to click and fight something, you can't make a mistake when you turn up with a weapon, hit it. You just do less damage because you know, based on the stats or you. So I'd argue more people are. It's a weird phrase, but there are less people scared of combat in old school than there are in RuneScape. I would say. I don't know if "scared" is the right term, but like feel the
I'd say
fear
scared
to
is the
do
right term.
something.
I think quite commonly I see people that say they are scared of doing combat because like I feel like people are worried of not using the optimal thing, and they're like worried. Like so often you'll see people like, "Hi, do you have a Telos Revo bar?" And it's like, what if you just had a bar that was just you just have it everywhere.
The Revo bar, and that's what you do everything with.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Because
certainly
although
interesting.
it might not be as optimal, but
It's
the
a lot
barrier to entry
easier.
is so much lower.
It's the bar you use.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. I mean, I have an anecdote in support of this. So when Necromancy came out, I was streaming a lot. There were a lot of clips. I was the first person to get the Raziel log, and like there were a lot of other like big moments. But I remember looking through at the end of the Necromancy month release, looking at my most popular clips, and my most popular Twitch clip from the entire Necromancy launch. It wasn't me being the first whatever Raziel log. It wasn't being third to level 99. It wasn't showing the cape and most people's first look at the cape and what it did. It was me at Abyssal Savages reading the names of the abilities on my training Revo bar. And I think that is a good, I don't know, it's a good reminder for me that like, however simple you think it needs to be more simple.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So anyway, just a thought there.
It's an odd one, yeah.
But yeah, I'd be intrigued by this. I would want to try it if nothing else. And so I know to your point, you could try it, but I'd want to see the auto-populate action bars be improved as well, because I know they were improved with combat modernization. They're still really bad when you don't have all the upgrades. They do really well when you have none of the upgrades. It does really well when you have all of the upgrades. But when you're kind of in the mushy middle where you have some stuff, it has made me some truly cursed bars. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact one, but I remember someone asked me, they also populated an AoE bar that was complete trash, so I had to help them out with that. But it does a decent job, at least with some things. But yeah, it is like definitely like odds to think about, but very true that Revo now is not what Revo was initially used or designed for. The fact that it was kind of initially made just so that you could not interact with the combat system, and then now people are basically crafting bars for specific things, very much interacting with the combat system.
I mean, I feel like my Telos thing is like an exact perfect example of what the problem is.
I think it's personally, I think it's honestly not very good that Revolution can use defensives, but I guess that's kind of a different thing.
It's
like
sort
how
of
it
the
can't
same
use-
thing, but different.
It's kind of like how it can't use special attacks, you know? I feel like imagine if you just, you revo off your SGB spec. I think that would be questionable.
I mean,
I'm
that
kinda,
is kind
yeah.
of,
Go ahead.
to say in old school, it's kind of a good example whereby you click to attack and you press the special attack. So you know, you revo to let it attack, and you press to spec, or you press to resonance, you press to cade. Now, of course, you have to be able to. It's no different to how it currently works with revo, but that's like that's I prefer that in the modern day for easing you into combat, where combat is fully automatic, and then you press to do defensives. I know that there are comments of like, you know, Revo plus plus was a mistake. You should only Revo basics. Honestly, as I that's a hard one to like talk. Like, I can understand where people come from with that, but if you were, it's just not what people want. You know, it kind of like the majority of players who are using Revo, if you just told them they could only use basics, you're making them hypothetically worse at the game. They're going to do less combat. They're going to enjoy it less. Like, it just doesn't make sense. And I guess the argument is why. For everyone who says they shouldn't have that, it might deduce down to what kind of Ryan was mentioning, which is what they. I'm just using this example. Person A doesn't like it because it allows this person who doesn't have an understanding of combat be able to AFK high level content. That they, you know, it's more that problem than it is. Oh, they can use ultimates in Revolution. They wouldn't have a problem with them using ultimates in Revolution if they couldn't AFK high level content, you know, just as an example. So that's like a big thing in like our jobs. I think I said this in one of our month aheads. Like, we do read all feedback. I promise you, I literally read absolutely everything. Maybe that's a personal thing. I don't know. I literally scour Discord as well all the time. And it's not that we don't listen to feedback, but we have to take in all people's views, all opinions, try to balance what is right, what people believe they want, try to actually deduce and understand what the actual problem is when people say they don't like something. So there's a lot to it. And I don't know why I'm saying that, but I'm just letting you know.
It's very valid. Like,
No, I think it's important
whole...
because I was just going to very quickly say, I think a lot of the time people interpret or occasionally interpret, you didn't do the thing I suggested as you didn't hear me, or you didn't see my feedback, or you don't respect players. But I think it's important to highlight that everybody has their own very, very personal and unique view of what the game is and what the game should be. So it is literally impossible to appease everyone. And a lot of the time, like, I remember there was a post about Dungeoneering that was like, hey, taking your feedback, and then a bunch of changes that were made that kind of followed the general chunk of feedback. But then some people responded to that and were like, how can you say you're taking feedback when you didn't do the thing that I suggested? And yeah, no, it's important to remember the nuance, and everybody plays the game, one, for the same reason, which is to have fun and spend time, but also everybody has their own completely unique idea of what RuneScape is, what RuneScape means to them, what RuneScape should be. And that's one of the things I've really liked, just as a comment about the last, I'll say 4 months or 5 months. There have been a lot more communications in terms of replies on Reddit threads, interactions in the PVME, and a lot more kind of even blogs and news posts talking about kind of like the design pillars and the tenets and stuff like that. And that goes a long way because it gives people an idea of what criteria the game is being built to meet. And I think that helps kind of get the whole community a little closer to being on the same page, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does. You touched on something there, actually, which we'll finally talk about cooking at some point, I'm sure. The Dungeoneering, good example, actually. There is some positive changes that have been made, right, to XP rates for the majority of players. And I think there is, as an example, let's just say the top players at DG who are really fast at it and may make comments of DG XP is ridiculously it's too good now, etc., etc. It kind of comes back to what I was talking about earlier. With DG, it's an example of like full skill expression. There is a difference between people who are good enough to run a floor in 3 minutes versus 6 minutes, right, versus 9 minutes. And that's actually a really interesting one whereby, let's just say out of 100,000 people, 99% of those, so 99,000, are probably getting the average XP rates. They're doing, let's say, a 10-minute floor, just to keep it simple. The 1,000 are doing 5-minute floors. So if we balance for the 1,000 because of XP rates, we're going to make the majority of players in the game not have a good time. And it's difficult to balance those ones more effectively because they are based on skill expression, right? It's different to, let's make, what are you carrying right now? Eternal Magic's really good XP because there is no skill expression. Everyone just clicks the tree, right? So everyone gets the same rates. But in the example of combat and Dungeoneering, especially in recent times, there is so vastly different between the best and the worst, and we have to more focus on the average, because ultimately, why do also on this point, why do a DG remaster if you're going to make it only for the people who actually love DG already? At that stage, we just made a mistake. We needed to make DG a position where people who don't like it, and some of those problems are it's too slow to train. I find it difficult, etc., etc.
Yeah,
I just
I think
wanted to share that.
Dungeoneering is kind of a weird one compared to the vast majority of skills, because most other skills, like everyone will get pretty much the same XP rates at the same level doing the same methods. And Dungeoneering, it's completely tied to your skill level, which no other skill really kind of has, with maybe a small exception of like Anachrony or Agility. So I think it's significantly harder to balance the XP rates for something like Dungeoneering. The same way it's really hard to balance the amount of damage you're dealing with, like Revolution, for example, because the gap is so big. Whereas moving smoothly into cooking, your cooking XP rates are all going to be exactly the same, whatever player you are, right? So I think it is really, it's a tough one where, the solo rates came out where they made solo better, which is like cool, needed. But then some players will say, oh, it's still too slow. And then some players will say, oh, it's stupidly fast. So at the end of the day, no one's winning.
Yeah, the modern game is quite different to, let's just say, 10 plus years ago. Like, just some anecdotal. I played RuneScape for 20 years, but I was here on DG release. I played the original DG release for weeks with, it's a bit of a, sounds like a flex, I don't mean it like this, but used to, one of the top DGers in terms of high scores, used to like run with the, let's say the best people.
The big dogs.
And ultimately back then it was in a world where it was considered, right? It's hard. There's no group gatestone. There's no, there's no second gatestone. You have to actually carry keys, all that sort of stuff. And it was fun and it was great and I love it. Would we ever do that today? Absolutely not. Completely different game, would make no sense. Most, if not everyone, would hate it. And it's one of those things where old school, as an example, they still have some, like the players themselves and the way the game is built is still built like for some of that, like 10 year ago, like plus player type. Our audience is more focused on, it's just different, like the way the game is played today. So I think examples like back then, let's say, it was absolutely fine to make a slow XP rate skill whereby the only people who are good at the game get reasonable rates. Modern day, I think XP rates have to be decent for everyone, and it's fine if people who are really good, if their skill expression, get better rates. It doesn't really work where, I think if you use agility, it's maybe not the best example, but the most common complaint about agility is it's too slow.
Yes.
It's actually not that slow compared to what it was 15 years ago, but ultimately it's still too slow for the modern day based on where we're at. And realistically, we have no problem with making it faster because it's a different game, different audience these days. Even if it's the same players, I know this may come as a shock. No, it's not a shock for many, but I'm sure there are many people watching these streams that have been playing RuneScape since they were like children. And I don't know what your audience age rating is, Ryan, but I'm assuming a lot of us
It's the same as
are adults
RuneScapes.
now.
It's exactly the same as RuneScapes.
Yeah, so we have, let's say we've gone through the early days and you have lives and other things to do, and the game has aged with us. Basically, RuneScape is a game that has aged with the player base, which is great and awesome, but equally means the game needs to change or has changed.
Yep.
Anyway, Ryan, I'm just watching you do whatever it is that you're actually doing.
Ryan, what are you
I
trying to
don't
do?
know what
Don't worry about
really
it. So
confused.
I was chopping
worried.
trees, and then chat got mad at me for not starting the upgrade process for the hatchet of adjective and
Panda.
adjective.
Mhm.
So I started the process of getting it, but then I couldn't because I haven't started the rum deal quest on this account. So then chat has told me to start the rum deal quest so that I can go get the branch of whatever it is to start the process of thingamadong to get the hatchet of adjective and adjective.
Got
And
you.
be careful
Yeah.
in that quest, by the way. Your hardcore can die.
I'm definitely not doing the quest. I was told I don't need to do it. I can just start it. So we might be saved.
What if you can die at the start?
Yeah, when he whacks you on the head.
Yeah.
Tri-
Don't get whacked on the head,
Well,
Ryan.
spoilers. Okay, fair enough. No, I was just also pulling up my analytics because, yeah, okay. I was curious, but yeah, no, it's exactly.
What is your average age?
It's like I said, it's very in line with RuneScape.
I don't even know how to check mine.
13 to 17, 1.3%. 18 to 24, 3%. 25 to 34, 74.3%. It's the band of grew up playing it in middle school. That's the band. And then 35 to 44, 20%. 45 to 54, 2%. And then, yeah.
Mine is 25 to 34, 90%.
Yeah. This is the band. So I would presume RuneScape is in a similar band. But yeah. But yeah, we can talk about another skill if you would like to, though. We can jump around.
So about this cooking.
Yeah, I'm down to cook if we want to cook.
Right, well, tell me you, Ryan, and Pup carry me through this 6-second rod skill. Brother, I could probably get you a 6-second rod skill in like 4 seconds. That's like 2 seconds to spare.
Would take you with 2 whole seconds. Wow, 2 times today you've done some really good math. Very impressive.
I'm trying to learn.
But yeah, okay, so chat wanted cooking, I think. Am I
believe
correct,
so.
chat, that you guys wanted cooking? Because we can cook.
Wait. Okay.
Do you have a different
no.
skill you wanted?
Well, no, but cooking is a good Okay, can I ask something about cooking?
You
Yes.
can. You can start us off.
Okay, so it's not a thing to change yet, but just as a thing, this is a skill on this list. I know we've gone through loads that are also the same. That is not a 110 or 120 yet. It's still a 99.
Yup.
Just because I'm curious, what are yours and the chat's views on 110s and 120s in terms of the skills that have been done over the last few years? Most being 110s, of course, and the 120 being thieving. And exclude
How
combat from those.
Blunt would you like me to be?
I would like your views and opinions because that was the question I
I
asked. So you
have
can
some
say
hot
what
takes
you-
on this too, but Pup, you can go first.
I think they're all very lackluster in the content they've added. And basically all they have is an extra AFK training method that kind of doesn't add anything. I think 120 thieving was really good because it actually added something kind of new. It reworked a lot of the lower stuff. It feels more like a full 120 with extra things. I think every other 110 has been really bad.
Can I weigh in on this as well, if that was your full thought?
Yes.
I tend to agree. I actually think some of the 110s were okay, but 110 mining smithing, it's like, okay, you have a new ore and it's exactly the same. It's just, it goes higher. 110 woodcutting, it's the same, but there's a new tree. And similar to divination, it's a new tree that only exists in, well, now with Havenite 2 spots. So you go here and you chop this different tree, and it does have a different mechanic, but I tend to agree that the 110s felt a little lackluster in terms of what they offered. It was just do the same thing, but further. Whereas thieving with heists to me was like S tier exceptional, where I'm not going to put them in like F tier. I didn't hate them, but I would put them in like a C tier in terms of how I felt about them. But I have one major criticism about all of the 110s that I haven't seen really anybody talk about elsewhere, and maybe it's very controversial, but I'll say it and then we can read some chat questions. I am very frustrated by the XP curve because 110 is getting 99, it's 99 4 times over. And then 120 is getting 99, 8 or 9 times over?
8. Yeah.
And 8 times over. The thing that frustrated me about that is when the first 110s were announced, I was expecting that the new method that came out at level 100 would be way faster than the sub 99 methods because of how high the XP rec is. And it's partially the same issue I have with the 120 combats, which is combat XP doesn't get better when you're above level 100, and you're expected to go to 104 million XP. So you're just grinding 99 the same way you grinded 99, except 8 times over. Like, to me, it's an absurdly long grind. And my expectation, like, I'll give you an example, these Eternal Magic Trees. The XP on these is worse than Art Gold and Bamboo. So, to me, that was where my expectation was, once you get 100, the XP rates need to get way faster for the 100 to 110 grind, so that, maybe it's the same length as going from 80 to 99, or maybe from 0 to 99, but I found the
skill curve.
Yeah, and it's way better, in my opinion, compared to all of the other 110s where, like, I was expecting the new level 100 tree to be the fastest, and it wasn't. And I was expecting the new level 100 mining to be the fastest, and it isn't. And I was expecting the new whatever, all of them to be, you know, at least the fastest method to train, and it feels like none of them were. And that made me feel like the game, I don't know how to put this. I mean, I'll just say it. We use the term, and I know you use this term a lot too. It made me feel like the game wasn't being considerate of my time, all of the 110s, just in terms of the number balancing on them. Where I think that was a big miss. Where to me it felt like they were designed, and I could be totally wrong about this, as we need to give max players something to AFK for months. So let's do that. And yeah, that would be my general take on the 110s.
That's kind of what I felt with them. I think specifically, I think rune crafting, fletching, crafting 110s were kind of a nothing update. I don't believe any of them are the fastest XP or close to it even. They're just an AFK method, which isn't bad. Like, you can have an AFK method, right? It just felt like they didn't really add anything to the game. Whereas like wood cutting, I still think it's a bit lackluster, but there was a little bit more to it. Like, the trees did have a new mechanic. They did feel different compared to doing other trees. I'm not sure what your going.
I liked Hunter as well,
with
by the way,
question.
too. 110 Hunter was sick.
I don't remember 110.
Was that Big 110 Hunter
2?
was Haven Heights,
Yes.
Big Game Hunter 2. So it's like
Yeah,
new armor set to make, new chase drop. Well, not chase drop, but new activity.
I had
new training
opinions on
method.
Big Game Hunter 2, but overall, I think as a 110 goes, I think it was good. Yeah.
So, why did I ask the question? More just curiosity, but also, obviously, the direction of the game has changed over the years. When I became design director last year, I'm trying to remember when it was, ultimately the first of what wasn't already in development, one thing I said was, because I had views and I see the data and etc. on 110s. I don't want to oversimplify and like as they are all one, like we say 110s, but I just mean just each of the updates. I said in terms of the thieving one, I said, let's think about making it a 120. And I said, for various reasons, I said things like, what do we need to make it feel appropriate to go that high? Because I'll come back to this topic in a second of why. Is because I think what you can struggle with in any, so it sounds very philosophical, but like in life in general, is when you talk about doing something all the way, e.g. 120, and you're like, it's too much, it's too far, what about the middle ground? When you try to some degree sometimes settle in the middle, it's not good enough and it isn't bad. Like it doesn't deliver on. It can kind of sit in that weird space where you would have been better off not doing it at all or really pushing the full way. When you try to like, it's just like that lackluster / underdeliver. So I said with the 120, with thieving, you know, I said instead of talking about it as a let's do another 110, I said let's make an awesome new thieving mechanic. And then that's where I, like, of course, Sponge and team came up with heists.
Yep.
And I said, let's build around that instead. So we're actually marketing it around heists as a new mechanic. And then let's make it appropriate for the work. Like, what do we want to do to make 120 work? And this is kind of where I think you guys already alluded to it and the chat did. It's the skill got a bunch of changes to all existing methods as well. At the same time, more of them and a new method. So ultimately extended what already existed across the levels and added a new method, which is equally has its own value, whether it's XP or GP. It's a bit different, right, depending on what was added. And then the second part to that is someone may say, okay, if you were advocating for 120s, why is Hunter 110? I gave them the same question with that one. I know we announced 110 Hunter at RuneFest as part of the Haven Hive announcements, but I equally said to them, think about it. What do you want to add? What do you actually want to make? What cool content do you want to make for the skill? And then let's think about whether or not it should be 120. We went back and forths, and the reason like 110 in that example was decided on is mainly because of how the resources work and what you would produce with them. Because if you think about it, if you could get 120 hides, what are you actually making with 120 hides? Do we have the levels to make stuff with 120 hides, etc.? So as the way in which it lined up with 120 crafting, the other 110s that had already been made, it made sense for Hunter not to go beyond 110. But I think if hypothetically just looking at the skills list, I think if we were to do fishing and cooking, like as you do them together, I think you could make them go to 120. You don't need to worry about the 110 part. I think something like agility, you could go to 120, obviously with changes, but most of the other skills, when looking at them now, you could probably just take them all the way because they're either self-contained or they've already got a matching counterpart. That's been done as well. Long story short, though, on that, that I kind of just wanted to ask about is, I think like it comes back to what I said earlier. I said, what's cool content we want to make for this skill? Where is the skill lacking? Like, does it have GP? You know, I think the thieving was like, we want to make more money. You know, let's actually like go back to stealing money, or like that's where vaults, you know, like heists came from. And I think just to give you a tiny bit of behind the curtain as well, years and years and years ago, can't remember what year of release it was now, but concepts like deep sea fishing came from being asked from the lead designer, which is kind of design director at the time, which was Mod Osborne. You know, what content do you guys want to make for skills? And I was like, I have this cool concept. I'd love to like go and do deep sea fishing. It's different. We haven't done anything in the deep sea yet. And I just came up with random ideas like, what if you're on a boat and you know you've got intensive fishing where you click a lot and you catch fish in quick succession, which is the flinging of the fish that it became. And it started from a cool idea for a skill. In theory, if that was an idea today, you could take the skill to 120 fishing and you'd incorporate it as part of that. You'd say that was a cool idea. How do we build out the skill to extend it? How do we add more stuff? And I think, again, sorry, I know I'm waffling, but you could take things like POF, player and farm. If 120 farming, if I remember correctly, 120 farming existed before POF came out. Wait, let me remind myself.
I think they came out together because it was 120 farming and
believe they-
Herblore came out at the same time with
Yes.
POF.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, that's not the example I'm after. What's the other one? Oh, Hunter, Big Game Hunter. The original Big Game Hunter would have been a great release with 120 Hunter, right? It came out and it just, you know, for years we've ultimately made new content. Yeah, there you go. I was correct. Thank you. I see my knowledge of the game is pretty good.
Oh, you've
Oh,
cooked
yeah.
it.
Ranch at
Like,
time.
I think that
forgot about
POF
Ranch
would
at
have been
Time.
a great update to come out with the farming increase, because ultimately increasing a skill, adding a new method seems like the most appropriate thing to do. And obviously for years before increasing skills beyond 99 was ever a concept, we've always just put more stuff in there, right? I think if you look at fishing, sailfish and rocktails, their level requirements, there was space. But if you wanted to make a better fish than sailfish right now, you would either have to just put it at 99 or make the skill go a bit higher. I don't personally have a problem with making the skill go to 120, even if we only added 3 or 4 things. Post 99, I think having the skill go to 120 gives the room to add stuff in the future, as long as we satisfy the things that Ryan mentioned, which is there is appropriate things for XP rates have increased because the skill goes much higher right now. But I think the idea of capping skills off early has its own problems, which is like when you do want to add something higher, you then need to increase it again. And I think there's a bit of, I don't know if whiplash is the right term, but there are many skills scattershot at the moment, whether they're 99s, 110s, or 120s. I would love us to be in a world where all skills go to 120, so it's just unified across the board. But I wouldn't just click the things and do it overnight. I think they all need those appropriate changes to make that happen. Again, I apologize. I can talk forever about these things.
No,
so
do not
probably-
apologize at all. You're cooking. Let him cook. And we're talking about
Yeah.
cooking. And I think there's a really interesting example here related to cooking, actually, which is the whole one of my suggestions for cooking was literally going to be related to, I think it's very weird that cooking doesn't go to 120, but in order to make a primal feast, you need to use an extreme cooking potion to boost your cooking to like 120 or whatever it is, or
Yeah.
110 or whatever the number is.
It's like
That
116 or
feels
something.
very weird to me as like a system that only exists in that one specific instance. And that's a good example of just like I guess there needed to be an expansion on the level band. And it feels very strange to do that. But no, I was going to go back to something you said earlier because it sat with me and it spoke to me, which was, you talking to the team and talking to the team about what cool thing do you want to design for this skill, and then deciding on whether that constitutes a level band increase to 110 or 120 or nothing. And that made me feel a little bit like some of these earlier 110s were kind of putting the cart before the horse, in the sense of, okay, mining is going to 110. So let's try to occupy that space instead of arguably what I would say would have been maybe a better route is more in line with what happened with thieving, which is let's make some cool stuff for mining and then we'll determine where to place it after that. But I don't know if I'm misinterpreting what you had
No,
said,
no,
but that's sort of
that's
how I
exactly
felt
what
about
I'm
it.
saying, and that's equally, to some degree, definitely how some of them started, for sure. Um, I think from a design position as well, like what I question people a lot on stuff, not in a bad way. It's just my job to like, what are you thinking? What do you want to try to achieve? What is the goal here? How do we like ensure that we are setting the game up for success? And some of the thoughts around things like these, to your point, when you said cart before the horse, if I said to you, just assume you're a designer for a moment, and I said to you, let's make fishing go to 120, maybe the first thing you start doing, which is natural, is to start trying to force things in there. Okay, well, let's make some new fish, da 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 da. But then my question is, do we need more fish? Do we need a new higher level fish than sailfish, etc.? And the argument might be, well, we need to because we need levels and we need fish. But I'd rather look at it the opposite, which is, okay, what's cool in fishing, or what does fishing need? Maybe fishing needs a super intensive method. River rapid fishing. God, that sounds sick. Why don't we like run down the waterfalls on Haven Hive and fish in the ocean? Down the. I'm just making something up, but like I can already come up with something cool. Or maybe we want some super AFK method for XP that you never have to bank and da 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 da. But these are the sorts of places that I like sit more in the territory of like what's exciting first, because that is how, to be honest with you, myself and many others is just we've always just been like, especially as RuneScape players, we're like, oh, wouldn't it be sick if X? Like I guarantee you, I can tell you now. Before I joined Jagex, I had a million ideas of things I'd love to make. I never dreamed or even envisioned I'd ever be in a position to make stuff, so it's kind of crazy. But once I started making stuff, it was always like, oh, I'd love to like. I was a big skiller, like as you know, and I was very interested in skills. And I was like, these skills need like some awesome new stuff, and I'd have infinite ideas. And myself, Ramen, any of the guys like Sponge, Pigeon, naming the combat guys, for years it was always like, I'd love to make a new boss, learning and looking at what someone else made, and that comes a lot from those ideas start from what would be a cool boss, whether it's a single mechanic or an encounter. But ultimately, a lot of this, weirdly enough, who'd have thought, we talk about wanting to make fun. To make fun things, you have to come from it's fun to design, it's fun to make. To make content fun to play. Often, the people designing it and making it, it sounds exciting, it sounds fun. It's the sort of thing you're like, damn, that'd be awesome to see. If you are filling a spreadsheet out, like filling gaps in a skill, to your point, Ryan, you're starting from the wrong place. It doesn't mean you can't do it, by the way. You need like a right sort of like mindset to figure out that way round. But I think that I think my team are more inspired by being given the freedom to come up with what's cool first, and then I'll help them mold it appropriately.
It kind of reminds me of I'm sure you're more familiar with this, and I think this is a story that's been told before, and correct me if I'm wrong at any point here, but Angel of Death, I believe, was some individuals in lunch breaks having fun thinking this would be a really cool thing to exist, and then it ended up being made, as opposed to we need a boss for this period of time, so we need to make this boss.
Yes, exactly. AOD was Mod Ramen's I'm in QA and I'm going to make a boss, which honestly, when I look back, it's kind of insane that like he made AOD as I'm just passionate and I want to design content, because AOD stands the test of time. Like it was made, this is with less experience, like not what's the word, not experience under your belt, like having made bosses up until that point, like as a first boss, kind of insane.
That was a very good focused discussion about cooking.
Well, you said cook. I didn't realize you were talking about the skill. I thought you were just saying.
No.
Like,
I
you
just
cook
wanted you to
some ideas.
cook. No, you were cooking. Well, it kind of segued into fishing as well, because we've decided we're doing big game fishing and river rapid fishing on Haven Height.
Oh, big game fishing. Since you mentioned it, we're now talking about fishing. This is okay. This is what we do. Big game hunter was cool. Big game fishing sounds cool. What RuneScape can fall into the trap of is let's add big game to every skill. all gathering skills. It's still a big game concept, and it ends up feeling, to your point, I think someone in the chat were mentioning it with some of the 110s. So they talk about the production side of the skills feels too samey. I think big game is cool. I even think heists are cool, but I wouldn't necessarily want to see big game fishing and agility heists, etc., etc. Like, not to say don't do it, absolutely, but if you keep doing it, then everyone's like, oh yeah, every skill is the same, and we do the same sort of concept. It just looks different. By the way, though, I do think big game fishing will be sick, and there's loads of cool ideas. That has nothing to do with the way big game hunter works, but I think people can instantly assume, oh, it's the same sort of thing.
Mhm.
You changed my note. You deleted it.
Well. This
river
was
fishing.
this was my color, so
Okay, fair,
I'm
fair.
swapping yours to yeah. Don't worry, we'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah, I feel like now we're kind of talking about fishing, but yeah, no, it makes sense.
Yeah,
It doesn't.
we
It
are.
also doesn't need to be called big game fishing, but there's already a quest, right? Where one of the sea slide quests where you have to do 10 encounters of capturing that big fish, and like gameplay wise, absolutely terrible. But I do like the idea of, and maybe this is crossover with sailing, but because we don't have sailing, it's fine. Getting on a big upgradable boat at different level bands and chasing and hunting and taking down a big fish for a mix of hunter XP and fishing XP. Like,
You mean the
that
Loch Ness
just
monster?
that sounds kind of fun to me. Exactly. Like, imagine Havenheith, you have some like ancient fish creature, you know, that is kind of part of
Yeah.
that lore and part of that story. And so it's not really
That
big
to
game
me-
fishing, but yeah.
That's sick, and that to me sounds like a fishing skilling boss. You'll kind of embark on a boat and fight a creature, Thalassus or whatever it may be. To your point, like when you start talking community, I think community skilling boss. I think our skilling bosses, again, I'm not going to suddenly start talking about skilling bosses, but our skilling bosses are, for the most part, encounters that you just solo. I know you could argue Croesus you don't solo, but I mean they are small groups. Old school, as an example, they have bosses like Wintertot, etc., which is classed as a mini game, but people will talk about it being a skilling boss, whereby they're more community focused. I think RuneScape would. I'd love to see more community skilling bosses. If you know what I mean, people, and that's a great example. Get on the trawler. If I can end up, oh sorry, I didn't mean to swear. I don't know
You're
what
good, don't
I'm
worry.
excited.
All right, we're getting it. We're doing it to you.
Damn, that's like the first time. Get lost my train of thought now. But yeah, end up in the middle of the ocean with a bunch of other people. You turn up and you're like taking down this beast. That feels more skilling boss to me. Again, absolutely the same idea, but it just feels like you could really get it in that territory. It's cool.
Yeah. Fair enough. Sorry, Pup. I used your sticky note for this.
Oh, that's
Hey, Pup's
okay.
got good ideas. Nice one, Pup.
Yeah, go
Oh,
Pup.
Thanks. I always have good ideas.
Do you have a
First
different
one, oh,
idea? You can have a
sorry.
different idea if
For
you'd like.
fishing.
Yeah,
Um,
because I could put this on a Ryan colored sticky note and then.
There's some good fishing lore as well. I say good lore, I mean in the sense of deep sea fishing has the whale that turns up, obviously Thalassus, the sea monster. It's
I
got
like
this
the turtle
treasure
boy.
turtle,
Yeah.
and it's got Arcanio, which is the sailfish, right? That Tavia's rod's from. There are more, honestly, giant jellyfish in the ocean, giant whale, loads of options. Right, that's it. Fishing update Monday. Get that one on the board. I love
Perfect.
fishing. I don't know
I think
why.
I think
I just do.
it was interesting when you were talking about the resource allocation for like a 110 or a 120 when you're talking about hunter. Because I think the thing with fishing is obviously the output is food. And then obviously you tie it in with cooking, but obviously it's something the player will be using in all PVM scenarios mostly. So I feel like my view is that a lot of the fishing food is quite high level, too high level, really. I feel like there's an odd gap between like level like 60 and then like level like 90. So if I were to do a 120 fishing update, kind of similar to thieving, obviously, you'd add all the big spooky jellyfish that would, attack you and stuff, blah, blah, blah. But I'd almost honestly want to see a re-tier of current fishing levels. Personally, that's what mine would be.
So re-tiering is really interesting because I realize, by the way, every time I join your calls for these, you get through one sticky note per 3 hours.
No, that's literally
Mhm.
fine. Don't worry. This can be a 20-part series. In 4 years, this
Okay.
is going to be a banger on YouTube.
Perfect. When we're talking about skills going to 150.
Yeah.
What did you just say? Oh, re-tiering. There's an interesting thing here, which is misconception from players and/or just
Wait, can I
not
clarify before quickly?
go for it.
But I guess I maybe misspoke with re-tiering. I mean, like, potentially re-tiering the levels of fish, but also slightly cleaning up or reworking like the methods you catch them. Kind of like how, thieving, like you don't get caught as much at some places, and it feels a little bit cleaner at those low levels where it didn't used to. I think some of the lower level fish, maybe the catch chance is really really low, or maybe the spot moves around too much or too little. Like kind of more of a cleanup of the lower tiers is what I guess I'm more meant.
Yeah, but base level clean. I think if to the point of use thieving as an example, we're going to make heists. Awesome update. Let's increase the skill to 120 because good reason to. And while we're here, when we are adding more pickpocketing and more safes or wherever it may be, more stalls and more chests, let's do some quality of life improvements. I think that part makes sense as part of the 120. I think that it looks like a good blueprint for making a good 120. I think thieving did set a good example of it, and I think generally speaking, seeing all comments since its release, people agree. I haven't really seen anyone that doesn't. However, when you think about like a re-tier, you think about when fletching was increased. There is the Game Jam project that a couple of people worked on, like fletching re-tiering. Reworking a skill and increasing it to 120 at the same time is basically not viable, right? I think that's where the cost of that update blows up, and you either have to do one or the other. And depending on the skill, depends on which one's better ultimately. I think something that completely sounds crazy. I'm going to change the subject, but I just remembered a thing I was talking about earlier. When I was talking about the 110s and saying that it's kind of that middle ground where like it's good, but equally if you can't deliver on everything, did we like miss a trick? Would we rather just make it go to 120 or not do the raise at all? I have this similar view of quests now, which is I think for years at one point we were making less quests a year, let's just say 2 or 3 a year, but they were quests whereby they may have like very specific, meaningful impact. Then we got to a stage where we weren't making many quests at all. We started making more quests again, but you may find that there are more. I'll use the desert series just as an example. It's not necessarily true, but there are a couple of quests that were released in the year three in the year that were, let's say, 3 months apart. I think we're in a scenario where I would love to see, would it have been, the question should be asked of, would that have been better as one quest that was longer, given like the master title or grandmaster title, depending on the quest, of course, and it's longer, more meaningful, more impactful, comes with more rewards, like a single standalone, than having more spread out quests where they are quicker to complete. It's just an interesting thing to think about, like in the same vein of 99 or 120 rather than 110. What if it's less quests, longer, more owning of quest titles? Someone just said in the chat, quest titles are back, question mark. I would like to bring them back, yeah. I'd like to bring Grandmaster, Master, etc. back. But yeah, it's
like
just
that.
one of those quantity over. It's not over quality. That's not what I mean. But quantity doesn't always mean the best, right?
I would
Yeah, I
imagine
mean, I
there's a
feel like
lot
you
of
should-
pressure to like satisfy player content demands, which would kind of push the team towards defaulting to a relatively fast content cadence, but then every update is limited in terms of what its maximum size can be.
Yeah, exactly. The more updates you try to make, arguably, again, I'm oversimplifying, but the less depth or length or exposure they each one can have, right? The less updates you make, the deeper, the longer, etc. you can make them, which is why there are obviously exceptional project examples which you get given a lot of time because they need a lot of time, e.g. new skills, e.g. end game bosses. You just can't turn an end game boss over. You can't just make it in a short space of time. Any like grandmaster tier quest will always need a significant amount of time to make. We've learned from that in the past, whereby we've made there's a whole bunch of quest conversation. But I just have a lot of views of like looking at it from a different perspective. I'd love to be in a position just making lots of, quality content that people love. It's all additive, like new stuff's coming, not overwhelming amounts. Like the cadence, I discussed this in the month ahead, the last one. The cadence is reasonable, whereby you feel like you're getting something solid each month that you can play and engage with, things you can actually do something with. It's not just I log in and I see it, or something's changed, cool, and move on. With breakups of content in between. Some of those updates could be systematic. So think about how when we release the collection log, it's not new content, but encourage you to play the game. But non-systematic content, of course, new quests, new skilling updates, new bosses, or etc. Again, nothing to do with fishing, but that's just how my brain works.
I mean, in a way, everything it's all connected to fishing.
Everything's to do with fishing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Going back to the whole like 3 quest, 1 quest, I think like if you had the 3 quests done, obviously, which at some point they were done because they were released, I feel like it as a player, it is significantly more exciting just to have it as one large quest. I think for me, it would feel much more meaningful of an update. Like I might not, everyone might not share the view, but I feel like you could have not released 110 crafting, fletching, and rune crafting, and I would have noticed literally nothing. I feel like the time put into them was not as rewarding as maybe either doing more time or less time. I felt kind of in that middle spot where it wasn't really maybe enough to fully get an update that felt meaningful, but then it was obviously more time investment than not doing the update. So like from the quest standpoint, I feel like it's like kind of saving a little bit rather than putting it out there more often and then releasing something bigger would be, I mean, obviously everyone has different views, but for me that would be more appealing.
Yeah.
think it's-
Mini Elliot also.
Oh, good. No, go ahead.
I say Millie Elliott made a comment in the chat, which I talk about this on internally a lot, which is the 9 necromancy quests felt like 9 mini quests. That is one of these cases where I actually think it's fine and I think it's good. When the quests are released as part of a new skill, I think quests are a perfect wrapper for wrapping story to give you a cohesive journey path through, the narrative of that skill. And I think if you were to release each one of those individually on its own as a weekly game update over the course of X months, I think I agree that it would feel lackluster, like some of them are that short. But when they come out together as a single package, I think it actually works really well, and it makes sense that they are, let's say, shorter or they have their own meaningful jumps. Like Hermod, as an example, right? Both Hermod and Raziel's quests, they are pretty much a bit of dialogue, kill the boss, a bit of dialogue. But that's purposeful because they are very clearly there to say you should go and do this content. We're going to teach you it, and you're going to come out with rewards. It's all purposeful. I think basically what I'm trying to say is I think there is a time and a place for many quests, and good examples of when they all release together. E.g., if you released Menaphos is kind of an example. Ignore the rep system when it released, but it came with a bunch of quests, right? New skills came with a bunch of quests. In hindsight, all of the archaeology mysteries could have been quests. Under an archaeology thing, that would be a lot of quests, of course, but yeah, just wanted to note there's a time for both big and small, but finding the right place is the key.
I think it's hard too because there are also real world limitations that are pretty obvious. Like you don't want to not have content for 3 months because there are real world kind of ramifications to that. So
Yeah.
I think that's another thing that kind of would like the current cadence makes sense when you factor in all the real world stuff. But it's nice to like, see about opportunities to find the balance where maybe 1 month instead of doing 2 small things, it's one bigger thing that all kind of ties together. And I think the Menaphos quests are a good example because the last 3 desert quests, I have no memory of the 2 before Eclipse of the Heart, where arguably
neither.
if Eclipse of the Heart had come out as a Grandmaster quest and it was RuneScape's first Grandmaster quest since XYZ and it combined all 3 together, that would have gotten me a lot more excited, I think. But yeah, no, it's a really interesting discussion point for sure. This is totally unrelated. and I never do this, but I'm just going to say something that I wish was an option, and I'm hoping that API makes it possible. So I'm woodcutting right now, right? The vibes are pretty high. We've got a skybox on. My character's, you know, grooving and chilling.
Mm-hmm.
I wish there was a button I could press on my something that just made all of my UI go away. So it was just my character on the screen chopping trees. Because I don't need any of this on my screen right now. I don't need a chat box. I don't need
I agree.
anything. I would do it. It would fire me up so much. Like I just feel like
It would be very cool.
the vibes of that would be unstoppable. Just to click on
Immaculate.
the trees and live in my moment. But yeah.
Mhm.
Anyway, unrelated. That just popped into my head while I was here.
And if you had access to the dev console, you'd open it up and you'd type UI hide and it'd go away.
Yeah, but
See,
we don't,
I
Ryan.
did know that. That's the point. Well, I wasn't gonna say that, but now that you've said it, yeah, on the dev console, you could just type hide all and it hides all,
Free
and it's
cam.
great.
Yeah.
A lot of
And
a lot
I
of
use that
actions
all the
stop
time.
with free cam.
I use that
Mhm.
all the time for cinematics and for like whatever marketing-y things, because it always looks so much better. Like even in my Flesh Hatcher Macarnaz video on the RuneScape channel, you see a character fishing with no UI elements, and it's like, yep, I just wish we could do that. It would improve the vibes massively. But yeah, anyway, not that's not important or related. Oh, someone found a clip of you meowing. That's very
Oh,
exciting.
yeah.
Yeah, unlucky. The internet is forever, as they say.
Played by Oscar Cake. Wow, who could have suspected?
Who could have suspected that? Okay, so do we want to pull the fishing stuff? Do we have fishing stuff? Is this real fishing stuff? We didn't really talk about the fishing stuff.
We didn't really talk about fishing. We more just kind of like,
Talked
yeah.
about general design. This is going to be a 20-part
Mhm.
series.
This is, yeah.
Don't worry, team. It's all going to be fine. But yeah, I mean, another question. I mean, the people did want fishing and cooking, so we could quickly go through fishing and cooking.
Okay, here's
if
one
people
thing
would
I'd
like.
change about fishing. I'll keep
Yeah.
it on track for once. I would change fish flingers so that it is a training method and core part of the skill, and give it some TLC, because I think actually fish flingers once upon a time was really fun, and I'd argue it still is. It's just that it's dated in the way in which it works, etc., that I would just turn it into a skilling method. I think it's quite unique in like how it works, and it's just a nice sort of way in which, like, you know, it's a different way to train the skill that isn't just click a spot and wait. That would be a nice simple. The first time I've added a simple note to your Miro.
I feel like I have a similar one for cooking. I would
We
really
can
love
throw it on the board if you want. Here, we'll do them both at the same time.
I would love a updated 2026 version for XP rates of Gnome restaurants. I think Gnome restaurant as a concept is really fun. I think the whole idea of, you know, you get an order, you go and make the thing, you know, you go deliver it to someone. I think that's really cool. A actual updated version of that as a training method would be kind of cool.
You know, in sailing,
Yes,
you know,
Ryan,
people are making like
what's funny?
DoorDash memes. I feel
Oh,
like you're
God.
like, could we just get DoorDash? But also, you've also found a way to turn cooking into clue scrolls.
I mean, it doesn't have to
NPC
be
tells
the
you to go to
delivery part.
place, but
I'm very
no,
happy to
no,
just
I don't disagree
make
at all.
the, you know, I've done a couple bingos where there's been a gnome scarf, and it has been strangely enjoyable to just like get the order, you know, make
you
the
guys
thing,
played-
click, click, click.
There's the two. I can't think of a good name. There's two types of like cooking games you could have played, like Overcooked, the whole, and the other one is like people walk into your restaurant. You have
I
to.
played that.
It's
Yep.
kind of like Overcooked, but you don't have to run around. Yeah, the people probably name it in the chat. Like honestly, those sorts of. Someone walks in, says they want this, make it, deliver it.
Yes.
Those sorts of things are honestly perfect sort of like little game designs to put into RuneScape. RuneScape is quite literally that across the board, like cool little activities like this. I think, yeah, if someone's a player in restaurant or anything like that, it's a very new idea, but conceptually,
I don't.
if
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say
interrupted you.
conceptually, if you went to 120 cooking to the same degree we were talking about with heist earlier, if someone said, what if we had a player in a restaurant, you know, people turn up and the dwarf turns up and the dwarf really wants a beer, and, you know, and the whatever else, the gnome turns up and wants this, there's absolutely plenty of things you could do there. It's very cool.
Yeah, like it. my because Ryan always small Ryan always jokes that I would just want big game whatever. So for like the gnome restaurant, it wouldn't have to be like this whole special like mini game section. It could just be like a small part of the kind of the skill. Maybe you have a couple of different NPCs that you go to that all have different orders, kind of thing. But I think something like that, because the whole framework still exists with the gnome restaurant. Just got to make him good, you know.
If you want to vote on this, feel free to vote. But I am going to need to leave in 2 minutes because it is 1:30 in the morning. So I should probably.
quite late.
You know, that is very
probably
fair. Well,
leave.
as always, thank you very much for taking the time hanging out. We had a blast as always. Chat, can we get a W Ryan in the chat? But it's not for me. It's for Big Ryan.
It's all Ryan, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we can. I mean, why don't we vote on yours before you dip, and then that way you can know if your own update passes and can be added to the game on Monday, and then yeah. No,
Feel free.
always appreciated. All right, change fish flingers to be a core training method with TLC.
This is getting like 96%.
You think so? I think it's
Yeah.
gonna get 97. Because, and the only people voting no, or the one person voted no, did not know what the acronym TLC stood for. Uh-oh. All right, you've got a 93.3, a 93.5. Not bad, not bad, not bad. All right, that's a pass.
Like I take those twos as people trying to lower it from 97 to 96 to try to make it as accurate.
Mm.
You know, too many people tried to help. You know.
Yeah, surely that's what it was.
TLC
No.
equals waterfall fishing ? Not
What?
quite.
TLC is not waterfall fishing. Wait, people, what?
Oh no.
TLC stands for tender, loving care. It's basically a nice way of saying fix the things that are ungood and put some time into improving it.
Well, I actually got to leave. But yes, thank you very much for having me as always, and thank you to everyone for enjoying the ramblings. I'm sure I will return to finish this sheet at some point, or should I say, return to stall
Derail.
the progress on the sheet. Yeah.
No, that's perfect. Thanks for your time. Have a great evening. And just so you know, I think part 3 is likely to be tomorrow, potentially. So
Oh,
just
great. Okay, see you guys in
put it out
24 hours.
there. Sounds good. Take care, Ryan.
Have a good evening. See you guys.
See ya.
Bye.
I'm just envisioning my next week, and we just do this every single evening.
Can you imagine if I told you last week we'd burn a whole week on a single Miro board? I want you to know this was supposed to be me farming content for a 20-minute long YouTube video.
Mm-hmm.
20 minutes. No, we're just going to have to post this all unedited. No, legitimately, editor Nathan's been DMing me, and he's already got the hardcore project that we want to get finished before launching the new series that we're hoping to launch in the next, 10 days or so, if we're able to. So Nathan's, slammed with work, but he also really wants me to do the podcast. So he's recommending friends so we can bring on another editor just for the podcast. Which I think is awesome.
What's the new series going to be?
I don't want to announce it yet, but it will be a
Can
new
you tell me
account.
secretly?
Okay, so, Pub, you're fully aware of what it is. Can you give us a Miro guide? Yeah, what do you want to know? I'm the wrong person to ask, but when I joined Jagex, they do a lot of their design in Miro. So for actual work reasons, I started doing a lot in Miro because it's a nice way to make little mind maps for things. and stickies. So then what we did is I started using it for my own project. So this is my RS Guy Productions team board. So everybody on my production team has access to it. So we planned old school leagues. We skeletoned out the entire RS guide on this Miro board. So the entire guide, all the upgrade order. This was all just me on stream. That's the upgrade order. This was looking at the old school new player guide and then one-to-one copying it for RS. Keybind
The only
guide.
problem
Yeah,
is it's all in one board.
that's because you only get one board for free. This
But
was
it's-
Leagues
it's-
Catalyst planning.
It's awful.
Leagues Catalyst planning is here. This was a new series idea that we had that wasn't possible without API stuff. Where we turned RuneScape into a roguelike. I'm not going to show all of it, but it was absolutely the sickest idea ever. It just isn't possible yet, and I will 100% do it at some point. The one change
What's
to
the
every
black
skill.
square?
I actually don't know. It looks like it's just an empty frame that was made black accidentally. Yeah,
Huh.
there's nothing in there. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff on this board. There really is a lot on this board. Even if you go up here, we did a lot of planning to make RuneScape into a roguelike, and I'm very sad that like we weren't able to finalize it. But holy crap, this was like it was so planned out. I'm not scrolling in on that one.
What's that one?
It's a bunch of data and channel insights and analytics.
Oh, okay.
This was the
Sounds fun.
Hardcore Mastery series. This is where it was birthed. These were all of the arcs and all of the CAs that I needed left because this was before Feat Finder existed. So this was like all of the planning for that entire mastery arc and what I needed for each boss. All of the side quest arcs. So we did all of this. We did that. We did that. We gave up on this. But yeah, that's what we use Miro for. Anyway. Oh, and Nathan's on the board too. Oh, look at Nathan and Pup. Are you guys twirl dancing in the Miro board?
No.
I don't buy it for a second. Oh my god, between every frame, we could add a sign that was directions to the other boards. Imagine a sign that was like Hardcore Iron Man this way and it points up. Wait,
Get the
I'm
Google
actually
Maps going.
down. I'm actually so down. It's unbelievable. Okay, team, we've got some votes to do. All right, we've got some content to pass or fail. So, what would you like to add to fishing, by the way?
What I said earlier, I'd like to clean up a lot of the lower level
Okay, so you want to do a retier.
fishing things. Yeah, a bit of a retier with, you know, some love.
Okay, so you want to do a retier of fishing spots. Do you have a specific example of one that you'd want to retier, just so that it's less vague? So you could be like, I don't know, sharks are level 67 instead of 76.
I think rocktail should be lower, as an example.
I actually agree with that because they're level 93 or 96, and there are lower level fish that heal more.
Mhm.
Okay, cool. And then I wanted
think,
to explain. Oh, go ahead.
I also
Keep
think
going.
blue blubbers should be lower.
I actually agree that blubber should be lower because solid food is good again. So it doesn't make sense
It doesn't really fit.
to. Yeah, exactly. Blue blubbers, when they were the goat food, should have been high, but they're not the goat food anymore. Blue blubbers should be lower level as well. Very nice. What's lower level than rocktails? You get sailfish from swarm fishing at like level 82 or something. So it kind of feels like a little bit weird. Basically, nobody fishes rocktails at all. When was the last time you fished a rocktail? It was probably the league's task.
Yeah, I was about to say the leagues. The only time anyone's
Yeah,
ever done it in the last
because
10
you
years
wouldn't
was
do
leagues.
it. You would just get all your rocktails from PVM, and maybe it would be better if you could actually fish them at a reasonable point.
What's that lore?
What's the lore of the couple you caught e-dating in a video? Oh no!
liked
Oh,
each
this is
other
a
a
bad
lot.
one. Do you know that one?
I remember. I do remember this. Yes.
Yeah, I
yes,
was
do,
doing
I do.
penguins on my hardcore, and I went to Entrada,
Yeah.
and there were people like basically, I can't even say what they were doing and saying.
They were talking
the-
to each other using fun words.
in the Church of Intrana, which is like a crazy spot to do it, by the way. Like you'd think that would be the worst spot to do it. And it was like, it was genuinely crazy. It was one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life. And it was in my intro card for like 6 months. And then I got a message from one of their friends, and their friend wrote me and was like, hey, is there any way you could delete that? I know the people, and they said that they were just joking and doing it ironically. And that they can't stop hearing about it, and people keep bringing it up. And my thought was like, okay, if you're gonna do that in the video game and a streamer runs into you, like that's kind of on you. A little bit. But I did blur the RSNs. So that's why I blurred the RSNs. I was like, still, you know, they asked, I'm more than happy to accommodate. So I blurred the RSNs. I kept it in my intro, but I blurred their RSNs so that they wouldn't have people coming up to them and being like, what in the world were you doing? And then over time, every like 3 or 4 months, I replaced some clips in my intro with more recent ones. So, which I need to do pretty soon, by the way. So it ended up getting replaced. So yeah, that is the lore behind that situation.
Good one.
Maybe they were getting e-married at that church. Mitzi, you don't know what was said, but it was a lot closer to consummating their e-marriage in the church.
Yeah.
It was genuinely it was not good. Yeah, it was real bad. It was really, really, really bad.
In the church? Yeah. It was a questionable spot.
Lewis Party just came to say hello. Hello, how are you? Welcome in. Okay, so that was your pick. I like it. I think it's a good pick. Can I explain my pick?
Mhm.
My pick is I want Moons style river fishing. And Moons is a piece of content in Old School where they have fishing and it's a river. And the way that it works, I might need paint for this. So the way that it works
Just go
is
to Moons.
I worked at Blizzard for 84 years. Sorry. My bad. Sorry, it just came out. Every time I open paint, I have to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My apologies. Oh, man. I'm going to get in trouble, bro. Okay. Sorry. It just came out, pup. So.
That's what the guy in the church said.
Okay, so this is a wooden bridge, right? That like you would stand on. Okay, this is flowing river. All right, and then the river
I'm glad you drew
is
the label.
Yeah. So the river is flowing under the bridge that you're standing on. Okay,
Yes.
and you see the fish on one of 3 different tracks, okay? And then you actually position your character with a big net to scoop up all of the fish. So it's an active fishing spot where you can train it passively in AFK, but if you want to
Basically,
train
Ryan,
actively, you get a full invent really, really fast by
you're
positioning
basically
your
doing
character.
Subway Surfers.
Yeah, basically,
It's Subway
I wrote
Surfers.
it down like collecting coins in Sonic, but it's fish. Yeah. So that is what I wanted. So like a mid-level fishing trading spot where it's a river, it could be coming off a waterfall in Haven Heights where you're standing over a waterfall, but instead of just like, I think a lot of fishing is just clicking AFK until your invent's full. So my thinking is it could be fun to do a fishing situation where your character actually moves and you get to scoop up the fish, and in return, you get a really, really high output of fish and a lot of XP for doing that. So that is what I wanted. It's basically Guitar Hero.
Yeah, I enjoyed doing that. When
Cool.
I did Moons.
I did too. I liked it a lot when I played Moons. I was like, dude, this is really fun. I didn't really understand it at first, but I'm going to poll it, chat. How do we feel about moon-style river fishing? Active fishing that feels like collecting coins in Sonic, river where you stand on the right tile to collect fish in your net. How do we feel? Do we want river fishing?
I'm in the minority that despise AFK fishing. I despise AFK fishing too.
I don't hate AFK, but I'd like it if there was a way to do that. Wow. 96%?
Wow.
Holy, the people yearn for the rivers.
We
The
want the good Star
raging
Hero.
rivers. Okay, fair enough. All right, Pup, I'm gonna do yours too, which is a
Can we
re-tier.
get fishing? Someone asked a question that they actually added with Havenheith, where you can use fish as baits to get better fish. Yes.
Yes, they did that
added that with
already.
the fish farm.
It's in. Pup wanted a re-tier fishing spots. Example, rocktails could be lower level, and blubber should be lower level too. How do we feel about re-tiering some of the older, more decrepit fish? How are we feeling? We've got to know? 50-50? 50? Who's gatekeeping fishing? What? All right,
The
fair
fishing
enough.
bot.
I approve of them. I approve of them. All right, I'm seeing some 1s, some 2s, some 3. Pup, you're doing not so hot.
We're not cooking.
Good sir, you're not fishing. You're not fishing.
I'm not fishing.
Wow, you've been blasted a little bit
I've been
here.
blasted.
That's kind of
Damn.
shocking. Also, can I just say, I love that I started stream today by saying I bet that we get a Jmod back. They can't resist. It's like a moth to a flame. RuneScape discourse. It worked. It works 100% of the time that it works. No,
RuneScape shouldn't be less grindy. Pup suggestions feel too much like EasyScape. No,
Oh, okay.
I don't like EasyScape.
I mean, here's the thing. I think Pup wants RuneScape to be harder, but the problem with Rocktails being level 93 is nobody catches Rocktails at all. So you've basically got a whole fishing method with living rock creatures that is functionally non-existent. So does it make the game easier to make Rocktails lower level? I would argue it doesn't. It just makes a piece of content that's dead alive again. That would be my hot take, but fair enough. Oh my god, yes! This is exactly what I need! Yes! This is what I want for fishing!
Yes, this is
Hell
basically
yeah.
Moon's fishing. and
Oh
I
my
want
god,
this.
give me this! Literally ship it today! Oh my, dude, I wanna grind this all day. Oh, it's so good. It's
You know
so
what I want
good.
for Hunter now?
Yeah.
I want the NES Duck Hunt. Give me that. I want to play
dude.
Duck Hunt.
I'm actually so excited for this. I couldn't be more excited for a method. I want it so bad. But yeah, no, fair enough. And also, that's why everybody in chat gets a vote. So you can think Pup's takes are terrible or my takes are terrible. That's allowed. Okay, I think I need to add something to cooking because you added something to cooking. What do I not like about cooking? I actually don't know what I hate about cooking or I dislike or I would change about cooking. I think it's a little bit weird that cooking requirements for fish are higher than the fishing requirement. It's a little weird to me that like a shark is 76, but cooking the shark is 80 flat. Like, I don't get it. But then you also can't really cook until 90 because you'll burn half of your sharks. Oh, I've got it. Oh my god, I've got it.
Is it fix the burn rate?
Nope, better. It's the
Oh.
fort. The fort is ass. The fort kitchen is the stupidest room of the universe.
Yes.
Because
yes.
in order to get the best cooking XP cooking in the fort, I'm very passionate about this, as you can tell. The
Yes.
best way to get cooking XP in the fort is there's an XP buff for being in the kitchen, not for using the range, but being in the kitchen. And there's also an XP buff for cooking on a bonfire. And therefore, if you want to get the best cooking XP cooking in the fort, you do not use the cooking range in the fort. That is actually a trap. That whole range that you build is a trap. What you have to do is take a log and light a fire on the floor. This person, this Iron Man, is screwing over their own XP rates. Because in order to get the right XP rates, you have to take a log and light a fire on the floor. I can't remember what tile you can do it. There's a tile you could do it, right? Or did they nerf it? Is it in the door? Is it right here? This is absolutely idiotic. This is the stupidest thing of all time. I cannot believe this. I can't believe this made it a week after the fort range existing. But just to show you really quick, I'm going to grab 2 sharks. Okay? Shark on the range, 221 XP. Shark on the fire in the kitchen, 241 XP. I got 20 more XP for cooking on a fire that I lit on the floor in the kitchen. Get out of my video game. Get out of my video game. Why? It's unbelievable that that's a thing. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to my trees, but yeah, that is my change to cooking. And chat, I want you to know we have beef forever.
I mean, it's a very valid change. It makes no sense, really. Like, they made the fort as this whole skilling hub, and then you don't even use the range that's there.
I am so impassioned about this. Make the range of the fort inherit the bonfire XP buff. Lighting a fire on the floor in the kitchen is question mark, question mark, question mark. Chat, how are we voting on this? Don't let me down. I friggin' hate it, dude. Unbelievable. Hi, XJ. Thank you for the 78 months. You're an absolute legend. Oh my god. I hate it. I did get told. Yeah, I got told. I get told sometimes. This is peak RuneScape. This is the beautiful thing about RuneScape. This is what we talked about earlier with Ryan, is like everyone has a very different idea of what RuneScape is and should be.
Is, yeah.
That's that individual, that one person who I'm not going to say her name because someone's going to clip it. And it's no, but we clearly just see the game completely differently. We have not agreed on a single take today. And that's okay. Thank you guys for voting me in. That's an absurd change. All right. While we're here, how do we feel about giving some tender love and kisses to the Gnome restaurant? Get your votes in to make it like a viable cooking training method. Do you have like an XP level band or anything for it, or you just want the Gnome restaurant to feel a little?
I would say
a little smoother.
I think you kind of have 2 options. You have like a 60 to 90, or you have like a 99 to 120 type of thing. I don't know. I don't mind.
Fair enough. You're getting a lot of yeses. I think the people
it would feel great if it was the 120 thing.
I think the children yearn for the restaurant, I guess. No, that's fair. Huge.
I don't want base no restaurant improved. I want a new version of it. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm envisioning. But I guess you could reach the same kind of answer doing either.
Yeah, that's fair. Also, not to get ahead of ourselves, team, but look how many skills we've done. 5, 6, 7. We only have 9 more skills and all the combat skills. 9, 10, 11, 12. We're actually 2/3 of the way almost. That's not bad. I do think there's something funny about making the World Guardian run a restaurant for a few hours. But I have said this, and I actually fully agree with this. As human beings, I think every person on Earth would benefit from spending 3 months working in the service industry. I mean that very genuinely. I actually think it teaches you a lot of life skills, and it puts you through a lot in a way that definitely changes, at least for me personally, it definitely changed my outlook on being alive, being like a 14-year-old working in the food service industry for a summer. It was like, yeah, it gave me good perspective.
Yeah. I did a couple of months of Domino's. I enjoyed it.
Were you the pizza maker?
I did make some pizza.
Or were you the driver?
I primarily drove, but I did make some pizza. And then
holy, wait, I didn't know that.
People. This is when I was in the UK, like a long while ago.
Okay, Pup, I have to say this. Domino's is my dream sponsor, and I love Domino's. I will always be loyal to Domino's. Here's the thing. So when I was in college, there used to be a deal where you could get 2 or more pizzas for, I think it was $4.99 per medium 2-topping pizza Canadian. So in freedom dollars, like $3 a pizza. And
That's
what we would
banging.
do is I was on the engineering floor in first year with all engineering students, and we'd throw a party in our dorm room, and we would literally feed our entire floor for like $20. Everybody would chip in like $1. And we would spend all of the, and then the other thing we would do too is at our apartment complex or the place we were in, we got a rent rebate due to, I can't remember why it even happened, but we got a rent rebate where we were either offered 25, we were teenagers, by the way, like I was literally 18, oops.
Yep.
We were offered either $25 off our utility bill or 50 of the literal crappiest beers known to man, tall boys.
Oh, yes, you're taking that.
So we took the beers, obviously, and then we would literally have a fully stocked party for our entire floor for a total price of $20. And we do that every month.
Huge. That sounds
So
great.
anyway, so even now when I'm craving pizza, I'm actually craving Domino's pizza. Like the cost
Specifically
to
Domino's.
pizza level ratio is absurd. Is it like Italian? No, absolutely not. But there is no other way other than like Costco, I guess, to get like a satiating, delectable slice. For I'm more passionate about Domino's than a lot of RuneScape skills.
You sound very passionate about Domino's.
I love Domino's. I would die for
I do.
Domino's.
For some
I'm so
strange
excited.
reason, I
Yeah.
prefer UK Domino's to US Domino's, and I don't know what's different about them.
I mean, surely
never
they source
figured it
different
out.
ingredients. So surely
yeah, like
everything's a little
something's
different.
something somewhere, but yeah.
Ryan, how do you feel about Costco pizza? I'll give you an
Banging.
anecdote. I was at Costco yesterday, and I paid a fat grocery bill. It's like $330. I was like, whew,
Mhm.
hot damn, that's a
standard Costco.
that's a fat
Anyway.
grocery bill. But to be fair, we bought like I needed to buy more creatine. We got some protein beverages. We needed some stuff for the house. We needed new pillows. We needed like a vegetable, like we had a vegetable chopper, like some stuff. Anna doesn't eat beef, so we tried out the frozen salmon to see how it is. So we bought some expensive stuff, right? Coming out of a $330 grocery bill to a $1.50 hot dog and a drink and a $2 slice of greasy pepperoni pizza, amazing. It is not as good as Domino's pizza. It is a lot greasier, like a little too greasy for my liking, but I'm not gonna lie, on my way out, I grabbed a hot dog and a slice of pizza. And I think maybe I shouldn't have back-to-backed both because I feel like my stomach was mostly full of grease. But hell yeah, if that ain't the American dream, I don't know what is.
John and I got the Costco hot dogs like last
Did
week.
you
they were
get the
banging.
bubbly 30-gram protein drinks? Yeah, we got the Nuri ones, the 30-gram protein Nuri proteins. We got the chocolate one and the coffee one. I tried the coffee one today as a coffee substitute. Yeah, so by the way, chat, I know you guys don't care about this, but protein-wise, the cream of the crop are the Fairlife ones. They're like 42 grams of protein, but they're like $3 to $4 per. It's just too expensive. So a similar product in terms of how it's made, just ultra-processed or ultra-filtered milk protein, it's Nuri protein or the other Costco ones. They're about $1 per for 30 grams of protein. So the value is a lot better. The coffee ones were okay. They taste a little bit like fake sugar. So they definitely don't taste as good as the Fairlife ones, but they're not 3 times worse. So I think we'll probably buy them again, but I'm looking forward to trying the chocolate. I thought it was very just okay.
You know what I love at Costco?
Yeah.
Keeping with the topic of pizza, it's gonna sound weird, is they have a gluten-free pizza. And I can eat whatever gluten I want. No problems at all. But for some reason, this gluten-free pizza is really good. I like
Interesting.
it costs more than every other pizza they have because it's gluten-free, so it has to be, you know, specially juiced up, whatever. But it's so banging. That's the only pizza I buy from Costco now. It's just the gluten-free
We're
one.
literally talking about Costco, by the way. Pup said we have to try the gluten-free pizza because it tastes better than the gluten-filled pizza.
I
Also,
don't know why.
Anna's passing me
is.
another beer to try. So welcome
Ooh.
back.
What are you trying this
Um,
time?
This is the tropical Lonely Blonde. Okay, compared to the
Ooh.
regular Lonely Blonde. I loved the regular Lonely Blonde, by the way. All right.
It must be really fun drinking on a Wednesday evening because you don't have a job.
Oh, it's very fruity. I don't like this as much. It's perfect for you, so we'll continue buying the blister pack, and you can have those ones, and I can have these ones. It's a little too grapefruity for me.
Is that the cauliflower crust pizza? I have no idea, Chi.
Also, Pup,
let me
you
look.
flaming me for not having a job is absolutely insane, by the way. That is the most insane thing that a person could do. That's nuts. Brother. That's a crazy statement to make.
No, Mitzi, I'm not employed.
I'm actively trying to get rid of jobs. I have too much going on. Not the opposite. I should check when my first call is tomorrow, though. Oh my god, I had an 8 a.m. call that I got canceled. I don't have a single call tomorrow. Maybe I'm not employed. Maybe I'm getting fired. Wait, all my calls are canceled. Wait, what if I try to sign in and it just doesn't let me? What it's over?
Actually, it's the Sabato's one. It's like a green package.
Can Anna flip you again? I mean, she's capable of it. She's actually improved in karate since we last spoke. Underez, thank you for the 77 months. Appreciate it. That's very kind.
You want a job? Yes, hire me.
Wait, can I hire you?
Yes, of course. What would you like me to do?
I have a YouTube series for you.
Okay. What's it called?
I can't. Yep, okay. You're the worst. You know exactly what it's called.
We're gonna get it one day, boys.
Pup's trying to get me to leak the new series, by the way, even though he knows what it is. That's crazy.
Is it one man, one FSOA?
It's 2 men, 3/4 of an FSOA.
What?
Yep.
How would there be 3/4 of an FSOA?
That's the intrigue. You'd click on that video.
I would.
You're not gonna, right?
Pivot!
It's a hard crier, man, but we can only use Revolution. This is my favorite Pippin picture. He looks so scared. He did get stuck, by the way. We had to manually free him. Yeah, he got his claw stuck in the bottom of the piano. So he was just like, help. Fair enough. Are we dropping frames again? Oh my god, we are dropping a lot of frames.
You were dropping a few here and there.
Yeah, that's a Comcast moment. All right, and we're back to not dropping frames. Yeah, it's really weird. My bitrate, it goes from like 13K to like 25K and then drops a bunch of frames. And then it stops. I'm very confused.
Yeah.
But anyway, I need to get going for this evening, so I guess we're going to resume tomorrow and try to polish off the rest of the skills. You down?
I am down.
Incredible. Yeah, I'm down. Chat, thank you all so much for being so interactive and helping us vote on these skills. It's super appreciated. I hope you've enjoyed these last couple streams. The next one will be tomorrow. We're going to run it back. It seems like Ryan's keen to join us too, which, by the way, is quite funny because it started as a very non-committal, like, I could, whatever. and now he's fully dialed in. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, at the start of the stream, I saw him on Old School and I messaged him like, hi, we're back. Do you want to join? And he said he would, surely.
Fair enough.
He has a good time.
We got him. No, that's great. But yeah, thank you all so much for tuning in. I really do appreciate it. So tomorrow we'll do crafting, farming, fire making, fletching, thieving, woodcutting, smithing, prayer, mining, defense, magic, and necromancy. Also, did want to mention, I am away this weekend. I'm at an out-of-town wedding. So expect some YouTube videos possibly over the weekend while I'm away, but there will not be any streams Friday, Saturday, and likely Sunday as well. But I will be live tomorrow, and I will be live... Wait, tomorrow's Thursday, isn't it? I'll be live tomorrow.
It's Thursday, yeah.
Yep, that's the play. But it's always cool seeing... That man really does love the game. It's pretty sick. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching. I appreciate it. I'm gonna find someone to raid over to, and then I'm 2 minutes late I'm playing because I miss my brother and I never get to hang out with him anymore. I'm playing Slay the Spire with my brother, and each run takes like 2 hours. Well, here's the thing. This is the latest he can do before bed because it's 9 p.m. his time, so it's gonna be 9.
It's now 9:02.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm 2 minutes late for him. But yeah, I'm trying to schedule things so I can spend time with him because that's a nice thing to do. All right. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching. I appreciate it. Let's find a raid perhaps that we can dish out. I am gonna send you over to. I don't know. Pup, who are we raiding today?
I don't know either. Surely
Amazing.
raid the Iron Man doing the Catra.
There's an Iron Man doing Nakatra? Where? Oh,
Yeah,
Thyzok.
Yeah. Although he's
They're a
probably
League
doing
of
PUF.
Legends player. I'm a little scared. Let's do it.
Ah.
All right. I hope you guys enjoyed Thyzok's stream, and I'll see you guys next time. Enjoy your evening.